Good morning and welcome to our weekly webcast broadcast. In this weekly broadcast, I answer all questions that students have, whether it's a business question, a business plan question, or a career personal development question. And the call never ends until all questions have been answered. And so what usually happens is within 24 hours, we have the entire call typed up. So all you have to do is go to the description field and click on the time, and then you'll be able to see which question was asked. You can just save time and jump right there. And so I'd like to ask everybody to please start typing in their questions now on the box on the right-hand side there. And when you see that, when we both see there's no more questions, then I'll wrap up the call. And so last week's call lasted literally 4.5 hours, and it was a lot of fun. And I don't mind if these calls last twice as long or even longer. I don't care. I just want to help if I can. So again, once there's no more questions, then I'll wrap it up. So the first question I've got here is from Rohit. Morning, Rohit. How are you? And thank you for the message the other day. I appreciate that. So Rohit's asking, how big was my hedge fund and how was my experience? It wasn't huge. I got up to like $25 million or so. And then I turned it into kind of a hybrid venture capital hedge fund type product. And I made my first investment actually in Facebook when I was a private company, when I ran my firm. So I actually learned that short-term investing is not a sustainable business model longer term. The best investors are very long-term focused. And this is why I started putting venture capital ideas in my portfolio. And I did better with the venture capital ideas too. But I've worked at other firms where I've managed over $1 billion with software and internet stocks. I went into the hedge fund business for the wrong reason. I was chasing money, and that's the dumbest thing to do because it's not fun, and you don't end up making as much money as you wanted to. And you can never make enough money is the problem with Wall Street. And every Christmas bonus season on Wall Street, everybody was miserable. All my friends were miserable because they all compare themselves to those that made more than them, which is ridiculous. But anyway, the problem with the hedge fund industry is that they are very short-term focused. Every month has 20 trading days, and it's impossible to make money every single month in 20 trading days, 20 weekdays. And people that do make money every month are breaking the law. It's true. It's true. So quite often you're fooled by randomness when you work in the hedge fund industry because you'll make money on a stock or vice versa for a reason that's outside of your control, like a macroeconomic event. And so I foolishly went into the hedge fund business trying to chase money. I wish I never went into it in the first place, although I did meet a lot of great friends. But the bright thing is that it pushed me to do two things. Number one is to do venture capital. And number two is to focus on teaching people what I love, which is investing and just thinking longer term. So thank you very much for that question there. You'll hear I've got a bit of a cold. I got a grand cafe, big coffee here. So apologize, my voice isn't perfect today, but it's okay. We'll have this call forever until there's no more questions. So thank you for that question. Okay, so if you're just joining us again, please write your question there on the left-hand side. When there's no more questions, what I'll do is I'll wrap it up. And I try to make my answers generic enough to apply to everybody, if I can. Okay, so next question is thoughts on investing in individual stocks or investing in ETFs. Now, ETF stands for exchange traded funds. And when you invest in a mutual fund, you're basically investing in a company that will invest in a lot of different stocks to diversify your portfolio, minimize risk. But the mutual fund industry is a scam. And 95% of all mutual fund investors, all these high-paid professionals with advanced degrees that speak gooder than me and all that stuff, all these people, they underperform. And so what happens is this, and I created a vlog on this called Mutual Funds Are a Scam. And you can watch it if you want. But the bottom line is that mutual fund companies have so many hidden fees. They turn over their portfolio very fast, meaning they buy and sell stocks quickly to try and make money in many situations. And the problem with that is that if in many countries, if you buy a stock and you sell it and make money in less than a year, you pay higher taxes because governments usually try to encourage you to think longer term. So if you hold something for more than a year, usually you pay less capital gains taxes. And so ETFs are a better investment than mutual funds. A lot of mutual funds have 3 to 4% fees. We just don't see the fees. They're buried and they're not all disclosed. And so with ETFs, ETFs are exchange traded funds. And what they do is they invest in certain markets. Hold on a second, please. Sorry about that, bit of a cold, but I feel fine. So ETFs allow you to massively outperform mutual funds. And ETFs, which stands for exchange traded funds, only have fees that are 0.5% or less. Sometimes that's 80 or 90% lower than a lot of mutual fund fees. And ETFs will invest in indexes or individual sectors or individual commodities. And so if you go to Yahoo Finance and you type up GLD, that's gold, that's an ETF for gold. And it's the same thing as buying the metal itself, except it's liquid. You can get in and out of that stock pretty fast. Same thing with silver, SLV and SLW. Same thing with the OIH, which is the Oil Services Index. Same thing with the USO, which is the US oil industry. And you can also invest in countries like Canada, beloved Canada, represented from Canada. You can buy what's called the EWC, which is just a ticker, an ETF ticker to invest in Canada. If you want to invest in Brazil, beautiful country, then the ticker is EWZ or EWZ if you're in Canada. And so you can invest in any sector you want and any index you want using those tickers I just gave you. And in the United States, if you want to invest in what they call the spiders, the ticker is SPY, which is the S&P 500 index. If you want to invest in just the tech stocks part of the NASDAQ, not the biotechs, you buy what traders call the Qs, which is QQQQ, those 4 Qs. So ETFs will save you a ton of money. You can invest directly in a sector, and it's much cheaper than investing in a mutual fund. Don't buy mutual funds. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that question, though. Love it. Whoa, lots of questions just came in. Okay. If you're just joining us, please type questions. The call never, ever, ever, ever ends until all questions are answered. Thank you. Okay. So, good morning, Willem. How are you? So Akil's got a question. Why did Walmart go all the way around the globe and acquired Flipkart? So I can't speak intelligently why their M&A does certain things, but I can give you my humble thoughts. So what happens is companies get really big, and a lot of times when the founder leaves, after the founder leaves, they cannot innovate anymore. And so they buy companies instead of building companies. There are exceptions, of course. And so what happens is if you're a senior executive, and I have a lot of friends that have worked at Hewlett Packard and other big companies. If you're a senior executive in these companies and you're climbing the corporate ladder and you get to a point where you're like, you know what, I'm going to create a new product internally and help our company. If you do that and you fail, you're done. Your career's over. And if you're successful, you're not going to get paid anyway because it would disrupt the whole compensation structure for every employee below CEO. And so what happens is a lot of big companies where the founder's no longer there and they don't take risks, they end up buying. They buy other companies. And so Walmart, you know, after Sam Walton passed away, innovation started to deteriorate. I know he passed away back, I think it was the early 90s. I read his biography. Right. And then Amazon came along, and Jeff Bezos is the smartest CEO on the planet, I believe. And they took a ton of share. And so Walmart decided they can't compete anymore. I think they bought Jet.com, if I'm not mistaken. And they'll continue to make other online retail purchase or e-commerce companies as well, just to try and compete longer term. And a lot of big companies do this, like Microsoft did this when the brilliant Bill Gates left Microsoft. They couldn't innovate as much anymore. And so what they did was they started making big acquisitions. You know, Microsoft bought LinkedIn. Microsoft bought the parent company of Minecraft. Microsoft will continue to make a ton of acquisitions because when a CEO leaves, innovation slows. Now, Satya Nadella, who's the brilliant CEO now of Microsoft, he was the right choice to make as CEO because he created their Windows Azure department, which is their version of Amazon Web Services. But the problem with big companies making big acquisitions is once they make one big one, they got to do it every single year. Otherwise, what happens is it looks like growth goes negative the next year. The year-over-year comparisons get really, really tough. And so that's why big companies buy other big companies. It's a double-edged sword, though. As you see with Oracle, they have to buy a big company every year now. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you for that one. Okay, so if you're just joining us, enter your questions on the side. When there's no more questions, I'll wrap up the call, but I'm happy to do the call forever, as you know. Next question is from Avinash, and I read these questions. I don't filter them. I read them, and when I read them is when I start thinking of the answer, which is me buying time as I'm talking about here. Okay, Avinash has a question. I'm having 8 years of experience in technology, and I'm passionate about investment management. I tried networking with people in the sector, but not successful in meeting up. Okay, so Avinash, and this goes for everybody, I promise you, your next job, your next big customer, you will get by networking. And all you have to do is you can download my book for free. You go to harounventures.com, and on the homepage, you can just download my networking book for free. It's 200 pages with a couple hours of videos, all free. And basically, I learned the hard way in my career that business is not about business as much. It's more about relationships. And relationships are more important than product knowledge. And if you're going to try to apply to a job online, good luck, because thousands of other people do. So the only way to get edge or better odds of getting that job is to network with people at that company. Set up informational meetings. And every year when I teach, and when I used to teach during the evenings in business schools, I would always ask my student one question on the first day of class. I'd say, of everybody in this class, if I told you that if you set up 10 informational meetings using LinkedIn, that you would get the job of your dreams at McKinsey or Morgan Stanley, Google, whatever it is. If I told you you did these 10 meetings using LinkedIn, would you do it? Every hand goes up, of course. And then the last day of class, I always ask everybody, right before the final exam, which is always easy in my classes, but I would ask, how many people did those 10 meetings? No hands go up. How many did 9? No hands go up. How many did 8? Maybe one hand goes up. And it's that person or the people who lift their hands up that don't get the best grades, but they get the best jobs because they asked, they networked. And remember that video from Steve Jobs? If you get time, watch it. It's called Steve Jobs Ask. Just search for those 3 words on YouTube, Steve Jobs Ask. You'll never get anything you want in life unless you ask. And that's what networking is all about. The same thing with getting customers. It's all about networking. And that is how you're going to break into the financial services sector, Avinash. That's what you got to do. Set up informational meetings. And don't give up, please, after 10. Give up after 50. I know it sounds out there, but one meeting can change your life, one networking meeting. And you got to be comfortable with rejection, comfortable with hearing no, because I promise you, every time you get a no, you get closer to a yes. And the last thing I'll say about this is my kids love Harry Potter, and maybe I do too, I'm not sure. But J.K. Rowling, actually she's cool. J.K. Rowling, what she did was she was rejected by, I think, 30 or more publishers. And she hated her job as an assistant. And by the 31st publisher she contacted, they signed a big contract with her books. And if she didn't have the guts to go out there and fail 30 times in a row, then she would never be living the life of her dreams. And it goes for everybody on this call too. You gotta be comfortable with failure. You gotta be. It's like, I should never be giving dating advice because I sucked at dating. But it's like dating kind of here. I'll make this a bit bigger so you can see me a bit more. But it's like dating. It's like the more you ask, yeah, it sucks getting rejected. I got rejected by everybody except for one person. Thank you, Christine. It sucks getting rejected, but if you keep at it, eventually you'll get a date, you'll get a job, you'll get a customer, that sort of thing. Just don't worry about failure, and don't give a damn what anybody thinks about you anyway. When it comes to failure, gosh, I don't want people to think I'm a loser or whatever. Who cares? Because when you do that, you're living your life for someone else, which is a real waste of time. And the best investors and the best entrepreneurs in the world, they don't care what people think about them. They never have. I think you can do that too. And this, when I say you, I mean me and all of us. Just turn that switch off and don't care. Be comfortable with failure. And I encourage my kids to take failure, to take chances, and they fail. And I'm proud of them within reason when they do, because if you don't take risks, then you're never going to get anywhere in life. And so my goal as a parent is always to raise confident children that are comfortable with failure. Okay, it's a great question. And Avinash, if that didn't answer your question properly, please let me know. Thanks. And you'll notice I've got the Shark virtual reality shirt on from my business plan course. Fake company, but we had fun making it. Okay, so next question is from Akil. What is a hedge fund, and why are they so misunderstood? That's a great question. So Basically, when you invest in stocks, you can buy stocks. You're betting they're going to go up, and that's how you make money, of course. When you do the opposite of that, you bet against stocks, and you make money if they go down. That's called shorting a stock. And the way it works is when you short a stock, it means you're betting against it. The way it works is you borrow that share from somebody that owns it. So you'll call up a trading floor like at Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley, and you'll say, hey, I want to borrow 10 shares of Microsoft. Can you lend them to me? And they'll say yes, but it's going to cost you 7% per year or 5% per year, whatever it is, if you borrow for the whole year. And you're like, okay, thank you. You take that share of Microsoft, you sell it, you hope it goes down, then you buy it back at that lower price, make money on the spread, and return that back to the owner on that trading floor that owns that share of Microsoft, and you pay a fee as well. And that's how hedge funds make money. Now, hedge funds can, if you think about it, if you go in your backyard, if you have bushes all around the outside of your backyard, those are like hedges, right? Those are hedges. It's a hedge. It protects your backyard. That's how I explain it usually. And it's a great way to protect capital if you're a professional. If you want to try to weather a storm. So I used to manage over $1 billion in software and internet stocks at a big hedge fund. And they always made me, great firm, but they always made me have an equal number of longs, meaning positions I bought, and shorts to kind of hedge out my risks in case everything went down. And so when the market was doing well, I would own all the amazing growth companies like Salesforce.com, ticker CRM. And I would short or bet against the big uglies, the big companies that won't move as much, like Microsoft or SAP or Oracle. And so all I had to do is be a little bit right. And yeah, I'd lose money on these ones, but you'd be a little bit right and make money, because what happens is you use a lot of leverage, which means borrowing money to invest. Don't do that though. So hopefully I answered your question. Thank you. If you're just joining us, enter your questions on the right-hand side there, and I'll answer all your questions. Thanks. Okay, Rick. Oh, thank you, Rick, for that. I appreciate it. Good morning. Geronimo. Hey, how are you, Geronimo? Hello, Chris from Brazil. Beautiful Brazil. Love that country. I've managed to do the first live coding session teaching Unity to lay Dante. Anyway, well, that's awesome. Oh my God. Congrats. That's fantastic. So Dante, one of my other students on this webcast, wanted to learn programming. He mentioned it a couple weeks ago. And one of my other students, Geronimo, is now teaching him. So thank you for that. And if you want to learn programming online, you don't have to have any experience. Just check it out on Udemy. And there's other websites too. But you can take a course from Rob Percival, who's British. He has a British accent when he teaches, and he sounds much smarter than me because he speaks gooder than me. Anyway, he's great. And Angela Yu has a great course in programming too. Okay, thank you. Next question I've got is, hey there, do you have any advice for someone trading in the Forex markets? So Forex is foreign exchange, and you're betting when currencies go up or down. And I don't recommend anybody do it just because it's very volatile and it's very hard to make money trading currencies. We'll talk about cryptocurrencies and blockchain if you want later as well, but that's my blockchain. But when you trade currencies, you're betting on macro events. And it's really hard to try to forecast what governments are going to do. But the way you would do it is very similar to how you would trade stocks, meaning long and short stocks and options and calls as well. And you'll be able to find the tickers for a lot of currencies exposure-wise if you go to finance.yahoo.com, similar to what I answered with ETFs earlier in this call. Now, the reason that a lot of people like to bet against currencies and short them is because they have a company that's only exposed to one country and they want to hedge out that currency risk. Okay, thank you for that question. All right, next question I've got is from Akil. Why are there not many Warren Buffetts? I know him and Charlie Munger. It's a great question. So Warren Buffett is the best investor that's ever lived. He's a value investor. He's very long-term focused, and he does not like hedge funds. And I didn't agree with him when I was younger. I remember he came and he taught in my class at Columbia years ago, 1999. I'm dating myself. It was a guest lecture, whatever. And I remember we asked him about a tech stock in 1999. And about 30 seconds into us pitching that stock, it was actually one of my colleagues, the good buddy of mine, halfway into him pitching that stock to Warren Buffett, the tech stock, Warren Buffett very nicely, grandfatherly, like Santa Claus, he laughed a bit and he said, son, I'm going to stop you there because I don't know where this company is going to be, this technology company, in 1.5 years. I don't know what the next product cycle is going to look at. I can't model that company longer term. I just don't get it. And we all thought he was crazy at the time. And then a couple months later, in March of 2000, we thought he was a genius because the entire tech market and internet bubble 1.0 burst. And so Warren Buffett's very long-term focused. And I've seen him in interviews say just incredibly prophetic but simple things. And the best investors are very simplistic, meaning they look at the forest from the trees. And Warren Buffett said this. He said, the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. Think about that. It's brilliant. Brilliant. And he also would say simple things like, I'm not investing in the newspaper industry now because I think in 20 years, fewer people will read newspapers. And I know that sounds simplistic, but that's the best way to invest. Always think longer term like Warren Buffett does. And Charlie Munger is his business partner as well. And so when Warren Buffett invests, he literally doesn't care if the stock market's going to close for 10 years after he invests, because he's not a renter. He's not a tourist. He's a long-term owner in that company. He's very, very long-term focused. And being long-term focused will help you tremendously in every aspect of your career and when you invest. And so before you invest, I want you to ask yourself one basic question, please, which is always this. This will help you a lot. This goes for everybody. I want you to ask yourself, in 5 years, will this company be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? I'm going to say that again. In 5 years, will this company be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? And that will stop you from panicking when the stock goes down. And that will stop you from buying companies like my beloved Canadian Research in Motion. You could have told all of us years ago that fewer people will be using BlackBerries in 5 years. Okay. All right. Next question I've got here is Rick's got a question on trading in or investing in cryptocurrencies. I have a course on it, which is called Complete Cryptocurrency Course. And I start from scratch and I teach you everything you need to know about cryptocurrencies. But the bottom line message is this. More than 95% of all cryptocurrencies, based on my humble thoughts, my humble feedback here and research, 95% of them are scams. And I don't want you to buy them, okay? And I don't give individual investment advice, but in the course, I go through a 49-step research process I created. 49 things to look at before investing in a cryptocurrency or any investment for that matter. And this will help you tremendously to outperform and not lose money too in the long run. But be careful with cryptocurrencies. Most of them are absolute scams. I think there's 5 or 10 for now, which are great. But at this point in time, there's more cryptocurrencies than there are real paper currencies, and governments don't regulate them. And I think that they should, because what happens is before you invest in a stock, you read, if you want, a prospectus. You go to sec.gov in the United States and other countries. You can go to their stock market websites, and you can read a big, thick document disclosing all the risks on that company. So, for example, if you went to sec.gov, in the top right-hand corner, you did a search on the ticker for Facebook, ticker FB, and you pulled up the S1 document, that's S-1. You could read everything there is to know about Facebook when they went public. And I read that document cover to cover. And they talked about how they didn't have a mobile strategy at the time. Remember in 2012 when Facebook went public, they did not have an app for your mobile phone, which is ridiculous. Anyway, that was one of the risks that they disclosed. But the problem with cryptocurrencies in general is that there's no government mandated body that makes them disclose those risks. And governments can serve a noble function in society too by protecting you as an investor. Okay. Although I do criticize governments a lot. Okay. Unless you're the US government you're watching. Okay. Sorry about that. I won't do that again. All right. All right. Next question I've got for you. The problem with these live things is I just can't take that back. I'm one little gesture or dumb comment away from ruining my life. That's okay. Whatever it takes to help you. Okay. So next question. Oh, good morning, Dante. Thank you. So Rohit's got a question, which is, does the prestige of an MBA school matter? Is it worth pursuing an MBA from a tier 3 or less known schools in the United States? So I made a vlog on this, I think about 6 weeks ago on it's called Should You Get an MBA? And is 2/3 of HBS, meaning Harvard Business School, is 2/3 of HBS BS? Sorry, that's dad humor. I'm trying here. So I only think you should get an MBA if you've tried your best to change career by networking and it doesn't work. And so I did an MBA because I tried to network. I didn't know what I was doing when I was networking at the time. But in my 20s, I tried to network and get a job on Wall Street or on Bay Street in Canada. Bay Street's Canada's Wall Street. I couldn't do it, and I gave up after 2 meetings. But I should have kept networking. And you can always use the concepts that I teach on networking, reading my free book. Go to harounventures.com, download my free book. And so only do an MBA. If you've tried really hard to change careers by networking and you can't do it, after 30 meetings or whatever it is, 40 or 50 meetings, you can't do it. You try. Then do an MBA. And only then do you do an MBA. Okay. And for those of you interested in finance, I get a lot of questions lately about the CFA, which is a designation you can take on the side called the Certified Financial Analyst Certificate. And it's a 3-year program. You do it at night. Level 1 of 3 of the CFA is a repeat of MBA. Everything in MBA is in that one level. And you can take CFA if you want. If you do, and I've taken it too, I took something called Schweizer, which was it's a third-party company that teaches you how to study for the CFA. I'd probably use Udemy now. Udemy was around back then. So anyway, those are my humble thoughts on getting an MBA. Don't do it unless you can change careers by networking. And if you do it, you'll probably learn more from your fellow students than you will from other teachers. The teachers are awesome, but you learn a lot from students because students are from all over the world. And I have a course on that as well, how to get in the top MBA schools. Okay, so next question is from Akil. And Rohit, if that didn't answer your question properly, please let me know. Okay, so next question I've got is from Akil. Why is acquiring your possible or potential competitor a good thing or a bad thing as well? It's a great question. Thank you. So it's a good thing because you won't lose market share to that company longer term. And most companies that acquire other companies, most of them, they end up killing the product by accident, right? They never do anything with it because they're a big bureaucracy that bought a smaller company. And I can give you plenty of examples of that if you want. But what you usually do, though, is you buy a company that you think could either help you grow revenue longer term, or it's a company that's going to destroy you. And so I'll give you an example with Facebook. Facebook bought Instagram, and it was a brilliant acquisition. And they only paid $10 for every subscriber at the time, which was next to nothing. Next to nothing. They had 100 million subscribers back in 2011 when Facebook bought Instagram. They had 100 million then, and they had paid $10 per subscriber, which is next to nothing. $1 billion valuation. And it was a great acquisition for Facebook because a lot of people, a lot of younger people especially, they don't use Facebook. It's for old people. And I can't really, I'm trying to figure out Instagram, and Wrigley, who works with me, he's younger, he's brilliant, smarter than I am. He's helping out with that as well. It's just the younger demographic gets it better than the older ones. Facebook's for old people, they say now, and pictures is the future. Right? People don't like reading as much. They like visual stuff. So, but the good thing about Zuckerberg, and I have a lot of friends that work here at Facebook in the Bay Area, and I'll vlog there one day. It's kind of like it's like in Disney World. It's a small world after all that kind of fake community they created. It's similar to that in Foster City. It's a great company though. It's interesting, although I don't trust them. But anyway, they had to make that acquisition. It was really, really smart. And the other reason that other companies buy other companies is because they can't grow anymore. Okay, and so if you think of big companies or big economies, like the U.S. economy is now the biggest economy in the world. I think it's a $12 or $13 trillion economy, but it's not growing that much, only a couple of % per year. And the reason the U.S. economy is not growing that much is because it's big. The law of large numbers, it's hard to grow. And big companies like you'll see with Apple eventually. Apple at one point is going to go on a massive acquisition spree once they stop growing. It happens all the time. It happened to Microsoft, happened to Oracle, happens to a lot of great companies. IBM as well. IBM bought Red Hat. That was a big acquisition. And I created a 15-minute vlog on why Red Hat was bought by IBM if you care. But for IBM, they had to do it because growth is slowing. In fact, at IBM, revenue is declining year over year. It's scary. It's not their fault. They're just a big company, been around forever. And so they're acquiring companies now. And it is a double-edged sword because, IBM, and I'll speak for any company when I answer this question, when they make a big acquisition, then 12 months later, it looks like revenues really go negative. So they have to keep acquiring. And so when it comes to building versus buying, Whenever the founders left a company, buying makes most sense because innovation dies at a company when the founder leaves. It is what it is in the tech sector, especially. Okay, great. So next question I've got here, and if you're just joining us, welcome. Please type your questions in the right side there, and I will answer all your questions on this call, I promise you, okay? The next question I've got here is from Geronimo. Now, just a technical question. Do I use YouTube Hangouts or the use third-party application to generate a live video stream? I ended up using Hangouts, and it was simpler. Yeah, that's a great question. So you know what I'll do? I'm going to vlog today on how to do an online YouTube. And I'll make it much more advanced than what I'm going to say right now. But the way to do these things is you create your own channel, of course, and then you go to Creator Studio in the top right-hand corner. Then you select Live Stream, and you can create an event or you can do it right away. And all I did was this. I plugged in my Blue Yeti here, which is the best microphone that's ever been created. Don't mess around with other microphones. This is the one. I failed with other ones. This is it. I just plug it into the USB port on the side of my computer there. That powers it, and that's all you need. And it works on an IBM, Windows-based computer and a Mac as well. Really easy to do, and it's free. It's free. And also what happens is it's recorded online, and they leave it up there. And I think you can do 8 hours max. And so when we end up doing 8+ hour calls, which we will soon, I promise you, when you have more questions for me, all of you, I say that with love in my heart, then we'll have to break it up into 2 parts. But what you can also do, per Geronimo's comment there, is you can actually have other software that's compressing it so that it's a bit higher quality. Like last night, I vlogged in 4K, one of the first times. It was fun. I can't do that here with this camera and with the technology on YouTube. I'd have to have another camera set up to do that. And then having your own software set up and using YouTube. I'm gonna learn how to do this tonight. I'm gonna show you. That way I have to get it done. But if you want to show picture-in-picture or share your screen and show Excel models or whatever it is, you have to use other software as well. And I'm going to figure that out tonight, and I'm gonna vlog just for you, Geronimo, tonight, and for me too, because when one teaches, two learn. If you're in England, I do that. Sorry. All right. Next up is yeah. So Akil, it just asked a question. Why did I say don't buy mutual funds? And I think I apologize. I think you answered this question after I answered that question about it. If I didn't answer enough detail on when I explained why I don't buy mutual funds, do one or two things. Ask me here. And the other thing is go to my YouTube channel and watch the vlog that I created on it. And I vlog every single day. It's fun. And for those of you that, I want to encourage all of you to throw out a challenge. I want you to really push yourself. And if you throw out a challenge and you vocalize a goal, you'll get it done because there's pressure on you in a good and loving way. And so I did my first vlog back 107 days ago. And on day 1, as I started the vlog, I said, I'm going to vlog every day for the next 10 years, every day without exception. And because I said it, I have to follow through now. So anyway, I have to get that done. So I want you all to do that as well. Okay. Not vlog daily, please. I mean, you can if you want, it's fun, but just throw down a challenge. Okay. Like if you're going to write a book, you wanted to tell everybody. That's what I did. And after a while, people were like, Chris, how's that book coming along? It's like, yeah, I'm still kind of working on it. And I was like, oh my God, enough already. Okay, fine, I'll write it. So actually, the truth is I met Tony Robbins, and Tony Robbins taught me, and this is great for everybody too. He said that when I shook his hand, he's a big guy, man. I felt like his hand wrapped around mine a couple times. Nice guy. But he told me that you got to write down a deadline for your goals, right? Everybody writes down goals. Every January, we all write down our goals. And by the 3rd week of January, statistically, it's shown that over 90% of people give up on their New Year's resolution goals. But if you write down a date when you're going to complete those goals by, then the likelihood of you accomplishing them goes up a lot. And I always write down my goals and I put them in my calendar, my Google Calendar, which is private, whatever. But I have that one goal entry. It's like 2 in the morning. It doesn't pop up then, but I just put it there because I never schedule meetings then. But I have a repeat daily so I can read them every single day, my goals. And I have deadlines as well. Do that, please. It will help you get your goals done faster. I promise you. If you write them down, you know that it will happen. If you build it, they will come. Anybody tell me what movie that's from? If you build it, they will come. Whoever writes it down wins nothing but my approval. All right, so Not that that's worth anything. Okay. Actually, you know what? Earlier today, I was mentioning this call, how to get into the top business schools, and I told you I wrote a course on that. I'm going to give you that course away for free. Okay. So what I'll do is after this call is done, I'm going to create a coupon for all of you, and just go to the course in Udemy, how to get in the top business schools, and then just type in the code free course 1. And what I just did is I put my watch on backwards, because whenever I have to remember something, I do that. Later on, I look at the time, I'm like, what? And I turn, oh yeah, that's right. I have to create that coupon code for those people. So I'll do that. Anyway, so free coupon 1. Wrigley, if you're listening, remind me, please. The older I get, the better I was. I forget sometimes. I have senior moments. But I'll create that course or that coupon for you today. Okay, it'll work. It'll work for the next couple of days. Okay. Actually, I'll make it work for the next week, because some people might be watching the replay of this. Okay, so next question is hi, any good books or websites to recommend for individual sector analysis for financial and technology? Use GICs. I like that word. Okay, cool. So you know what I would recommend is, okay, so Maria Bartiromo, who's a wonderful journalist on CNBC. She wrote this book. God, this is a blast from the past for me. She wrote this book, I think it was about 17 years ago, called Use the News. And I bought the book. And what Maria teaches you, and she knows everyone on Wall Street, she teaches you how to focus on the one important thing in every sector. So for the commodity sector, obviously it's going to be the price of the commodity. For the retail sector, if you're going to invest in retail stocks, it's called same-store sales, because you're looking year over year the growth of each store. For the hotel industry, it's called RevPAR, which is revenue per available revenue per available room. Sorry, another senior moment there. And for telecom companies, it's ARPU, average revenue per unit. And so read her book called Use the News, because she separates noise from news. What's important? And each sector has a driver, and so I think that will help you out a lot when it comes to understanding different sectors. And if you want, C, your name is C here. You can look at my vlog on the one I did on Chipotle and how to invest in retail stocks, and I explain that in a lot of detail. And I had a lot of fun doing that too. Thanks. All right. So next question I've got is from Akil. Akil is asking, what made Apple Apple? So it's a great question. It was Steve Jobs. It was the founder. A brilliant salesperson-oriented founder makes a great company. Somebody with amazing vision. Somebody that makes you want to pay a big premium for a product the way they talk. You know, it's Apple always does that, and we pay a premium for it. And what happened with Apple was Apple was great, and then there was issues with Steve Jobs and his relationship with the board. And so in the late 1980s, and it was tragic. I remember at the time, I was a kid, but I loved Apple. It changed my life, that computer, but Steve Jobs was fired. And then the company went into terminal decline, almost died. And I remember the cover of Wired magazine at the time was an image of an apple, and it said pray. And then more recently, the cover of Wired is the same apple, but it says evil genius. But when Steve Jobs came back, he rescued the company. But when a founder leaves a company, innovation dies. There's not great innovation. And I know there's a lot of Apple fans out there, and you're going to hate me for this, and I love Apple too. But since Steve Jobs has passed on, and last night I vlogged about him, actually, his last speech he ever gave, I actually read it. Anyway, interesting. But Apple hasn't really done anything innovative. I know, that's harsh. They made a bigger iPad, a smaller iPad, a bigger iPhone, which is a copy of Samsung handsets, that sort of thing. They haven't created any brand new killer products. I mean, the watch has kind of failed because Apple doesn't disclose how many they've released. So anyway, what made Apple Apple was a passionate, sales-oriented founder. And it was a match made in heaven, because Steve Jobs did not know how to code. He wasn't a techie. He was a marketing guy. And so he had a Wozniak, another Steve Wozniak, who was his engineer. So we always talk about when I speak with, and I'm helping out at Stanford now, just with venture capital classes and startups there. I go in a couple times this month, and I'm telling a lot of the students that, and a lot of them, because it's the MBA school, GSB at Stanford, I'm telling a lot of them that you need a Wozniak. Because Wozniak is an engineer, and a lot of the Stanford GSB people are more business oriented. Not all of them, but some of them. Anyway, so that's my humble thoughts on what made Apple Apple. And there was just a passion for perfection and brilliance that Steve Jobs had. But he was also very paranoid. What he would do is he tried to keep everything top secret, and it did cause issues sometimes in the company. He let a lot of people go. I had friends that worked there, and they never got into an elevator with Steve Jobs because by the end of the elevator ride, you had been let go. But he was very paranoid too. And there's a great book on him by Walter Isaacson. You got to read. It's fantastic. And for everybody on this call, whatever job you're most passionate about or industry you're most passionate about, I want you to go to audible.com, and I want you to download the biography of the founder of your favorite company in that industry. Autobiography if it's there, but just biography if it's not. And I want you to listen to it because on your commute to work, because you can learn the blueprint of these successful people. You know, why reinvent the wheel? Learn from them. Learn from somebody that's done it. So anyway, I recommend doing that. Okay, next question that I've got is from Haroun. I love Haroun questions because it rhymes with my last name. I know I use that joke every week. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Haroun. How you doing? I'm good, thanks. I know I sound sick. I'm fine. When is the business plan course coming out? Oh, thanks for asking. But wait, there's more. I released it earlier this week, so you can check it out if you want. And so I always feel bad when I try to pitch stuff. My wife always says, "Why do you give away so many courses? Why are you in this business anyway?" But this course I just released, it's called the Complete Business Plan course. And for everybody on this call, if you work for somebody else, that's okay, but it's not okay longer term. We weren't meant to work for somebody else our entire lives. And it's okay to work for a couple different people, a couple different companies in your life, so you can learn what to do and what not to do. But here's what I want you to do. I want you all to start companies on the side. And you only have to be right in business one time. And everybody that's been incredibly successful in business has failed with their prior startups so many times, you just never hear about it. You know, you just never hear about it. You only have to be right in business one time. So take that course. Okay, it's called the Complete Business Plan course. I really believe it'll help. It'll help you live your life on your terms, because the course, which is basically, it's a really fun Excel template that will help you create a business plan from scratch, including the financials. It'll help you create every step of that business plan, even if you have no business or finance experience. But what happens is it creates the business plan for you, and I walk you through it. And it will also help you, because I don't want you to quit your company and start a company if the business plan isn't perfect. Okay. A lot of people, I have to use a cheesy quote here. Failing to plan is planning to fail. It's true. It's true. Most people don't write a business plan before they start a company, and that won't be you. Just take that course if you're interested in starting a company. And, you know, if you got to write a bunch of business plans before you quit your job and do something full time. I wrote a ton of business plans on the side. I started so many companies on the side over the years while I worked for other people. I would even advertise in other markets. Like I remember with Facebook, actually, I advertised on Facebook one of my business models in Pakistan because I didn't want to pick the East Coast or the West Coast of the United States. I do the Middle America sometimes, so nobody would see that it's me. But I picked Pakistan just randomly, and one of my businesses took off there. Anyway, so it's kind of interesting. And I actually had a bunch of people reply to me from Pakistan whose first name was Haroun, not their last name. It's kind of fun. But anyway, the business plan course is out. It's out. That's how we say out in Canada. I put everything I got into it. That's why I'm a bit sick right now, so I worked hard on it. So anyway, I feel like such a hypocrite sometimes. Like if you watch my vlog from last night, it's called The 6 Best Doctors in the World, and it's based on something that Steve Jobs wrote about taking rest, and you can't take it with you when you go, and when you're sick, nobody can help you with that. And you know, your food isn't medicine, your medicine is food now. And I'm sick because I didn't listen to myself, whatever. So take your breaks. So, but I love what I do so much. I'm so passionate what I do. Like I see this as fun. It's not a job. It never has been. I enjoy this. Okay, so thanks, Haroun. It is out now. And then Dante who lives in Ottawa, has got a question. Dante is saying Jack Welch, who's the former CEO of General Electric. I had friends that work for him. He was a tough guy. He has a book, by the way, a good book, Jack Welch, called Straight from the Gut. He released it just before 9/11. I remember because I bought it then. But if you want to know about general management in general, read Straight from the Gut from Jack Welch. Okay, so Jack Welch wrote an article about employees needing to work at the same company for at least 3 years before they change their jobs. Otherwise, it's bad in their resume. What if that's a job you hate? That's a great question, Dante. I love that. So for those of you that are working for somebody else and you hate it and you want to leave, you're worried your resume won't look that great, try to stay. I usually say 2 years, but Jack Welch is smarter than me. He says 3. I usually say 2 years. So that whoever's hiring you next doesn't feel like you're just going to leave after you get frustrated, which happened to me a lot in my career. I would quit, that is. So I want you to try to stay at least 2 years. But if you absolutely hate who you work for, if you hate it and they treat you poorly, which has happened to me a lot, then I want you to wait until January to quit. Because on your resume and on your LinkedIn profile, it'll show, and say you just started the company last week. Because on your LinkedIn profile, it will show 2018 to 2019. Okay, I know it's not, and we're not misleading anybody. It is what it is, whatever, right? So I think you understand what I'm saying. Wait till January if you want to quit. Okay, so next question I've got, and Dante says he hates the job. I know, man. I know. I hear you. A lot of us hate our jobs, and I gave this graduation keynote at San Francisco State. It's one of my vlogs, whatever, if you want to watch it. But I started the keynote by saying something that really pissed people off. I said, "Congratulations on your graduation. I hope you never get a job." And then I paused. Everyone's like, "WTF?" That means why the face? Dad humor, sorry. Then I corrected myself and I said, "I hope you don't get a job. I hope you find a passion." And so I want you to keep searching, Dante and everybody on this call. Keep searching, and you'll know you found your passion and your purpose and your raison d'être in life. You'll know you found it when you got out of bed one day and you don't tell yourself, "I'm going to work." So keep looking. And if you hate your job, that's okay, because most people do. And what happens is that frustration you're feeling, it's a good thing, because it leads to breakthrough, reinvention. It leads you to push yourself to get a job in an area you like more. I was let go years ago. And I remember I said a prayer. I was like, "God, why is this happening?" Yada, yada. But now I look back and I'm grateful to God and whatever. I'm glad it happened, because I wasn't passionate about that. It pushed me down to another path in life. This path, which is heaven. I love it. Okay. So next question I've got here is, going straight from college to a startup, do I recommend it or not? I don't see why not. I think that you can work part-time during college with your own company, which is what I did a couple of times. Start your own companies on the side. Why not? And the great thing is that if you're in business school, I went to business school with a guy that he started a company, and he went to the admissions office at business school and he said, "Do you mind if I take a leave of absence and then come back later?" They're like, "Yeah, no problem." And schools are usually pretty cool about this, because they know if you make a lot of money, you'll donate or whatever. But so what you can do is go to the administration department at your school, if you're still in school, and ask them, "If I were to quit and start my own company, could I come back later?" And usually they say yes. But I don't think that if you have a great idea, I don't think you need an education. I know that's a harsh thing to say. I think my kids are the last, and when I say education, I mean an advanced degree. I think my children are the last generation that feel that there's a social pressure that they have to go to school. I think in the future, a lot of us are going to learn online. I think in the future, instead of having a 4-year undergraduate degree, it'll be 2 years, because let's call a spade a spade. Undergraduate school, you only have 13 hours of class a week. And I ended up missing half of them, and I can't remember why. Right, but that could have totally been, pushed into 4 years, and they got to teach us stuff that's relevant. A lot of stuff they teach us is not relevant. And if you're curious about my thoughts on education, I created a vlog on this. You just go to my YouTube page. It's called "How to Solve Every Problem in the World." When I was in Brazil, Geronimo, beautiful country. And by the way, my the promotional trailer for my my complete business plan course was filmed in Rio. I filmed it with my own my own drone. Hi, I'm a nerd. All right, next question is this: do grades matter in life? Okay, so grades will help you get your foot in the door if people that are hiring look at grades, but you don't need a degree. And I know that's controversial, but here's proof. So there's a lot of companies in the United States now that do not require you to have a degree. Apple is one of them. You don't need a degree to get hired there. Same thing with Google, same thing with Facebook, same thing with Wells Fargo, same thing with IBM. IBM, all these companies don't require a degree anymore. And so I would say, I don't think that GPA matters. Grades don't matter unless you want to do another degree afterwards, okay? So if you're an undergraduate student and for some reason you want to go to law school, don't go to law school. Unless you want to do civil law, that's cool then. Then of course you have to get great grades and a great LSAT score, but otherwise I don't think it's as important. And the problem with grades is everybody's so focused on grades that by the time you graduate, you think when you start working for somebody else in a big company, you think, God, if I keep my head down, gosh, if I keep my head down and I do a good job, just like in school, when I got good grades, I'll get promoted too. That's not the way it works. The real world's totally different from school, because those who get promoted working for other people, or those who make a lot of money, only make a lot of money, partially, and get promoted because they ask. If you want to get a promotion or a raise in your company, you got to ask. You always have to ask. And so I think people are a little bit too focused on GPA and grades. And again, only do it if you need to get an advanced degree and like a medical degree or something, and grades matter. Okay, that's the only case. My humble thoughts. But I encourage you to, to live a well-balanced life when you're in school. Like, socialize a lot, because what happens is, for me, I learned social skills, whatever. I had a lot of fun, and that really helped me in business later, being able to network. That sort of thing. So meet people, have fun, and learn. That's what I say about school. Same thing with companies when you work for somebody else. Okay, next question I've got here is from Rohit. People get emotional in business, suffer a loss, and be nice when one is in need. Could I talk about being emotional? Advice on how to avoid being the nice guy in business. Some people will walk all over you. Dude, I know exactly what you mean, man. I've been, my whole life, I've helped other people. And I got to a point, and I loved it so much that's why I teach now. But I remember I worked in some companies, and my boss would see me helping other people. He's like, Chris, we have a deadline. Like, why you, whatever. And I always got my quote. I did really well, whatever. But I helped other people a lot. It's just who I am. It's what I did. And I don't want you to think that, don't change. Don't change, right? I mean, don't become that guy or girl that, feels that they have to be extreme type A and walk over other people. Don't become that person. Don't become that person, because what happens is, and I know you wouldn't, but what happens is the only thing that you take with you from one job to the next for the rest of your life is your reputation, right? That's it. That's it. So just be yourself no matter what they say. It's a great song by Sting called An Englishman in New York. Just be you. It's too hard to be somebody else. And don't feel that you have to, instead of turning the other cheek, return a punch or something. You don't have to be that way. It might hurt you a little in the near term, but longer term, I promise you, you'll be much better off. And there's a great book, Harvard Business School book. And I talk about HBS a lot. 2/3 is BS, because I got rejected from Harvard. It's a good thing. But there's a great Harvard Business School book called Givers and Takers. And in the book, it states that the poorest 1% of people in the world are givers, beautiful souls like Mother Teresa. Then the middle 98% are takers. Most people take, and they'll walk all over everybody else to get to the top. Then the top 1% of people in the world wealth-wise, and that's not a measure of success in my opinion, but it's quantifiable. The top richest 1% of people in the world are givers. They give. And you're going to find that if you give a lot in business and you mentor other people, not because you want to, or not because you have to, but because you want to, just help, you'll find that longer term it'll come back to you and help a lot. It's like, I don't know, invisible long-term karma, whatever. Sorry to get all spiritual on you there, but I found that all of my successes in life, for what it's worth, are a result of helping other people. Like, I'll help this young kid who's just starting out in his career or with his company, even though he competes with me. And then years later, he'll come back to help me, and he'll call up and say, "Hey, I've got something for you," whatever. So just be yourself, Rohit. And Rohit, you know what? If people are being a jerk at work, and insincere, which happens all the time, of course, I want you to think two things. Number one, I want you to say to yourself this: unjustified criticism is a disguised compliment. And so in your mind, thank them because they're jealous or whatever. And number two, in your mind, I want you to say this: this is good that this is happening because this makes me more frustrated and makes me want to start my own company. And again, take my business plan course, which I just published. And by the way, if it's not helpful, I know there's a 30-day 100% money back guarantee, and that's from Udemy, and they're great. But I'm going to honor it by giving you a lifetime money back guarantee, okay, on that course. That goes for everybody. So, but write that, because otherwise I feel like I'm just talking about it like this. I'm trying to make money. It's not who I am. I want to help. And what happens is when you chase money, you lose your dreams and money. But when you chase your dreams, not only do they become true after a while, if you're okay with failure, but the money comes accidentally. So, but take that course. I promise you it will help you. And I got a lifetime guarantee. Okay. And if you're frustrated at work, that's okay. That's a good thing. I hope you are. And I say that with love in my heart because it forces you to kind of reinvent yourself. And the worst thing that can possibly happen to you or to me or to all of us is to not have the guts to go out there and start our own companies and chase our dreams. Because what happens then is something that is absolutely awful, which is this: somebody else hires you and pays you this much money to make their dreams become a reality. So if you're working for somebody else right now and making their dreams become a reality, and you're frustrated, then I want you to take that course, and I want you to learn on the side how to start your own company. And I'm here for you all, okay, every week forever. This is a free call forever. And it never ends every Thursday until there's no more questions. And please use me in this call and ask me about a business model. Start writing your business plan. Ask me questions. I'll do whatever it takes to help you. It makes me feel good. When you win, I feel like I win. I come second, you come first. But you're the customer, and the customer is always right. And I want to help you. I want to help you realize your dreams of being independent, to live your life on your terms by starting your own company. And so anyway, and by the way, there's some people that I'm sure are thinking this right now. You're thinking, Chris, I want to ask you questions, but come on, Chris, my name is shown right there. Well, what you do is this: create another YouTube account with your nickname. And probably the best nickname I've seen so far is somebody had one called Young by Choice. I love it. Create a nickname and just ask me questions. I'm here for you, and I always will be forever for free. Okay. So yeah, don't Rohit, don't change. But I will say a couple things. Sometimes there are jerks at work, and here's how to deal with them. And I'm thinking how to deal with them. I'm going to tell you. So a couple things. Number one, if they keep insulting you in front of other people, and the other people are laughing at you, instead of you returning an insult back at them, going down their level, just say something along the lines with, "Are you finished? Are you finished?" That sort of thing. Or you can turn the insult around and repeat it back to them. And when they get defensive, you can say, "Oh, you can dish out, but you can't take it." Something like that. But I wouldn't go down to too low a level in general. And there are so many sharks in companies, and sometimes you're better off never talking to people that are sharks. And if your gut tells you they're a shark, they are. Okay, not Tony Shark, but in general, meaning a shark, meaning a mean person. Tony's a good guy, by the way. He's fictional, but he's a good guy. But just avoid them. Avoid them because they will poison the politics and your purpose and your passion. That's a lot of P's, Chris, when you're working. Okay, just avoid them because they will twist words. Avoid them at all times. And here's what you say. I've got a good one for you. All right, this is great. If you get into an argument with somebody, or if they say something controversial and you don't know how to respond, and they're trying to bait you, right, with a fishing rod, right, for some political reason at work or whatever it is, I want you to say two words. You say this. You pause and you say, "I understand." Try that next time you're in an argument with somebody who says something ridiculous. "I understand." Because that way you're not giving away your opinion that you agree or disagree. right? And it's not insincere. Well, maybe it is, but just try it. I understand. All right. Next question I've got here is from McBell. How are you? Hi, Chris. Hey, how are you? Sorry, I've been out for a while. No, it's always good to have you. Sorry, I've been out for a while and I haven't had a chance to participate in your webcast the last 2 weeks. My question is, how do you manage your own money? Do I use a financial advisor? Okay, and so I have full disclosure all the time. So yes, I do have a financial advisor. And it just makes it easier for me because I'm not a tax expert. I'm not a financial lawyer. And I also have a tax lawyer, though, that I go to. And I recommend everybody do it, too. Have a tax lawyer. And I know it's expensive. You might think, oh, my God, Chris, that's ridiculous. It's like $100 an hour or whatever, or way more. Yes, but you know what, dude? They'll save you a fortune. They'll save you a fortune. It's one of the best investments you'll make. Right? It's kind of like having an accountant that finds you write-offs. So for those of you starting a company or have already started a company, just hire a tax lawyer for 1 hour and sit down with them and say, are there tax breaks I'm not aware of? But I do have a financial advisor. And what they do also is they help out with setting up student education accounts for my kids college and all that stuff. And I've done it. I'm humbled to say I've paid off the college for my 3 kids if they decide to go over the years. And my financial advisor kind of helped me understand tax breaks. And by the way, you all have more tax breaks than you know about. And I want you to all ask human resources in your company what the benefits are, or if there's a benefits book, because I promise you, there's benefits that you're not using. You're leaving money on the table. And you have to maximize your annual retirement savings program, because in a lot of companies, they'll match you dollar for dollar. Anyway, that's how Canadians say dollar. I can hear my accent now. It's not dollar. Americans, you guys have the wrong accent. It's dollar. Okay, so anyway, I do have a financial advisor, and usually they charge less than 1%, whatever, per year, but it helps me. It helps me because I outsource most things in my life. I only work with one person, and that's Wrigley, who's awesome. Wrigley, don't ever quit, dude. I don't know what I'd do without you. But I outsource everything else, everything, right? Because why should I try to create a new Gmail email system internally in my company when Google makes it best? I use their Gmail, that sort of thing. I want to focus on the one thing I love, which is teaching you and helping you. And every day I don't help you get closer to your goals, it's a failure for me. So outsource everything if you can. In that course, the Complete Business Plan course, I talk about that as well. Okay, so, all right, next question is from Geronimo. How did I come up with the idea of the free webinar? Do you plan to build a community around yourself? That's a great question, thanks. It's, I just want to help. I want to help, that's it. That's all. And with all my courses, it's never about money. And if it is about money, and sometimes I do turn that switch on and think about, gosh, will I make money with this? Then it becomes a freaking failure disaster. So whenever I start thinking with my wallet first, I can't put my heart into it. I always think with my heart first and my mind second. And that's right. And so this is for you, this is Geronimo, and for everybody to help you, create incredible wealth and independence, whatever. I want to help you. It makes me feel good. I don't feel good when I don't help people. So I just want to help you. And so, yeah, there's no, I'm never going to try to sell or upsell or downsell, whatever. This is just for you. And my goal is to add more value than any other teacher has ever added value. I'm very competitive in a good way, though, but competitive for you. I'll do whatever it takes to help you. Okay. All right. And some people say also, Chris, you do these daily vlogs and you talk about products. Why don't you have an affiliates program where someone clicks on the link below? It's not, I don't want to do that. I just want to help. Just want to help. The second this becomes about the money is the second that you should just turn me off and go watch another teacher that doesn't do it for the money. Okay. Of course, we all need money to live. But I'm incredibly passionate about this. I love it. It's fun. It's fun. All right, great. So next question I've got is Akil saying, what went wrong with Yahoo? How could they have avoided it? That's a great question. So one word, Google. So what Yahoo did, and it was a wonderful search engine company back in the 90s, and Yahoo really blew it because I love their content. It's free. Like if you go to finance.yahoo.com, finance.yahoo.com is just as good as Bloomberg, and it's free. I know that for a fact because I used to pay thousands of dollars every month for my analysts and my fund to use Bloomberg. Yahoo's got a lot of great free content, but what happened with Yahoo is Google. That's it. So the way that Yahoo does searches or has done searches in the past, Yahoo had literally librarians in-house at Yahoo that would categorize all the information in the world. And you'll remember in the early days of Yahoo, you click on a category, then a topic, then a subtopic, that sort of thing. And they were thinking like a librarian did, with the catalogs and the old librarians. And then Google came along and Larry Page and Sergey Brin, and I know the very first investor in Google. His name is Andy Bechtolsheim. I'll tell you a story about him as well. And he's a good guy. I used to get him to keynote my venture capital conferences. But what happened was Google basically said, this seems like a very manual process, Yahoo. Why don't we set it up so that we rank pages based on which pages have the most links to other pages, right? And so they sent out these web crawlers, these robots, so to speak, onto the internet, these bots, code. And they would look to see how many links different web pages have to each other. And the ones that had the most links were the ones that came up first. And so people have tried to game the system a lot too by having all their buddies linked to them and vice versa. And the problem is Google changes their algorithm every now and then, which destroys companies. Facebook changes their algorithm every now and then, and there have been businesses that have gone belly up because of it. They've seen their revenue go down materially year over year because of it. So anyway, Yahoo, the problem they had was Google. That's it. Better mousetrap. That's all. So I'll tell you a quick story about Google. So Andy Bechtolsheim, who's a brilliant guy, and I had him keynote my venture capital conferences in the past. He was the very first employee at Sun Microsystems. So Sun was a great computer company here in the Bay Area, founded out of Stanford, and Sun stands for Stanford University Network. Oracle bought it though. Bad acquisition, but anyway. But Andy Bechtolsheim, he's never failed. He started a lot of companies. He's done really well. It's never about the money. He loves it. But he invested in Larry and Sergey from Google. He wrote the first check for $100,000. And I had Andy talk about this at one of my conferences. I said, walk me through the process. And it was fascinating because here's what happened. He met with them, Larry and Sergey, and he thought, smart kids. And he wrote them a check for $100,000, which became a lot more money in the long run, obviously. And he gave it to them. And 3 weeks went by. And Andy was checking his bank account statement, and he saw that $100,000 check hadn't been cashed. And so Andy called up Sergey and Larry and said, do you not want my money? I'm looking, you haven't cashed a check. And Larry and Sergey said this. They said, we went to the bank and we tried to cash it, but we didn't know how to cash it. It's a true story. It's fascinating. And so Andy had to tell them, well, you have to register your company name first and then open a bank account in your company name. And they said, oh, okay. And that's what they did. And so that's why a lot of startups, they're very successful, not just because they're an amazing management team and brilliant founders, but because they have brilliant advisors around them. And the same thing with Mark Zuckerberg. When it comes to Facebook, he had a lot of really smart people around him on his board that helped him tremendously. He had Peter Thiel, who is the one of the co-founders of PayPal. He also had Sean Parker, who is the founder of downloading streaming company Napster, and Justin Timberlake. No, not Justin Timberlake. That was from the movie only. But you get the idea. So, and for my course, the Complete Business Plan course, I know a lot of you don't have a lot of experience. But in that course, I teach you how to set up a board of advisors from scratch. And it's free. And it'll make you look a lot better in your business plan. So check it out. It'll help a lot, I think, humbly. Okay, so next question is, for Yahoo and for Research in Motion, the writing was on the wall. Remember earlier in this call, I said, before you invest in any company, ask yourself one question, which is this. In 5 years, will this company be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? That 5-year question would have helped you save a lot of money from investing in companies in secular decline. And when it comes to technology stocks, 99% of the time, when the founder leaves a company, it's a bad investment. Okay, 99% of the time. Or Apple's kind of an exception, but Steve Jobs did come back. And with technology stocks, 99.99999% of the time, when a technology company starts becoming a little bit less relevant, meaning it's going to decline just a little bit. They're loser investments and they can't turn around. Turnarounds don't work in tech. They don't work in tech. Okay. 0.0001% maybe do, but in general, they don't. They don't. Okay. Moving on. Oh, thanks, Rohit. Rohit Shaman saying that's a great shirt. So this is Tony Shark, and I got to share this. This is fun. So I created a fake company called Haroun Education Ventures. No, I'm just kidding. Called Shark Virtual Reality. And what I did was just to make it fun, I actually made that the basis of my course, the complete business plan course, because when I created the course, I wanted to create that course in such a way that we actually analyze a business plan and help a business become better. And so this here, these are Shark Virtual Reality goggles, and they're amazing. And I created another prototype as well. And there's only one thing that both of these incredible groundbreaking products have in common. You know what that is? The one thing they have in common is if you peel off those stickers, it will say the word Dell and Oculus. Just kidding. Not on this one. On this one, it says Dell underneath it. These are free props. But I had a lot of fun making it. And for those of you, I got to pause for the picture. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, I made a fool of myself. But weekly, I have a picture for each webcast. But pardon me, you can get a logo done for $5. And I'll teach you how to do it. It's really, really easy. And I had this logo, literally this logo created for $5. Okay. And what I did was I went to Fiverr.com. That's 5 with 2 R's, Fiverr.com. And I told somebody there that I wanted a logo created, and he did it in 24 hours and gave me 3 samples. And this was one of them, which is amazing. $5. It's incredible. So for those, and I outsource everything, as I've mentioned to you before, everything. And I only work with one person. That's really, everything else is outsourced. But for those of you that want to focus on your core competency, meaning your business, what business are you in? And everything else, outsource if you can. Go to Fiverr for logos and stuff, right? If you want PowerPoint presentation to look good, or a keynote presentation, whatever, go to Fiverr. If you want to create a cover for your book or a poster, go to Fiverr. I don't get any kickbacks from them. I should. But anyway, you guys get the idea. You guys get the idea. Okay. All right. So next question I've got here is from Avinash. Suppose if I manage to meet up people, how can I talk to them without having an idea on finance? Okay. Are you okay? So let me answer this question in a generic way to help everybody on this call. And so I think what you're asking is this, Avinash. So Avinash wants to switch into the finance industry from whatever sector Avinash is in now. And I told Avinash, you got to network, meet with a lot of people, do tons of informational meetings. And he's asking, well, okay, when the meeting starts, what do I talk to them about? So here's what you got to do, and do this in every meeting for the rest of your life, please. I promise you this will help. Okay. So let me talk about how to set up the meeting, and then I'll talk about how to conduct the meeting. And I guarantee you this will help you all tremendously. So number one, you set up these meetings by using LinkedIn. Just do an advanced search and find somebody that has something in common with you. Maybe they went to the same school as you. Maybe they're in the same organization as you. Maybe they're from the same hometown as you. And you just do a search in LinkedIn and do an advanced search and find somebody with that in common. Like say they're from Mississauga, which is where I'm from, which has a bigger population, by the way, than San Francisco, but no one's ever heard of it. So you send them a message in LinkedIn. Here's the contents. John, hope all is well. I'm also from Mississauga, and I also live in the Bay Area. Please let me know if you have time for a coffee. Thanks, Chris. That's all you said. Okay, and they'll see they have something in common with you, and they will take the meeting. They will take the meeting, because if you picture yourself in 20 years from now, you're way more successful, Avinash, than you are today, 20 years from now. And somebody approaches you that reminds you of themselves. You have something in common with them. That person approaches you and reminds you of yourself 20 years ago and asks to meet. Would you meet? Of course you would. Okay, good. You've got the meeting. Now what do you do? Well, what you do is once you get the meeting, you talk about what you have in common. Like, is that restaurant still open that was on campus? Or whatever it is. Or did you see the new, park they built on Main Street in our hometown? Another thing you can do is this. If you have nothing in common with them, And everybody on this call, I want you to do this before every meeting for the rest of your life. Ready? Wait for it. What you do is this. I want you to go to their Twitter profile and see who they follow. Because people let their guards down. And on Twitter, they let you know a ton of things. They make mistakes too. They follow politicians. And don't ever follow politicians on Twitter because half the people won't like you as much. I don't know what half, but you know what I'm saying. And all these people, they all follow their favorite sports teams. For me, I follow the Toronto Blue Jays. I love the Blue Jays. And so somebody could spark up a conversation with me about the Toronto Blue Jays, my sports team. You can find out a lot about a person. And you know what? I want you to go to your biggest competitors' Twitter profiles and look at who they follow. The reason I say that is because they will tell you, let me put it this way. Would you love your competitor to tell you who their customers are? Of course you would. Here's how you do it. Go to their Twitter profile and see who they follow. Because I guarantee you, if they have big customers, they follow them. Because they want to stay on top of, what's going on news-wise with their customer. And their customer probably followed them first. And it's rude not to follow back if it's a big customer. So just do that. I promise you it'll help. So let me give you an example. And I made a vlog on this a couple days ago. And I put Bill Gates' image on the vlog. Bill, don't sue me, please. I met Bill Gates once, by the way. Nice guy. But what I did was this. I analyzed Bill Gates' Twitter feed. So he has 30 or 40 million people following him, of course. But he only follows 198 people or entities. And and Bill's such a wonderful guy. What he and Melinda are doing for the world is incredible, eradicating disease, and he's amazing. But Bill follows only one company that's not affiliated with Microsoft and is not a charity. That one company he follows is Udemy. That's a pretty good vote of confidence. So anyway, make sure you go to, please always go to Twitter and find out who people follow because it will tell you everything about them. And for those of you that follow politicians, I don't want to make this a political call, but I humbly recommend removing them from who you follow on Twitter. And also on your LinkedIn profile, don't follow politicians because you alienate half the people. I don't know what half, but you know what I'm saying. And I can tell you an easy way to get a meeting with any CEO. I don't want to waste your time because I mentioned this last week, but if you go to my vlog and do a search on how to get a meeting with any CEO, it'll tell you literally how to get a meeting with any CEO. So you don't have to waste your time talking to somebody else that's not pulling the trigger on buying your product or service or hiring you. Okay. All right, we have a record number of people on the call now. This is great. Thank you. So please enter your questions. There's a lot of new people on the call today. Enter your questions, please, and then I'll get to them eventually, I promise you. And then usually within a day or two, the entire webcast is written up in the description field, so you can click on different questions. Okay, so I can save you time. Okay, so next question is from Rohit. Rohit says, I watch Other People's Money. I loved it. Thanks for recommending it. Larry the Liquidator is awesome. So yeah, so OPM stands for Other People's Money. It's also a drug, which I've never tried, but if you want to learn about private equity and what the industry means, I love edutainment, as you know. I love to try to make it fun to learn. And I love movies about finance because they can teach you a lot. So for those of you that are interested in how one company can buy another company and turn it around or make money from it, watch Other People's Money, which has got a lot of great actors in it. It's a bit old, but I think you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it. His name is Larry the Liquidator. Thanks, Rohit. Sorry. All right. Next question I've got is hedging a viable investing technique? It looks lucrative and glorious. Okay, so Rohit's asking a question, and as with all questions, when I answer them, I try to be generic and apply to everybody. Rohit is asking a question, which is, if I bet that, sorry, I was on mute. So sorry about that. I don't know where I lost you. I had a senior moment there, but I'm back. Okay, so I think I quickly talked about Other People's Money. Great movie. Watch it if you care and want to learn about finance. It's about private equity. And I love movies about finance because I love edutainment. Pardon me, I lost a couple people there, I know. Okay, good. We're on mute. All right, so next question is is hedging a viable investing technique? It looks lucrative and glorious. So hedging, as I explained earlier, means you bet that stocks go down. So I don't recommend anybody do it because you can lose an unlimited amount of money if you bet against a stock, meaning if it goes up a lot. So I don't recommend that anybody do it unless you're doing it professionally and you have to. That's what I would say. Unless you think that a company is going to go to zero in 5 years. But whatever money you bet on that company going down, meaning shorting the company or buying a put, which is an option to make it that basically your betting is going to go down. Whatever money you put in, make sure you can lose all that and more. Okay, so I recommend puts instead of shorting stock, because when you use options to bet against a stock, buying a put, all you can lose, the most you can lose, I think, is just that amount. But if you're shorting a company, you can lose the entire thing. Okay, infinite amount of money. Okay, so next question. In terms of accounting education and knowledge, what level of accounting knowledge does someone need to run their business? Because I know it can go very complex and deep. Okay, great question, Xiomai. So Xiomai's asking about accounting. You don't have to know it that well. I mean, it's like saying you have to know the basics. And I have a great course called Introduction to Finance, Accounting, Valuation, and Modeling. It's 4.5 hours, teaches you everything about finance and accounting. I made a mistake when I was younger. When I was 19, I'll never forget this. When I was 19, I was at McGill University. And I got a D in accounting, a D. And now I teach it. What the heck, eh? I got a D because I was memorizing accounting and finance. I wasn't understanding it. And if you understand it, you can actually remember it and enjoy it too, like a good book. I know that was nerdy, but it's true. But I don't want you to spend too much time on finance and accounting, except for the basics, which I teach in my courses, because I want you to outsource it to your accountant. Okay, so just like, if I'm sick, which I am right now, I don't have to go to med school to learn how to cure myself. I can go to a doctor, that sort of thing. So just know the high level. That's all you need. Okay. And in my complete business plan course, I help you create a model from scratch, an income statement from scratch, a balance sheet, cash flow statement, even if you have no experience at all with finance and accounting. I teach everything from scratch. Okay. In the past couple of days, I actually released a couple of vlogs which teach you what an income statement is in 2 minutes, what a balance sheet is in 2 minutes. Just the easy way to explain it. Okay. Okay, so next question is from Rohit. Rohit saying, Forex companies, which means foreign exchange. Foreign exchange companies provide leverage like 1 to 300, wow, to 1 to 800 for trading. My experience was it was like gambling. Yeah, I agree, dude. Don't do it. Don't do Forex trading. You can lose a lot of money. And again, Forex trading, betting currencies going up and down, is hard because you're trying to forecast what governments are going to do from a macro perspective, which is impossible. I don't recommend doing Forex at all. Okay. All right, next question is this. Sorry, next question is this. All top companies and banks look for an MBA from top colleges. What is the other way to get in? Will the CFA help enter into banks without an MBA? So here's what you do. If you want to know what credentials you need to get into a certain company, go to LinkedIn and look at the profiles. That's it. That's it. And you'll find that a lot of big banks or big companies don't have employees with MBAs. And here in the Bay Area, there's a lot of the best engineers here, and even business people don't have degrees. And if you remind somebody here in the Bay Area that you went to Stanford or Berkeley or Harvard, people are like, they roll their eyes like, whatever, like that matters. That might have been something that mattered years ago. No, you don't need to get those degrees. But if you want to find out what you might need, then look at the LinkedIn profiles. I guarantee you not every one of them has an MBA from Harvard. Network a lot though, please, like I mentioned before. And the CFA will help you. Yeah, it'll help. It'll help. But it takes a long time. It takes 3 years to get the CFA. For those of you not familiar with the CFA, it's a finance designation. And there's 3 exams you write over 3 years. And you write them on a Saturday. And basically, you study for 4 or 5 months during the evenings ahead of each exam. It's hell. I did level 1, which is a repeat of your MBA. But I think it's a good thing to get. Yeah, I respect it. Okay, I actually respect it more than an MBA when it comes to finance. All right, so Avinash is saying, I came across wealth management course in Singapore, but I found that we need to have basic understanding of finance for doing it. Your suggestion, please. Okay, so take my course on, it's called Introduction to Finance, Accounting, Valuation, and Modeling. I promise you it's great. I actually have a lot of students in Singapore that take it as well. And the Singapore government gives every person in that country $500 to spend on education online. So that's how I know. That's why it's such a great country. Okay. Akil's got a question. How do great CEOs find their successors? Like, how does Steve Jobs find Tim Cook? How did Bill Gates find Satya Nadella? Yeah, they turn out great. Okay, so basically they've trained them. It's an apprenticeship program. That's all it is. You know, it's like Luke Skywalker had his Yoda. Yoda picked Luke Skywalker. You know, I guess Yoda is Steve Jobs and Luke Skywalker is Tim Cook. Damn, that's a good analogy. That's it. They mentioned them for years. That's it. That's it. And the brilliant thing about Tim Cook's is an operations guy. He gets it. He gets it. He gets how to outsource and manufacture and in-source products as well, right? So Johnny Ive, who I've met, great guy, is the design genius at Apple, and the operations genius is Tim Cook, right? And they work well together, kind of like Steve and Steve did before, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Okay. And then when it comes to Microsoft, with Satya Nadella, he's brilliant because, I mean, he was at the company for years, University of Chicago grad. People love him at Microsoft. And more importantly, though, Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer kind of gave him the reins to take over as CEO because he created the cloud computing division at Microsoft, which is called Azure, which competes with Amazon Web Services. A little off topic there, sorry. Okay, next question is this. Before I admired Steve Cohen and Ray Dalio, and now after learning from you, I admire Warren Buffett. Thanks for guiding us. my pleasure. So I don't admire Steve Cohen. So he started a company called SAC, and the government shut it down, and he paid a multi-billion-dollar fine or whatever it was. That was a criminal institution, and SAC are his initials. And I feel bad talking negatively about somebody. But it was a criminal institution, and it got shut down by the government. And a lot of hedge funds that do well break the law because it's impossible to make money every single month. I mean, every month has 20 trading days. So anyway, it's impossible. You got to think longer term. Yeah. Ray Dalio is doing a lot of great things now. He's teaming up with Tony Robbins. I've seen him interviewed a bunch there. I think they wrote a book together. He's a smart guy. All right, next question. Sorry if those opinions seem harsh there, but I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm so sorry. I just flipped forward here. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I just got about literally 1,000 questions just scrolled in at the same time. Give me 1 second. If you're just joining us, write your questions here on the right side, please. Damn. Okay, here we go. I got it. Sorry about the pause there. A bunch of people just logged off. My apology. So, all right. Next question is from Dante. I met a private winery owner yesterday, and we had a 6-hour meeting to discuss business and wine. Interesting. You probably did that in Ontario, right? Like an ice wine company, right? Interesting. Okay, and Wayne Gretzky has a great ice wine company down there too. He told his children that money can grow from the trees if we take care of the seeds and plant. I guess that's an analogy. Hey man, if you make money off of selling grapes, why not, eh? Okay, so your question is here, sorry. Do I think having a long-term mindset about business is more important, or it's more important to have a scalable idea first? Thanks. Yeah, so, so one thing I'll caution you, Dante, there is that if that's a family business, and I don't know what company it is, but usually wineries are a family business like Mondavi and a bunch of others. Just be careful before you join, if you're going to join that company, because, and you don't have to disclose who it is, because what happens in family businesses is it gets really political, and obviously you know who's going to get promoted before you will. It's nepotism at its best. They usually say that the first generation makes money, the second spends it, and the third has none. Just be careful there, okay? In general. Now, your question on should I to think long term first, or do I think about a scalable business model first? So let me explain scalable business model, everybody, really quickly. and I've logged on this recently. The best investments in the world are platforms where you build the road and you charge the cars or the toll booths. So Apple with iOS is a platform. They get 30% from every single thing that sells in the App Store. All my courses that sell over Apple and Android too, they get a 30% cut. It's a brilliant business model because they own the platform. Think about your company this way when you're thinking of starting a business, okay? The same thing with Facebook. It's the quintessential social media platform. I don't trust them. I respect them. But it's a consumer social media platform. LinkedIn, great company, is a jobs-based platform. That's a scalable business model. When you create the platform and other people create the content, it scales quickly. Those are great business models. Think about that. But I also think, Dante, you can think long-term as well at the same time as you think scalable. Because in the long term, when you think about your platform, your road, you could think in the long term about different apps to build on that road longer term. So with Microsoft, Windows was the road, and the apps, meaning the cars, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Access, SQL Server, etc. Okay, that's what I would say. All right, next question is from Shamlin. Hello, Chris. Do I have any tips, advice, or course recommendations for somebody that needs to improve their sales? Or okay, can you hold on 1 second? We've got awful, like I could smell the smoke outdoors. I don't know if you know about this in California. If you guys have been watching the news all over the world, there's this massive fire, which every minute is like 10 football fields getting burned, and maybe that's why I'm sick. Give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere, please. Sorry about that. Terrible what's happening here, man. All right, so hi, Chris. Do I have any tips, advice, or course recommendations for someone that needs to improve their sales or learn more deeply about the subject? Yeah, so sales is all about networking. And every CEO in the world and every great entrepreneur, every great founder, you know what they are? They're salespeople. And what I recommend is a free way to learn, which is go to my website and download my book for free on how to network. It's over 200 pages. And there's a couple hours of YouTube videos as well. And so just go to Haroun Ventures. That's Haroun, OUN, ventures.com. And you'll see it there. And you can download it. All kidding aside, when I was a kid, we went out to dinner once and nobody pronounced my name right. Only Haroun does. We went out to dinner and they would page us, you know, our table's ready. They would say, heroin party of six, heroin party of six. All right. That's called dad humor. All right. Next question I've got is from Jesus. Hey, Jesus. Chris, you're an incredible source of information. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for this and everything else you're doing with this platform. Look for another market swing coming up. There's your hint. Cool. Thanks. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Excellent. Okay. So next question is Geronimo. This week I was discussing with a friend if certification still is important. In my view, having a portfolio showing your work is best. What about your opinion on the subject, Chris? It's a great question. I'm thinking about that with my business model longer term. It's fun. Is certification. Like I know a lot of people when they finish my entire MBA course, they'll social media, which is great. But they'll put it on their LinkedIn profile as well. And I think you should put them on your LinkedIn profile whenever you take a course where you learn a skill, right? So if you take one of my courses and you don't learn a new skill, don't put it on your resume. But if you take a course and you learn something, yeah, why not? It's like people used to put MSDN on their resume, which is Microsoft Developers Network, because they're coders. It helps. So I think it can only help. It can only help. So longer term, yeah, I see that. I think that's where Udemy is probably going longer term. And they don't tell me. I'm not part of management there. I love them dearly, but I think it's some sort of certification option as well. And I think one day that people will get degrees online. It's like University of Phoenix, but I think with Udemy, it's a little bit more specialized. Okay, so anyway, those are my humble thoughts. Obviously, I'm biased. Okay, next question is from Akil. Hey, Akil, man, what's going on? How do I put a price tag for your product? Okay, yeah, so it's tough. It's tough coming up with the right price point. So as I mentioned, my complete business planning course, when thinking about pricing, you got to look at the competition and understand why they're able to charge a premium price, if they do charge a premium. And I don't ever recommend getting into a commodity business where brand doesn't matter, right? So if you think about it, if you were to compete with somebody that sells a product, no one gives a damn what the brand is, that's a loser proposition. What branding does is it allows you to charge a premium. So for your competition in your industry you're looking at starting a business in, find out why they're able to charge a premium versus others. Why is that? Why is Apple allowed to charge a premium? Why is Sony allowed to charge a premium? You know, because with those two aforementioned companies, in most cases, their products are generally good customer service, and the customer is always right. You go to Apple, you see the Genius Bar. I mean, they're amazing. So anyway, when it comes to pricing, just look at your competition and make sure you understand why they're able to charge a premium price and what the barriers to entry are in that industry. Okay, and I find that in a lot of business models, people don't mind paying more money than you think. They don't mind paying more if you're going to have incredible customer service. Okay, if you have incredible customer service, you can always charge a lot more. And there's some industries actually where you should charge a big premium. Like, it's so funny, but when I would do speaking engagement, I do them every now and then. Every now and then people call and I'll throw out just a crazy high number or whatever, and they'll say yes. And they say yes because it's a big company that's usually asking me to do a speech, and there's perception that, you know, it might cost a lot of money to do these things, and these big companies have these massive cash balances. And if I charged a low price, I wouldn't get as many speaking engagements. Anyway, that's not me marketing myself at all, but it is what it is. And so if any of you have very big companies as customers, I want you to charge a big premium because they have massive budgets. These companies are cash rich. And if you charge too low of a pricing points, you're selling yourself short, and sometimes fewer people will buy the product. But also think about charm pricing. So what Udemy does is they've got brilliant marketing people there, obviously, but they have charm pricing, which means you can charge $99, so $9.99 or $1.99, that sort of thing. And there's a psychological barrier when you go from, say, I don't know, 4 digits with a $10 and something price to 3 with $9.99. That barrier causes people to want to, you know, to purchase something. I don't know why exactly, because it maybe looks like it's at a discount. But anyway, it is what it is. But look at your competition closely as well, please. Okay, next question is Avinash. Now AI, which is artificial intelligence, is dealing with portfolios. So jobs will go down. Okay, so the question is, in financial services, does that mean fewer people will get jobs because computers are picking stocks? So not necessarily, but there's a great company I want you to look at. It's called Renaissance Technologies, and it's run by a brilliant man named Jim Simons and his son over here at Berkeley. And they have a couple thousand of Linux servers running in parallel together that pick stocks, and they do exceptionally well. They make 40 or 50% every year. That's the exception to it, though, because there's only a couple of companies that can do that. But I think in the future, in 5 years, will there be more computers picking stocks or fewer? Obviously more. But I still believe that you're going to need human beings who have great common sense to think longer term about investments. Yeah, the trader job is going away. Like, technology is taking away the trader job, like executing orders. Computers can do that fast. But when it comes to picking stocks longer term, I don't think computers can take that away from us. Computers don't have common sense yet. Okay. I feel like Elon Musk, or the opposite of Elon Musk, when it talks about computers. And if you're curious and you're worried about computers getting too much power, probably the best article ever written about that was by Bill Joy, who's one of the early employees at Sun Microsystems. And Bill Joy wrote a cover article for Wire magazine in the summer 2000 on computers getting too much power. Read that if you care. It's very James Cameron Terminator 2-esque. I don't know if that's a word, but now it is. All right. Next question is this. Did your CS curriculum from college come in any use in my career? CS, computer science, yeah. Tech is changing daily, and most curriculum are obsolete. Yeah, it didn't really, I mean, it helped me a little bit. Like, I beat up universities sometimes the way they teach useless stuff, like economics, supply and demand graphs. No one uses that, or calculus unless you're an engineer. But I did learn programming in school. And it helped me think from a structured logic perspective, and also from a modularization perspective. Like in my complete business plan course, for what it's worth, I had one central repository where I had all my formulas stored, or one centralized location where all of the downloads are stored online, or one centralized location to click through to watch help videos, that sort of thing. It helped me from a modularization perspective to make that course of mine, more scalable. So yeah, it did help. But I learned stuff like COBOL. That means I'm very old. COBOL is computer-oriented business language. And it's kind of like SQL and simplistic structured logic within Excel, like if, then, or that sort of thing. But you have case statements, gets a little bit more complicated. But I had to learn a lot of stuff on the side. I took a ton of night classes back in the 90s when I was a coder. I worked at Accenture, and I remember I lived in Ottawa. Dante, you'll love this. There's a community college there. I took courses at night. And I learned Visual Basic, C++. In 1995, I went to Sun Microsystems headquarters, whatever, and I learned how to code in Java, that sort of thing. And then whatever. So I learned a lot of that stuff on the side during the evenings myself. So I would say that the stuff you learn teaching yourself at nights when it comes to a coding perspective is probably better than stuff you learn at university. But you will learn the basics at university on object-oriented programming, which is somewhat helpful. Okay, next question is Akil is saying, why do companies lose innovation as they grow huge? That's a great question. So what happens is when the founder leaves a company and they're big, okay, I have to throw out when the founder's in, they're big. What happens is all people are focused on is climbing the corporate ladder. That's all people want to do. And if they climb the corporate ladder, and if they try to innovate with a new product and they fail, they're not climbing the ladder anymore. They're done. Their career's over. But if they don't take risks, they can slowly, and make it to the top. And you know what I'm talking about. A lot of people in your companies who are senior don't really get stuff done. They're just very political. They don't take risks, that sort of thing. But when a founder runs a company, then she or he takes risks. It's embedded in the DNA subfabric of their existence. It's who they are. It's their raison d'être. That's how they got to where they are, by taking risks. And they don't mind taking big risks and starting new divisions. Like Jeff Bezos runs the most important software company in the world now, Amazon. Amazon Web Services is the most important software platform that's ever been created. And you would never have seen the CEO of Walmart do this, before Sam Walton passed away, whatever. You would never seen the CEO do this because they won't take risks, because the risk reward is not there for them. So anyway, I think when you go to a big company, if the founder's no longer there, then bureaucracy and politics sets in. Okay, great. So next question is, I used to say I love the EU, but do you think too much regulation are good or bad for the business? Okay, so Dante got a great memory. On 11 calls ago, I mentioned that I love the EU, or the European Union, when it comes to privacy. I love the EU. I love their outlook on that, because, yeah, too much regulation is usually a bad thing. But I think it's the EU that's going to care about us longer term, global citizens, and make sure that, there aren't too many cookies on your computer, your web browser, or different ways to track us, that sort of thing. They protect the individual. So I think there's good balance between the EU and other government agencies when it comes to protecting privacy of all of us. That's why GDPR, I think it's called, came out of the EU, which had a big impact on a lot of companies, by the way. People don't publicly disclose that, but it hurt revenues big time for a lot of companies. Okay, next one is this. Avinash is asking, is the S&P 500 good? I don't recommend individual stocks, but if you wanted to look at an ETF or exchange traded fund that mirrors the S&P 500, just type up the ticker SPY, spiders. Okay, next question is from Geronimo. I've watched your video on making a speech, and I think that it was awesome. Thanks, dude. Great examples and a lot of wisdom behind it. But how do you connect to potential customers so they can see my message? It's a great question. So as I said before, just network like crazy. Okay, and try to get informational meetings with people, and then you can kind of present one-on-one in that case. Hold on one second, the air quality thing. It's getting better, but the air is just terrible here. Just given all the fires, it's really sad. Okay, so next question I've got is from Dante. Why are big American companies buying back their own shares? Is it a sign of economic slowdown? It's a great question. It's a sign of two things. Number one, it's a positive thing. It shows that they believe that their company is undervalued. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. And number two, it shows that they don't have any other use or uses of their cash. They can't find a better use for it. Like they don't want to buy any other companies. They don't want to do anything else except for buy back shares. It's a great thing. So what happens is this. If you look at a company, you value companies based on price divided by earnings, okay? And you look at the price per share, okay, the price of stock per share. And the denominator is the number of shares. And if there's fewer shares, then the stock looks cheaper and the stock should go up a lot. And that's why companies buy back shares. I think it's a great vote of confidence. I love when companies buy back shares. Okay, great. So next question I've got here is from Geronimo. I've watched your, oh no, I'm sorry, I read that one twice. That's right, Just Another Joe got it right. Earlier in the call, I said that line from a movie, if you build it, they will come. And I asked who said that, and Just Another Joe said, Field of Dreams. Good job, I love that. I love that movie. I almost teared up when he played cash with his dad. Okay, Dante is asking, what's my advice for somebody who wants to build a blockchain company, not a cryptocurrency? Are there any good resources to learn how to make a blockchain business? The IBM platform is expensive. Yeah, that's a good point. So I would say that there's a guy named Kiro on Udemy, and he dominates artificial intelligence and courses like that. He's amazing, dude. He's brilliant. So young too. It's incredible. But he teaches on, I think he has a course on how to build a blockchain. So I would take his course. Don't take my course on cryptocurrencies. If you want to learn how to make a blockchain, don't do that. My course is called the Complete Cryptocurrency Course. It teaches you everything about cryptocurrencies, buying and selling, investing, how to mine them, how to build a computer from scratch. But if you want to learn about blockchain business, then just go directly to Hero. Okay. And I don't have enough technical expertise to advise on whether or not you should make a blockchain. I understand the blockchain really well and how it works, but creating it is it's over my head. And for those of you that are curious, so basically, this is one of my courses. So cryptocurrencies all run on a blockchain, and they're all stored on their own different blocks. And these blocks, for some cryptocurrencies, can be used not just for buying and selling that cryptocurrency, but for also putting contracts on a block. I'll explain that really quickly. Okay, so Ethereum, a lot of people think that's a cryptocurrency. It's not. The Ethereum platform has a cryptocurrency you can trade called Ether, ticker ETH. And you can type that in ETH-USD or whatever currency you want. So what Ethereum does is Ethereum has a platform, and it's their blockchain, their platform. And you can trade Ether through it. And you can, and I'm currently mining Ether right now on my mining computer. And if you want, I could take this computer upstairs and show you the mining computer from scratch. But the brilliance of the Ether platform is that you can actually put legal documents on it, different contracts, and it will securely store them. And it makes it cheaper too, because it basically allows you to have contracts transacted in a cheaper way. Kind of like, pretend that DocuSign, you sign online, merge with Bitcoin. And it was faster to use Bitcoin and DocuSign now because of that. That's what Ethereum is. Okay, probably a good analogy, actually. All right, next question I've got is, what is the book that changed my life? That's a great question. So it's called, I don't know if you've heard of it, 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School. I'm just kidding, that's my book. This is a shameless plug. Don't buy that book. The book that changed my life, my business life, God, it's hard, man. probably Tony Robbins, Unleash the Power or Awaken the Giant Within. That one did a lot. I've got a couple of books here. Let me grab my bookshelf. Actually, stay right here. This will come in handy. One second. So whenever I used to go and meet with really successful people in their offices, I would look on their bookshelf right away. I'll show you in a second. I would look on their bookshelf. And by the time I had exited the elevator on the way down to the lobby, I had already ordered those books on Amazon. Now, the problem is you can't order these books anymore because you can't see people's bookshelves anymore when you go in their office because, Kindle, whatever. So you go to Twitter and just find out more about the person that way, who they follow. A lot of times they follow great authors, and you can order those books from those great authors. Okay, so here's a couple of books I've got. One of them is called the Intelligent Investor. You can see it's old. I had it by the window in my old office, my hedge fund, whatever. It's got, but this is a good book, but it's old school. Okay, so this here is from Warren Buffett's, and look at that. It's so interesting. Here's a bunch of stuff I underline. I haven't opened this book in like 19 years since business school, but I underline this: those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. People make the same finance mistakes over and over and over again. This is a good book. It's Warren Buffett. The reason that Warren Buffett is relevant is because this book changed his life. And it was written back in the 1930s. It's by a guy named Benjamin Graham. And Benjamin Graham was a professor at Columbia University. And that's why Warren Buffett went to Columbia Business School, was because of this professor. And that's why he came back and guest lectured to us, which was a lot of fun. I should have gotten him to sign this when he lectured, whatever. But this is a good one, and it'll make you think longer term. It's really old school, though, dude. It's old school. But I don't think that human psychology has changed since the 1930s. Anyway, so check this book out. Another one is a book. I don't have it handy, but anyway, it's Dale Carnegie book. It's amazing. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People. Kind of a cheesy title. It was written also back in the 1930s. Dale Carnegie is amazing, and without him, we would not have had all these great motivational speakers that exist today. And so Dale Carnegie he's incredible. He's incredible, and it's really interesting actually because Dale Carnegie has a course called How to Present. And I took it. I was so scared to present. I took it when I was 19. And I just found out that Warren Buffett also took that course, the Dale Carnegie public speaking course, when he was 19. And so that means that Warren Buffett and I are very similar, except for he has an extra 7,000 zeros beside his net worth compared to me. But it's interesting because on Warren Buffett's wall in his office, and you can watch a documentary on him on HBO. It's amazing. Just search online. It's great. But on Warren Buffett's wall, he does not have his Columbia degree. He has his Dale Carnegie public speaking degree on the wall. That changed his life. And without it, we wouldn't know him either. So it's interesting. Okay. And here's another one I've got. You'll hear me every now and then say fooled by randomness. And there's this really smart guy named Nassim Nicholas Taleb. I'm getting older. I have to go like that when I read now. And he wrote this book called Fooled by Randomness. It's a great book. It's incredible. And basically, he says that in the stock market, a lot of people are right for the wrong reasons or vice versa. And you know what I mean? You did well in a stock, and so you get overconfident, and you invest again, and you lose money, and you look back and thought, why did I make money in the first place on that first stock? Oh, because the whole market was going up then. That sort of thing. So this is a good one. Another one is called Genius Failed. And this is interesting because the smartest people in the world in finance, like Nobel Prize winners, got together and started this company in the 1990s called LTCM, or Long-Term Capital Management, I think it was called. And what they did was, and they were so smart, so they raised so much money, is they lost all of it by making a couple of dumb bets. And that's why this book is called When Genius Failed. It's a little bit theoretical. But anyway, I thought this was really helpful. And then there was a book, if you care about sales. I love listening to audiobooks because I just don't have the patience anymore. I don't know why, to sit down and read. But I love my commute. I love audiobooks. And there's a great book by the co-CEO of SAP, probably the best salesperson alive today, and his name is Bill McDermott. Really smart guy, really nice guy. I like him. I met him a bunch of times, and he teaches you about his life story. And it's a really interesting book, and he reads it himself. It's called the Winner's Dream. So anyway, those are books I like. I also like books by Gary Vaynerchuk. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm listening to his book because he has a lot of energy, and he might rub people the wrong way, but I think he understands social media better than anybody. So anyway, check out Gary Vaynerchuk's books. You can just do a search online for Gary V. I listen to his books on Amazon sometimes as well. I think he's really smart. And Dante, you should read his vlog in the past couple days because he just started another wine company. And that might come in handy in your interviews with that family business wine company you're talking about, which is in Ontario, which I think is probably an ice wine company. All right, so next question I've got here is from Rohit. What are my thoughts on investing in individual stocks instead of an index, like investing in Google rather than an index? So if you have time to do research, then yes, individual stocks. And you can beat these mutual funds if you do your research. I promise you can. If you research a company enough, you can almost always make money. Almost always, okay? And I provided a great template for you. It's free. Just go to my website. And it's a one-page template that I create before I invest in stocks. And fill these out before you invest, and it will help you with fundamentals, valuation, etc., and cover everything in one page. I love one-page snapshots. That's why infographics are a deal. So you can go to my website and download that one-page template and fill it out yourself if you want. And that address, all lowercase, is harounventures.com/template. harounventures.com/template, all lowercase. I've got the one-pager as blank, and you can fill it in yourself and customize it. And I also have a sample of one that I created for a company called NetSuite, which Oracle bought. Okay. All right. Next question is from Renee. Hey, Renee, how are you? Would I recommend a startup in an emerging market? Do customer value? Okay, so I'm not sure I understand the question, but you're saying how there's no customer validation, and so you'd have to give me the example. I'm so sorry. I wish I could answer the question, Renee, in more detail. Oh, there you go. You just typed it. Software for anonymous vehicles. So it's getting to be a bit of a crowded sector. A lot of money's going into that sector right now. But what I would do is I would look at the quality of the management team first. Okay, make sure that they've been successful in the past, or that the board of advisors and the other investors are great first. Okay, that's what I would say, assuming that this company has no revenue right now. Find out who the investors are. And Renee, what you can do is, for all venture capital companies, this is great for everybody to hear this. Go to crunchbase.com and search on the startup you're thinking of working for, and make sure that good, reputable venture capital firms back it, like Sequoia, et cetera. That's what I would say. Because Sequoia, and you can go to Sequoia's website. So Sequoia is the best venture capital firm in the world. I partner with them a lot. I've been at board meetings there. They're smart, really smart, too smart, scary smart. But you can go to sequoiacap.com. And if you do that, you'll see all the profiles of the venture companies that they've invested in, startups. They profile the founders, not the name of the company, not what the company does, because Sequoia gets it, which is that you focus on management team first. And so, Renee, the bottom line on this autonomous software vehicle startup, I want you to focus on who the founders are and who the investors are too, but mostly the founders, because ideas are commodities, but execution is not. And I mentioned this in your case because I get the impression from your question that this company is not really generating revenue yet. And if that did not answer your question, please enter a follow-up here. Thanks. All right, next question I've got is from Levi. How do I settle for more? How to settle for more business, professionally, and in life? So what I would say is you got to schedule every single day, and the busiest people in the world get the most stuff done. And probably, I don't know if you heard that saying, if you want something to get done, give it to a busy person. And when you're on vacation, or you take time off, or you're in between jobs, whatever, you know how you're just not that productive, or at least I'm not? It's because you're not doing much. So here's the bottom line, and this is what I do. Is I write out, trying to see if I have a copy here. I don't, but I make a schedule every day before I go to bed of what I'm going to do the next day. And I got it for you. Actually, here's a sample. I'm going to give you my template, and you can customize it yourself. Just go to harounventures.com/schedule. That's right, all lowercase. harounventures.com/schedule. And every night I fill out my schedule for the next day, and I accomplish so much more because of that. It's kind of like you're writing down your goals, but just for the next day. So that's what I say, and that's how you become more balanced in life. Like a lot of times you'll see really successful people, and not only do they have a great job and they do well financially, whatever, but you know they dress well, and not like me, they're in great shape, and they have a great family life and social life because they're just busy. So anyway, stay busy. Write down your daily schedule using that template at my website. If you have follow-ups, please let me know. It's a free download, of course. Okay, next question is, hi Chris, I want to invest, but I feel lost in the world of finance due to having more of a science background. Any tips to help me overcome this barrier? Yeah, so using your own common sense to invest is probably more important than really poring over accounting or financial statements. And so ask yourself that one question, which I always talk about, which is this: in 5 years, is this company going to be more relevant or less relevant than it is today? And that will help you think longer term, okay? And when I build financial models, whenever I ask myself that question, is the company more relevant or less relevant? If I think it's more relevant, usually my numbers in a couple of years are much higher than Wall Street's or other investors are. So just think longer term. And if you want to learn about finance and accounting, and you don't have much time, you can take a course I have called Introduction to Finance Accounting, Valuation and Modeling. It'll teach you everything you need to know in 4.5 hours. If you want more in depth, you take my complete financial analyst training and investing course, which is over 20 hours. And I tell you everything you need to know about Wall Street investing, everything, how to build a model, everything. Or you can take my business plan course, which I just released, which will help you build a financial model from scratch. Okay, next question. And you can learn finance and accounting. It's not hard. Just take my courses, and please don't do what I did. When I took finance and accounting, when I took accounting first time at McGill University when I was younger, I got a D. I was memorizing. Don't memorize, understand. If you understand finance and accounting, you'll enjoy it. You'll become good at it too. So anyway, all right, next question I've got is, Xerox PARC was huge, and now they are obsolete. Will the same happen to Apple, Microsoft, etc.? I don't think as much. Like it really astonishes me. Like the mouse was made at Xerox PARC out here. It's incredible. I don't think that they'll go down that path because the Xerox PARC has always been research oriented and not business oriented as much. As it's like an R&D arm. Whereas Microsoft and Apple have R&D as well. Microsoft spends well over $10 billion a year in R&D. They don't have much to show for it, but I think they'll always be successful just because their market share is massive in computing. I mean, Microsoft kind of created the desktop computing market. You know, Bill Gates from day one had that goal, that vision, which was a PC on every desk in every home. And at that time, people laughed at him. IBM and the Digital Equipment Corporation said, that's ridiculous. The world only has need for 5 computers. But no, I don't think Apple and Microsoft are going to go down the same road. But I think that those two companies will become less relevant over time, as the founders are not running those two companies, just over time. So and it's interesting because the way that my kids communicate with each other and their friends, the way they communicate when they're going to be in their 20s, 30s, and 40s has not been created yet. I don't know what that product's going to be. You know, my guess is it's probably a virtual-based operating system because you don't need to see, feel, or touch it, or something opposite like this from Tony Shark. I put the sticker to cover up the Dell logo. See, at least I'm honest. Okay. All right. So next question I've got is, what is the minimum to start a hedge fund, and can you give me some advice on that? Sure. So I started my own hedge fund. In hindsight, I'm glad I did it because I morphed it into a venture capital firm over time. But I was able to raise money, do everything. So take my course. called Hedge and Mutual Fund Careers, the Complete Guide. Take that course, and that will help you out a lot. And then what you got to do is, if you're in the state of California, the law firm I use was the Security Law Group. I don't know where you are, but you got to hire a lawyer and make sure that they do all the legal documentation for you. Okay, it's way outside the scope of this call, but I set mine up. Actually, I had my offshore fund in the British Virgin Islands, BVI, because it's cheaper than Caymans. But you got to have an onshore and an offshore vehicle if you want to take capital from certain entities. But take the course and then ask me inside the course questions, and I promise you I'll answer those questions on how to start a hedge fund for you. Okay, thanks. Don't do it. Okay. Next one is from Levi. What do I think about the network? What do I think of the network marketing professional? I don't know what that is, but I would be careful whenever you're dealing with third parties that tell you they'll introduce you to people. Just be really, really careful. A lot of times they're a scam. And I've talked to a guy in that industry, and thank God I didn't do anything personally with him. And yeah, I'm gonna go there. Okay, so this guy's name was Haroun Gangley. Okay, unfortunately his name rhymes with mine. I met with him, and he told me, I know the Winklevoss twins. I know so and so. I know so and so, and I can introduce you to these people. And I was like, okay, great. And so he introduced me to Mark Cuban. That was true, actually. It was a real email intro. Something didn't feel right, and so I stopped. I didn't do business personally with him. And then what happened was, you can do a search on this. Google Winklevoss twins and Haroun Gangley, and he was in the New York Post, page 6, which is the big news page in newspaper in New York, page 6. And you'll see he got arrested. He's in jail now. And the Winklevoss twins said he was lying. So anyway, that's my personal experience. One data point doesn't make a trend, but it's tough. So thank God I didn't do anything with that guy. But anyway, just be careful when it comes to that. All right. So like, do your own networking. Always don't like allow other people to network for you. Okay. Just be careful with that. And you'll find that, and for ghost to ghost who's starting your hedge fund, you'll find that when the big prime brokerage firms are trying to compete for your business, they'll say that they have a great team called Capital Introduction, and they'll introduce you to a lot of potential investors. It's BS. It's BS. You want to network, you got to do it yourself. Always. You can't outsource that. Okay. All right. Next question I've got is, oh, great. Thanks, Wrigley. Appreciate that. So Wrigley just put in the coupon for all of you to use. Okay, it's remember earlier in this call I said I had a course on how to get into the top business schools, and I said take that course. I want you to take it for free. So this coupon will work for the next week. It's free_coupon_1. Thank you, Wrigley, for doing that. So use that coupon code. It'll work for next week. And Wrigley, if you're still on the call, can you also create one that doesn't have the underscores? Just make it free coupon 1. Because I mentioned it earlier in the call, free coupon 1, and somebody might have dropped off the call after that. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. All right. Wrigley, you're the best, buddy. Appreciate it. Wrigley used to be one of my students at San Francisco State. San Francisco State was my favorite school on the planet. I love those kids are awesome. All right. So Akil or Samarth. Oh, Samarth, thank you for the comment. I saw it earlier. Appreciate that. So Samarth took one of my courses and left a business plan feedback item. Appreciate that. Hi, Chris. Just curious what the business that worked well in Pakistan. Thanks. So it was actually online education. I was selling courses online. I actually had a big company that bought multiple licenses of one of my courses. Okay. Okay, and so Akil's got a question. Say your company is doing good. Your company is doing good. Is that what you meant? Say your company. Sorry, I'm 12. Sorry. Say your company is doing good, but you want to retire and make a few extra bucks for your retirement and family. At this point, is it good to put your company for sale? A possible acquisition. My dad did this recently. So my dad, he started a company. He immigrated from Egypt to Canada, started this big company, three or 400 employees, and he's just in the process of selling it. And I was worried that when he was doing that, because, and I don't know who you're talking about, but I want my dad to always be, I think if you fully retire 100%, then your purpose is not what it used to be. And I think if you keep busy, then you can last a long time. I know it's a little bit weird for me to mention this, but I think staying somewhat busy is important. Like my dad sold his company to his big firm, whatever, recently. He's still doing, he's a radiologist, which means he fixes radios. Sorry, that's dad humor. He's X-ray guy, right? He's a doctor. So he's still reading those X-rays. He's still keeping busy a bit. So if you're going to do it, and I don't know what your exact business is, Akil, you're talking about, I would say somewhat tied into that company, just keep busy, or start another company just to stay busy. Okay, next question is from Geronimo. Okay, once I interviewed a man from Nigeria that said to me this sentence: "Don't spread yourself too thin. Taking up too many responsibilities is not good for your health, your family, and your clients." And then you asked me to follow up there, what's my opinion of that? I agree. You gotta, look, I could accomplish a lot by writing down my goals, but sometimes I burn out. Like you can hear I'm sick now, and I feel like a hypocrite telling people to take their breaks. If you watch my vlog from yesterday, it talks about Steve Jobs, whatever. It's called the best six doctors in the world. You got to be balanced. And when you schedule your daily stuff using that schedule template I talked about, you got to schedule in time for family, because you can't get that time back. And here's kind of a sad statistic. Feel sad even sharing this with you. But by the time that your child is 12 years old, you have already spent 90% of the time you'll ever spend with them. So you got to savor that. So for those of you with young kids or are going to have kids, just savor every second, every second. And I see with my 12-year-old now, he's 14. I drop him off at parties. I have to kind of park a block away. I'm not going to go there. All right, so schedule your time for breaks, and Sundays, take that day off, that sort of stuff, whatever, if you want. All right, next question I've got is, hi, Chris, congratulations on releasing your new business plan course. What were your biggest obstacles in planning your business, and how did I overcome them? So I would say with this business here, there weren't any obstacles because I just loved it from day one. I loved it. And it wasn't because it wasn't a business for me. It was a passion. And I've started a lot of other companies. And yeah, I've had tons of hurdles or issues with other companies, tons of, but never one with this one. I just loved it. I just loved it. So there's no issues with this one at all with this current one. I've always loved it. But if I was just chasing money, then it would have failed miserably. It'd been awful. I just love what I do. Love what I do. So with this one, there's just really been no hurdles. I guess just more recently, just working too hard, because I don't see it as work. I see it as a passion. I love it so much. It's like if you play Fortnite forever. My kids are into it now. If you play Fortnite forever, your thumbs might hurt, but you'll still keep playing because you enjoy it. And they see Fortnite as a game, obviously, that they enjoy, and I see this as something I enjoy too. So, okay. All right, next question is this. What is my, the next question is, please help me starting a startup. Okay, I'm trying to read the question here. You talk. So what I would say for the person asking about that, just take my course, the Complete Business Plan course. That will help you a lot with your startup. And if you have individual questions based on what that you learned from that course, let me know. I'm happy to help you out. Thanks. Okay. Keel's got a question. Why is networking so important in business? Because business is about relationships first, and then business second. And if you have a good relationship with people in business and you trust them, then you're willing to do more business with them. So, and if you think about it, you are as good as your network when it comes to your success in business. And if you have a network of a ton of different people and you need to do problem solving, you know who you can talk to, whoever you need to talk to immediately. A lot of people have already done what you're trying to do, and you can ask for help based on the strength of your network. So if you need help in accounting, ask your buddy who's an accountant. If you need help selling your product in India, ask your friend who sells primarily to India. Just for as an example, that's it's my second biggest market now. Yeah. So anyway, just your network really defines who you are and your success in business. Especially because a lot of business is about sales, and great CEOs and great entrepreneurs are salespeople. That's what they are. And salespeople are good at what they do because they have big networks. So if you know a lot more people, you can sell a lot more stuff to a lot more people. That's sort of thing. Okay. All right, next question is, I would love to hear you talking about long-term greedy. Okay, so when I worked at Goldman Sachs, they would always say that we were long-term greedy in this firm. In a good way, and I found that the smartest people didn't work there. You know, that's how I got a job there. Just a lot of people that got along really well, and because the jerk factor was so low, they got a lot of stuff done, and they're successful because of that. But they're also very long-term focused, and they refer to that, or some people at least, as being long-term greedy. And I think the same way too. Just be very long-term focused. And if you're long-term focused from an investing perspective and a career perspective, you'll be much more successful, because people in life are so short-term focused, and then they get fooled by randomness. But that won't be you if you're long-term focused. Okay, great. All right, moving on here. Okay, so John was asking for the link to that course. So Wrigley, I'm not sure if Wrigley responded to this, but you can just go to udemy.com and just do a search for Chris Haroun. Or MBA school or something, or go to my profile page and you'll find it there. It's one of my earlier courses. All right, next question is, Akil is saying, I made a mistake, but it turned out to be a good thing though. I made a mistake choosing the wrong co-founder twice. How do I avoid this next time? Okay, I've done this too. I've had issues in the past. So this is gonna sound a little bit out there, but you always wanna go with your gut. It's like when you meet somebody and your gut tells you, I don't know if I trust this person or I don't know. And later on you get burned. You're like, God, I knew it. I should have gone with my gut. Go with your gut. Go with your gut. And you also have to make sure this person passes the Chicago O'Hare test. And that's something I refer to, because the Chicago O'Hare is one of the biggest airports in the world. And when you're at O'Hare, it's such a big airport. And I always think about, if I'm stuck at O'Hare, that airport, for 10 hours in between flights, and I've got somebody I'm working there with me, can I tolerate this person, or this person drive me nuts, and vice versa? That's one of the things I think about, because a lot of the time, unfortunately, you spend more time with these people than you actually do your family. So when you're picking a co-partner, your Wozniak or whatever you want to call it, just make sure it's somebody that you trust, somebody you enjoy their company, and somebody also that fills a gap in your skill set that you don't have. So Steve Jobs was a marketing person. He wasn't an engineer. Steve Wozniak was an engineering person. He wasn't a marketing person. Good match. Steve Wozniak, Steve Jobs. Okay. Okay. Jerron was saying, Chris, I see that you made a big effort to reach the most popular languages in Udemy. How do you set the process to translate your course? That's a great question. So let me first of all talk about one of my big failures on Udemy when it comes to translating courses. So you get what you pay for. And I used Fiverr. Certain people on Fiverr that didn't have the highest ratings, but they were very cheap to translate a couple courses, and it didn't work out. You get what you pay for. And then eventually I turned around, I found somebody that was a lot better to do it, that had better rating systems. So if you're going to use Fiverr, make sure that they have close to 5 stars, as close as possible. That's what I would say. Number 2, do your research. Like, here's what I did. I didn't know. I went to, I take a lot of chances and risks in business. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts. But I went to Wikipedia and I found what are the top languages in the world, and I ordered them. And I've translated my core course called it's called An Entire MBA in One Course. It sold over 200,000 copies in 12 languages, whatever. But I got it done in a couple of different languages, worked out well. But I really messed up Hindi. And it was really dumb of me because it's a big market for me. It's my second biggest market. It's the biggest democracy in the world. I love it. But what I did was I had my course translated into Hindi, and this is so embarrassing, but okay, for those of you that speak Hindi, all at the top of all the letters is a beautifully scripted language. It looks like a bunch of T's are connected. I thought that was a mistake, and so I split all those characters up a little bit, so none of them were attached. And I had really polite but negative feedback along the lines of, this is gibberish. I can't read this. And so anyway, I made that mistake. I should probably do more research in general, but here's what I did. I use Final Cut Pro X, and take my course called Another 40 Tips on How to Teach a Great Course Online. And I explain Geronimo in a lot of detail how I do it, but I use what's Final Cut Pro X, and then a plugin called a plugin called, Sugar. Okay, a plugin called Sugar. And then what I do is I plug in and burn those subtitles on the screen. I use a company also called rev.com to do translations for some of my stuff. Well, they're much more expensive though, but I do that for like the title of the course. So that's kind of important. So anyway, you can check out rev.com if you want. Okay, so Rohit's got a question. Is a blog or online media company viable? So I think that everybody should create content, right? We're in the golden age of content creation. Not as many people are doing it as they should. But it's going to be free advertising longer term, and you'll be thought of as a thought leader. And I do my vlog every day because I enjoy it. But also, and people don't know this, but YouTube is the second biggest search engine in the world. And if you vlog a lot about stuff that you're passionate about your industry, your company, whatever, that gets indexed, and it will help you. It can only help in the very, very long run. I mean, that's not the only reason I do it. I love doing it as well. But you got to be thought of as a thought leader. You got to write a lot. And this goes for everybody in this call. You got to write a lot in LinkedIn or create vlogs or whatever it is. And if you go through my vlog, I created, so I used to have my own article I used to write on the side on Inc magazine. You can search for it, you'll see it there. But my editor Inc taught me how to write. And so I have a vlog on this. If you're curious, just look at how to write online like a journalist, whatever, and I'll teach you how to write articles. Okay. All right, so next question is, Chris, if you could describe yourself and your mission in life in only one sentence, what would it be? Wow. Okay, my mission. To help people become better versions of themselves, or to help people reach their full potential in life. That's what I want. I just want to help people achieve their goals. That's it. So it's a great question, though. Thanks. It's like a personal mission statement. Huh. Thanks. Okay. Just Another Joe's got a question. Hi, Chris. Thanks so much for this and for your time. My pleasure. Thanks for being on the call. I started a service-based side business in a field with a good amount of competition in my area. How do I set myself apart from the group? You got to find you got to find a way to add value to the extent that it's so hard. How do you set yourself apart? Make sure that there's barriers to entry. Make sure that what you create, your product, offers way more value from your competition. And when you're first starting out, you can usually beat your competition if you have fewer customers with customer service. And so I always believe that a company is only as good as its customer service. And so if you have incredible customer service and you add a lot of value, people don't mind paying a premium for your product. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. So that's why I'd recommend, especially because you said your business is a service side business. Always under promise and over deliver. Always give more than what you think. Yeah, that's what I would say. That's what I would say. And if you tell me a little bit more about your business model, if you want, I can give you some specific examples, humble advice. All right, next question is from Cody. Hey, Cody, how are you? Hey, Chris, just wanted to thank you for your Udemy content. Thank you. Your enthusiasm and comedic engagement throughout the course make for a refreshing approach to education. Thanks, Cody. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. And I'm so sorry that I repeat my jokes. I know I do. But the older I get, the better I was. Okay. All right. Okay, somebody asked me to talk about the PayPal Mafia. So the PayPal Mafia, so I always talk about the importance of a great management team and how a great management team is probably the most important thing to look at when investing in a company. I'd always rather invest in an A management team with a B business model than invest in a B management team with an A business model. But there's something called the PayPal Mafia. And PayPal, people that used to work at PayPal, people joke, run Silicon Valley. So they call it the PayPal Mafia. And what happened was the co-founders of PayPal created a ton of other companies and the early employees of PayPal as well. And so here's who came out of the PayPal Mafia, the founders of PayPal, okay, and the early employees. Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel ended up being the first investor in Facebook. He's a brilliant guy. Owns a great venture capital firm. And his venture capital firm is called Founders Fund because he understands the importance of investing in founders. Okay, so there's Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel is also the largest investor in Palantir, which is the company I used to invest in. I sold my position, but it's a private company, hasn't gone public yet. And Palantir is actually the largest employer now in Palo Alto, bigger than Facebook. And Palantir makes software to solve the world's biggest problems. Like it made software that helped find Osama bin Laden. The Obama administration used Palantir software to find Osama bin Laden. Okay, so that's Peter Thiel. You've got Elon Musk, of course, and Elon Musk was one of the early employees as well at PayPal. People don't realize that Elon was actually let go by PayPal's board, and the reason he was let go was because he wanted to bet the company on Microsoft-based products, and other board members did not want to bet the company based on Microsoft products for the back end of the company. And Elon is unemotional about business. He's a brilliant man. He's brilliant. He actually invested more after he was let go of the company. He did well. Smart guy. All right. Also, what came out was Doberman, who's the guy who founded Yelp, came out there. And then, the founders of YouTube as well. Yeah, the founders of YouTube came out of, and they founded YouTube here in San Bruno on Cherry Hill Road over here. They founded YouTube in 2005. Think about that. Everyone was using a million different video websites before 2005, but the reason that people invested in them was because they came from the PayPal Mafia. And then Reid Hoffman also came from the PayPal Mafia. And Reid is the founder of LinkedIn. And there's so many more as well. The who's who of Silicon Valley, especially in the tech engineering side, came out of there. So that's why people call it the PayPal Mafia. Okay. The next question is from Rohit. Could edutainment run universities like Harvard out of business? I watched your talk in Brazil. I hope it happens. Thank you. Appreciate that. I think that, no, but I think that, so the world has changed forever given online media, and universities haven't kept up. They've tried. And a lot of universities will have like online courses, whatever. But I think that teaching has to change to the extent that it's more engaging and more fun. And I think that eventually, teachers will be the new rock star or whatever. And that's kind of an arrogant thing to say, but I think it's going to matter more how you deliver your message than what your content is, or almost as much. And there is that famous quote, which is, people might not remember what you said, but they'll never forget the way you made them feel. And so I don't think that universities are going to go belly up, but I think that degrees, instead of being 4 years, will be 2 years. And I think that online education companies like Udemy will supplement them. So you'll do, if you go to Harvard, you'll do half your degree, your courses in class at Harvard, and the other half online in Udemy, for example. So that's what I think is going to happen longer term. So, and I think it's going to be harder to get into great universities in the future, like Harvard and Stanford, because I think what will happen is a lot of people won't go to university because they'll just learn online. But those that do go will say, well, gosh, if I'm going to go, whatever, and spend all that ridiculous amount of money, I might as well go to these schools. I got rejected by both those schools, by the way. Okay. Next question is from Maria. Hey, Maria, how are you? Chris, you are really cool and generous. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, insights, and warm-heartedness. You make the world a better place to live in. Oh, God bless you, Maria. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind. Okay, so Geronimo's got a question here. Thank you, Maria. Geronimo is saying, how do you see the coaching industry? Here in Brazil, it's booming again, but many of these coaches don't have a great track record, just courses and certifications. So I'm a bit skeptical about it. You mean life coaching? I'm not sure what you mean by coaching exactly. If you're going to do it, a coaching business model, as with all business models, I want to challenge you, all of you, humbly from my heart to think about scaling your business. And so in the services industry, I think that teaching is the most scalable business model, period. It's more scalable than other service industry jobs like being a doctor or, God forbid, a lawyer. Because what happens if you're a doctor or a lawyer or an in-person coach, you can only coach or deal with one client or patient at a time. There's a one-on-one relationship. But if you're teaching online, you write once, read many. Okay, so basically you can have 1 billion students at the same time all over the world and add a lot of value. And so if you're going to go down this coaching road or look into it, Geronimo, I'd urge you to please try your best. Try to see if you can do it in a scalable way online. Okay, so let me see next question here. How do you know when it's time to put yourself out there? Do you believe there is a right time, or do you believe in fake it until you make it? Oh, I love it. I love it. So give me 1 second. I'm not sure if I lost the feed here. Don't go anywhere. Okay, good. We're okay. Open another window there. All right, good. So I believe when people say fake it till you make it, sometimes it has a disingenuous and unethical connotation to it. I know that's not always the case, but I think the best way to think about it is not faking it till you make it, but just have more confidence in yourself than you normally would. Because anybody that's extraordinarily successful in starting a company is very confident. And the way to become really confident is to not give a damn what other people think of you. And I'm not telling you to be rude or disingenuous in general, but just that's what I would say. When you think about fake it till you make it, just make sure that you don't give a damn what people think about you. And if you live your life that way on your own terms, then you'll be way more successful because you'll never try to please other people. You'll just focus on trying to please the customers, how to please your parents or whatever it might be. So I had great parents. I have great parents, though. Okay. Okay. Next question is from Akil. X company. Okay, it's an example. X company hired Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs as their fund manager for Y company's acquisition. What does this mean? I don't know. If you could, like, what is X and Y? If you could just give me those examples, what those are, then please let me know. But in general, what usually happens is if you want to get an investment bank, if you want to buy another company, you hire an investment bank to do all the work for you, accounting work, legal work, and stuff. Thanks, Rohit, on that note there on get well soon. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry, but I just don't go anywhere. But I just I have to refresh this. Thanks, Rohit. Okay, so next question is from Geronimo. You say that following politics is a mistake in social networks. What other mistakes do you think are important to avoid? Yeah, so just never show your hand. Like if something is really controversial, don't follow that person on Twitter because people might look at who you follow, and it doesn't have to be politics; it be people in general, and they might, I don't know, think less of you because of that. That's the only really big social networking faux pas I can think about. Also, just know that everything you say, I'm probably giving myself a taste of my own medicine here. Everything you say, social media, everything you write, just assume it's there forever. And I tell my kids that too. I tell them to be careful because even like the Snapchat stuff, I don't like them using that, but I don't even know what they're using. I try and monitor it, but I don't even know. But I just always tell them that everything you write online, every picture you take is there forever. That's what I would say. And so you could ruin your whole life's reputation in literally one stupid little picture or whatever, or online comment. Okay, so next question. What is your suggestion on cryptocurrency? So I have a course on this called the Complete Cryptocurrency Course. It's 24 hours, and I give you obviously a lot more in-depth knowledge there. But the one thing I'll say is do your own research. Don't trust me. Don't trust anybody else ever when it comes to cryptos or any investment. Always do your own research because there's a lot of very unethical people in the sector, and most of these companies will go bankrupt. You know, I'm very bullish on a handful of cryptos, but I think most are garbage and most are a scam. And so, you know, I try to, in my course, the Complete Cryptocurrency course, I try to teach you literally a 49-step framework that I created for you, okay, based on all my years working on Wall Street, hedge fund industry, venture capital, et cetera. But I would just use that to understand whether or not you should invest. Thank you. Thank you, Rohit, for that Yoda comment. Appreciate it. Oh, it's nice of you, Wrigley. Chris, on helping people, I just want to thank you publicly and let everyone on the call know I'll never forget the day I sat outside your class in San Francisco and watched nearly every single student hand you a handwritten thank you note for all you did for them, for us throughout the semester. I was blown away, but not surprised. Again, as always, thank you. Thank you, Wrigley. I really appreciate it. God bless you. Love you, brother. So Wrigley works with me. Wrigley was one of my students at San Francisco State. I love State more than any other school on the planet by a factor of 10. Those students are the best. Amazing. I loved it. Loved it. That was great. And I really enjoyed it. And that's one of the reasons I teach on Udemy too. It's just based on that. And yeah, I'll never forget that class. Wrigley, you were in my first class there at State too. We had a lot of fun. Thank you. A lot of fun. Thanks. And actually, a lot of the stuff in that class is part of that course in the entire MBA. And so, anyway, Wrigley's great. Thanks, Rig. And thanks, Wrigley, for helping me with my Brazil speech as well and everything. Everything. Thanks, dude. All right, Akila's got a question. What is wrong with the inside of Uber? Too many lawsuits, and why don't other companies have this? Is the people, culture, man, how do you, okay, yeah. So usually the culture in a company, and I'm gonna answer this generically and carefully. Let me close the window again, it's just the air. So usually the culture in a company is set by who the CEO founder is, usually. That's usually the case. So at Salesforce, Mark Benioff is very affable, outgoing, and sales obviously oriented, hence the name of the company. And so, but when it comes to the taxi industry, it's certain parts of the taxi industry in certain parts of the world, I'm not going to say where, are run by people that might not be as ethical as in other industries. And so in order to break into that industry and disrupt it, you have to pull a lot of strings. I hate to say this, but I'm going there. If you're a billionaire in some parts of the world, say you're Vladimir Putin, you've probably broken a lot of rules to get there. And the taxi industry might be like that maybe in some parts of the world. And that's why the culture might have been like that. From a business perspective, right? Do whatever it takes to win, even if you compromise your integrity and your morals. And so what Uber used to do even is they would send certain employees into the back of Lyft cars and call rides and try to hire those employees or not show up sometimes for rides, that sort of thing. So a lot of times they did whatever it takes to be successful. Now, I do have friends that work there, and they've always been incredibly ethical. I love them dearly. But you and I have both read the news on Uber and what's happened there. So, yeah. So anyway, it just goes to show that no one is untouchable. Nobody's untouchable. Like if you're a billionaire founder of a company like Uber, they can still take you down. You know, if you're unethical, eventually it'll come back to haunt you, which we've seen in the media a million examples of in the past 2 years. Nothing surprises me anymore. All right. Next question I've got here is, so Sorry, my throat. Sore throat. All right. Sorry about that. Unprofessional, but I'm back. Okay. Some finance jobs don't create value. They just provide liquidity to markets. Many of those are dreadful in their lives. What would you recommend job path? I'm not sure I completely understand the question. Like in finance, don't do any job in finance unless you thoroughly enjoy it, because a lot of people are miserable on Wall Street. I know it sounds weird, because all they're doing is they're chasing money. And if your life purpose is to chase around a piece of paper with dead presidents on it or whatever, you're not going to be happy, man. Do what you're happy doing in life. And one of the problems I had with Wall Street was that, I thoroughly enjoyed part of it. I did. But it's a game where everyone is trying to get paid the most. And at bonus season, everyone's depressed because they didn't make as much as other people that made more than them. But just make sure you thoroughly enjoy it. Like a lot of my students in a lot of the classes I've taught, they all want to be investment bankers, but they don't know what that means. And so before pursuing a career in finance or in any industry, always ask yourself, why do you want that career? Why? And if it's just for money, then it's not going to work out well for you. And when I say you, I'm talking about all of us, myself included. Okay. Okay. I got a question here from Avinash. What is the best way of investment for a middle-class guy? Well, again, I would just think longer term, that the 5-year question I've talked about earlier, and also be very diversified. You'll never have more than 5% of your net worth in any one investment. And when I say 5%, I mean 5% of your non-house or non-apartment, if you own an apartment or house-based portfolio. Okay, just be diversified and think longer term as well. And you can take my course called the Complete Personal Finance Course, where I talk about how to build a very diversified portfolio, including stocks, bonds, commodities, real estates. Okay. Is asking any advice on how not to get lost in the corporate rat race. It's tough, man. It's tough because it's not a meritocracy. You don't eat what you kill. I know it's kind of a harsh thing to say, but you don't make a lot of money or do really well because you add value sometimes. Sometimes what's really important, and I hate this, is corporate politics. I hate it. And I was never good at it because I've always been very honest. And I think people respect me for that because I was who I was. But I wasn't going to play the game and kiss up to people, just whatever. It's just, here, take all my pride if I did that. So what I would say is just always tell yourself that you are a tourist at that company. You're not there forever. You're there to learn from them what to do, what not to do, so that you can build a much better version of that company yourself. Okay, and then take my Complete Business Plan course because I want to help you build your company. That's why I do these lectures. Okay. Okay. All right. I got a specific one. How can I transfer money with Stellar? So Stellar is a different type of cryptocurrency. And not all cryptocurrency wallets accept Stellar. So what I would recommend is take my course, the Complete Cryptocurrency course. Okay. And then what I want you to do is click on the Stellar button, and then you will see which wallets support Stellar. And then I have 5 sections that will tell you how to use 5 of the top wallets in the world, okay, including ones that accept Stellar. Okay. And I go into a lot of detail how to configure the software and the hardware wallets from scratch. Thanks. All right. Next question is from Akil. What do angel investors and venture capitalists look for in a company? So what they look for first is a great management team. Okay, a lot of people pitch the business model, get it. It's all about the management team, because what happens is investors know that your business model and your industry is going to change a lot because it's usually an emerging brand new business sector. They want to know and have the confidence in knowing that you'll be able to change with that industry, or at least you get them excited about the industry, meaning can you sell? People first. Then is the size of the market, the size of the total addressable market. And it's got to be a big market opportunity. Otherwise, what will happen is if you're successful, and the likelihood that a startup is successful is very low, But if that startup is successful, it's going to get, I don't know, a decent amount of market share of a tiny industry. Who cares? And so there's places like Kleiner Perkins, a great venture capital firm I used to partner with. And actually, I had one of the partners from Kleiner guest lecture in my class a while back. And he said that Kleiner Perkins only invests in a company if the size of the total addressable market is $20 billion or more. Because if you get 5% market share of a $20 billion market, that's $1 billion in revenue, which is a unicorn. So venture capital firms that have companies that they've invested in that make over $1 billion or have over $1 billion valuation are called a unicorn. Okay, so the first thing we did was management. Second thing we talked about was the size of the market. The third thing is now the business model, right? Like, are there barriers to entry? You know, does your long-term financial model kind of look viable from a high-level perspective? Don't get lost in the details. Then they'll also, and no one will ever say this, but this is what they look at. They'll want to know who else is investing, if the smart money is there or not, that sort of thing. And so what I did was in my complete business plan course, which Wrigley did a great job completing, we completed it together. You'll find that not only do I give you 50 templates to create your business model from scratch, but there's another button there called presentation slides. And you click it and it'll create your 10 slides for a presentation. And we included 25 templates for presentation as well. But it'll create a 10-slide presentation for investors or venture capitalists to look at automatically for you based on how you answer questions in the course. Okay. Oh, that was a shameless plug. Okay. Okay. Next question I've got is Rohit. I emailed startup pitch decks to various VCs, including Sequoia, Greylock, etc. I even called their offices. They said it might take 6 months for them to reply to the emails. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard. I've been to both those offices. It's tough. It's tough. What I would recommend is somehow networking to meet somebody that works at that company or is a manager in a company backed by those companies. Try to network that way. Otherwise, what happens is if you ever get a response, that's a good thing. It's hard. It's hard. It's kind of like applying for a job, right? If 1,000 people apply for every job you see online, the person that's going to get that job is usually the person that networked and knows someone that works at that company. So find a way to make it happen. Meet with those people. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Chris. Thanks for sharing some great books. May I ask that there are around 5 must-read books for investors today? Yeah. So in addition to the investment books that I mentioned, so the finance books, I'll give you a couple more too. I'm just buying time as I'm thinking of the answer here. So these are 2 good reads. Okay. And this one here, another one, Fooled by Randomness. Another one is to read. It's called A Random Walk Down Wall Street, and that's by Peter Lynch, who is the runner. He ran the Magellan Fund, which is a big fund at Fidelity for years. I would do that. Another one is, I think that's probably it. I mean, if you can listen to a biography in the car on people that have been successful, like John Templeton or Warren Buffett, that's great as well, because you want to learn about the lives that these people have or had and what their blueprint is. You know, my dad used to always tell me, Chris, don't ever take advice from somebody that's not successful. He said it with an Egyptian accent. That did sound like my dad. But just listen to biographies of successful people. And this goes for everybody in this call, whatever industry you're in. Just listen, be a voracious listener or a reader of biographies of successful people because they've already done it for you. Like I listen to a lot of biographies from Richard Branson because that guy really inspires me too. So anyway. Okay. Next question from Rohit is, immigrating to the US really that great, or is it just overrated? And what do I think about the American dream in today's time? So here's what I think. I think before it used to be really tough to start a company in some countries. It used to be really tough to compete with other companies unless you're located in the right place at the right time, with the right tax incentives, with the right education, with everything. It's almost like the stars had to all be aligned. But it's different now. It's different now because what happens is the barriers to entry have been torn down. Anybody can compete online. It doesn't matter where you're located in the world. You know, anybody can create an online course on Udemy. You don't have to be located in America. You can be located anywhere. You know, anybody can create an online store and compete with other stores online. Anybody can create a website from anywhere in the world for next to nothing, or use Squarespace and pay a little bit. I use squarespace.com, my website. I love it. I can work from anywhere in the world. I don't have to be here in California with this awful air today because of the fires. You can still smell smoke. I can be anywhere. It doesn't matter. The barriers are gone. And so the American dream, as they used to refer to it, is the global dream, the world's dream. Because the digital reality is that everybody can live it because we all have access to online. Nobody can one-up us. Anyway, so I think the American dream is now the world's dream, and everybody gets access to it for free online. How could you not be excited about that? Next question from Dante. How do I build a loyal following for your brand? I've read books about social marketing, but what makes a consumer want to keep buying product? Okay, from the same company. Okay, great question. Great question, as always. So remember before I said that my dad told me to only take advice from successful people? Here's what I want you to do. There's a guy that's way better than me with social marketing. His name is Gary Vaynerchuk. I want you to follow Gary V. Okay, just do a search on Gary V. And he's set it up so that in Google, that's the first entry that comes. And I want you to go to his website and see how he set up his website. And then I want you to copy, if you have the time, I want you to copy his strategy. You know, he blogs, I think, every day as well. And he does a podcast, and he does Instagram. He gets it. He gets it. And he's usually a couple of years ahead of everybody else. He gets it. So anyway, just follow Gary V and understand his social media strategy and copy part of it, right? Just his methodology, because he's right. He's right. He's very honest too, very honest. So that's what I would say. And just create as much content as you can, as often as you can. And just be thought of as a thought leader in your industry. And what Mark Benioff did was brilliant. So Benioff, he has this book called, I think it's called Above the Clouds. I read it. It was great. Another book for you guys. And Mark Benioff is the founder of Salesforce.com. But what Mark did was brilliant. He actually, and I've known Mark. I met Mark before they went public years ago. And I remember every conference I would go to, every investor conference or Goldman Sachs conference or whatever it was, he'd always be there talking about how software is dead. And he always had this big logo circle with software with a line through it. And we didn't get it at the time, but he was just so animated, so vocal, so passionate about it. And he made friends with 50 of the top finance and tech journalists in the world. And that was his marketing campaign, right? And even today he's on Kramer or whatever on CNBC every now and then talking. So just try to network as much as you can, Dante, with people that, have similar backgrounds to you. Yeah, maybe they went to University of Alberta. You went to with that work in the media, and you're in Ottawa, and Carleton University is great there, and a lot of people from the media sector come out of that school. Just network a lot and find people that have something in common with you when you're networking, and leverage the media. And hopefully they write an article about you or whatever, and they can give you better advice on media strategies, and I certainly can. But I say, the go-to guy online is Gary Vaynerchuk, and you can listen to his books as well. I recommend it on Audible. He used to have a Udemy course. I don't know why he doesn't anymore, but you can listen to his stuff on Audible as well, and he'll explain how to do it because he's better than I am. All right, so next question. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Geronimo's recommending Seth Godin. Yeah, Seth Godin he's money. That guy's good. Yeah. He actually has an online MBA course, Alt MBA as well. Yeah. Yes, I have a couple of Seth books as well. He's good for marketing stuff too. He's better than I am. Yeah. Okay, I got a question from Akil saying, should I under promise and over deliver? or should I overpromise and overdeliver? I'd underpromise, because that way you exceed expectations. And I thought about that too with my new course, the Complete Business Plan course, where I was writing the business plan, and part of the business plan, I was trying to tell students to, think about offering more value than your customers are expecting. And that's why in this course, I also included not only a way for you to create a business plan, but a way for you to create presentation slides as well. So I would just, I'd underpromise and overdeliver, but don't underpromise too much. Don't sell yourself too short. And a lot of people that have quotas in sales, they'll tell their boss they can sell this much, and then they sell this much. Don't do it too low though, because people will think you're sandbagging and they'll lose respect for you. But I always want to over deliver, offer my customers more value. And oh my goodness, Tiger Glory, you're back. Thank you. Tiger is Cassandra. Let's see here, Cassandra Tiger Glory from Florida is saying, I've had a hard time being heartless in a corporate environment. Amen. I know what you mean. I have the opportunity to move from the app support team to the architect team for better pay and no on-call. I feel so bad to leave my coworkers to support the crappy apps that I support and all the workload on them. I have a hard time finding my passion, but I know that I'm here to help people. Good. Today, I talked to the president of the company on a process applied to our division and how to improve productivity. Excellent, excellent. Our new CEO is Canadian, represents. I hear they're the CEOs. I just hear that, yeah. And I'm happy about it. I'm Canadian too. That's awesome. All right, so sorry it took me a while to read that. So Cassandra, when it comes to finding your passion, we've talked about this before. What I want you to do is, and you mentioned something about your father years ago talked about energy credits, and it's something you wanted to create business model wise. And while I was creating the Complete Business Plan course, I thought about that, because I tried to make the course generic enough for everybody. And so just, Cassandra, take that course, please. And then just if you have follow-up questions based on the business model and the business plan you create from that course, let me know specific questions and I'll help you. And I know you said that you're frustrated and you're trying to find your passion. That's a good thing. And my whole intent with the Complete Business Plan course is that you take it and it helps you write a business plan so you can now switch and follow your passion or launch your company. Or find out that it's not a good business model, maybe in your mind, after you wrote the business plan as part of this business plan template approach in the course. And so I would do that. I recommend taking that course of mine, writing your business plan. And if you have specific questions, let me know so that together we can work on helping you launch your company so you can live your life on your terms and not have to work for somebody else when it comes to an app support perspective and not having passion about your job, that sort of thing. But it's always wonderful to hear from you, and I'm glad you're on the call. And I hope you like the course as well. Thanks. Okay. So next question I've got is from Anthony. Hey, Anthony. It's my son's middle name. My mom's favorite saint was Saint Anthony. Okay, Anthony's got a question. If you don't like your position currently or find something that can be improved, then move. Help yourself in order to help others. It's true. You vote with your feet. Completely agree. And we're all going to be very frustrated in our lives until we find our passion and our purpose. And Mark Twain, I love this quote. I have to go there again. Mark Twain, he was a great American poet. He said that the two most important days in your life are, number one, the day you're born, and number two, the day you find out why. And once you find out why and what your purpose is from a professional, passion perspective, you'll never have a job again for the rest of your lives. Confucius used to say, "Do something you enjoy doing, you'll never have a job." And so just keep searching. And I know that a lot of us are really frustrated. And you spend the first half of your life quite often frustrated, and then you find your true passion. Keep searching for it. And then you find it, never look back. Chase your dreams. Always chase them, and be okay with failure. Failure is cool, man. It's not shameful at all. And my business plan course is intended to help you find your passion as well. Anyway, so thank you, Anthony, for that. Appreciate it. All right, next one I've got is from Riza. What can a college student do to stand out when applying for jobs? If you were hiring, what qualities in a person would I look for? Okay, so first of all, I would network, especially if you're in college right now. People want to help students. They want to help everybody, but they want to help students a little bit more. So I want you to reach out to people that went to your university that are in positions that you want to have. And say you're a student currently in university, and they'll take your meeting. They'll take your meeting. And just network. Just network. But in terms of generically speaking, what do I look for? So on a resume, I would look for consistency. I don't want to get somebody that's worked in tons of different industries, doesn't know what they want, which was me for most of my life. I want somebody that's consistent. Every job and every position is consistent, shows that they're just doing one thing and one thing very good, very good. And then when I meet with them, I want to feel like it's a passion for them, not a job. They love what they do so much. You know, kind of like a professional athlete. Like you watch athletes on the field, you know, they love what they do. It's not a job. You know, Kobe never got up in the morning and said, "Oh, I'm going to work today." You know, it's got to be something they love doing. And so when you interview, it's got to be something you're incredibly passionate about, and it will show through as well. It'll show. So that's what I would say. And then on your resume, make sure there's no gaps. If there is a gap, just be prepared to explain why. That sort of thing. And people are human too. And just be honest. You know, I was let go from this job because of this reason, but you know, here's what I learned and whatever. And you'll find that when you show that you are vulnerable, or maybe you had somebody sick in the family and you had to help, you know, work extra hours to whatever, make ends meet. People love you for who you are. You know, people love people that are vulnerable, that do show some weaknesses because they're human. And I have to pivot for a second to talk about Stan Lee. So Stan Lee, as a lot of you know, hold on a second. One second. Yeah. So Stan Lee, he died the other day, and he was the founder, one of the co-founders of Marvel, which eventually was bought by Disney. And Stan Lee was so successful because he actually regularly use this for the cover picture. Okay, sorry. Stan Lee was successful because he created these superheroes that were vulnerable, and the character development was amazing. And the problem with DC, when Marvel was founded by Stan Lee in the 60s, was DC, which is Batman and, you know, Superman, whatever, those characters aren't really as vulnerable. Like Bruce Wayne, you know, it's awful. His parents passed away, fictionally speaking, but he didn't really have a weakness. You know, I mean, his biggest strength was he was rich. But what Stan Lee did, he died in 95, is he created these characters that are incredibly vulnerable. Right? Like this guy was incredibly vulnerable. He had a lot of social and personal issues. You know, Spider-Man had problems getting a date with Mary Jane or whatever it was. And I mention all of this in the context of today's call, not just as an homage to Stan Lee, but also to say that people love comics and storytelling and reality TV because we see the vulnerability in people. And so, you know, when you're interviewing, Riza, just if there's a weakness, I want you to address it. And just mention it. If there's a gap in your resume, just say why. And people will love you for it because it will show that you're incredibly vulnerable. Not incredibly vulnerable, but there's a weakness. And if you take my course, the Complete Job Course, I talk about how to take every weakness of yours and turn it into an incredible strength, because perception becomes reality. And just as a little side note, as you all know, I worked so hard on this Complete Business Plan course, and I burned out. Like I worked crazy hours, and I got sick because of it. And so what I did yesterday, I was so burned out, was my kid have this game on the PlayStation 4 called, it's a Spider-Man game. Dude, it is the best game I've ever played in my life. It's a masterpiece. Anyway, little side note there. But anyway, vulnerability helps. All right. Next question I've got is from Haroun. Haroun is saying, can I suggest how I can go all in on my passion for trading? Thank you. You're learning more day by day. Okay. So it's hard because look, this is just my opinion. I believe in longer term investing. You know that. But maybe what you can do is you can work for somebody else just initially to learn more about financial services industry. Okay, more about investing before you go out on your own as a trader. That's what I would say. But that's I'm not going to tell you not to do your passion. You just know what I think about trading in general. Start the business on the side. And I'll make this a generic answer. Just start a company on the side. And we should all do that too. I don't care who you work for. If you're allowed to, as long as there's not something in your legal contract says you can't do it. I don't want you to break the law or contract. But just start companies on the side and run them on the side. And then once you find that you're trailing 4 to 6 month revenue that you made is twice as much as what you're making right now, then quit. Okay. I know that's conservative, but that's a good benchmark to use. And I'll be here for you every step of the way to do it too, to help you cut those strings. Okay, so Chris just wanted to say thank you for putting out so much high quality content. Thank you, appreciate that. You opened up my mind to everything that is out there, and I'm incredibly thankful that you chose to share your insight. My pleasure, and that's what it's all about, is trying to help people live their lives on their terms. So thank you. Okay, Rohit, could we email you pitch decks for you to review? I'd love to help, Rohit, but I'm so busy. Like I get so many, I'm inundated with so much stuff that the best way to reach me is just this call. This is the best way. Okay, and for those of you that have emailed me, I'm so sorry if I didn't respond. I can't keep up. And even my phone, dude, I don't answer my phone anymore. It's just I've gotten, my voicemail fills up fast. So the best way, Rohit, is just on this call. Ask questions on this call, and that way I can make generic answers for everybody as well. Okay, thanks. All right, so next question I've got is, do I know any philosophy books, which I love to read? I don't, sorry, I'm not. If I could do undergraduate university again, I would have taken more arts courses. I took art history, which I kind of enjoyed, but anyway, sorry, I don't know much about philosophy. Okay, the next question is, which job should you take, $100,000 Goldman Sachs or $60,000 at a startup? Oof. Well, you got to understand why you want those positions. Like you got to look 5 years out or 10 years out in your career and ask yourself, are these jobs helping me to get closer to my goal or not? That's the best way for answering any career-oriented question from a generic perspective. Just be long-term greedy, as they say at Goldman, of course, and just think longer term. Will taking these positions or working for this company, whatever, help you to get to your long-term goal? That's it. Whatever your goal is in 10 years. Will that help fill the gap, get you closer to it or not? Okay. Got a question, is what did I like at Goldman Sachs? I like the people there a lot. They were great. Like the jerk factor is very low there. Like I found that there's other firms that you can make a lot more money at, starting out at least. But I find that if you have one jerk on a team, it destroys the culture of the entire team. And at Goldman Sachs, and again, they didn't hire the smartest people. That's how I got the job. But they hired people that just kind of got along with others. And a lot of us had to go through 40 or 50 interviews. And in 40 or 50 interviews, you can usually tell if someone's a jerk or not, or a team player or not. So anyway, it was just fun. It was fun. Yeah. All right. All right, next question is, oh, rest in peace from Stanley. Amen, I hear you, man. 95 years old, can you believe that? That's amazing. Okay, please explain job on a portfolio manager. Okay, so a portfolio manager manages a team of analysts and a portfolio. So I'll explain what that means. So let me start at the bottom, work our way up. So if say you're managing $1 billion and you want to invest in lots of different sectors. So you have one person you hire who's an analyst, and she or he is in charge of picking tech stocks. Another person is an analyst in charge of picking industrial stocks globally, like Caterpillar in the United States or Komatsu in Japan. Another person you hire is in charge of commodities, like oil, gold, silver, etc. Another person is in charge of retail, right? Like Carrefour in France or Starbucks in America, etc. So we have an analyst in this hypothetical example we have analysts that cover every sector. These analysts pick stocks. Then these analysts all tell their boss, which is the portfolio manager up here, what stocks they want to buy. And the portfolio manager will take the best ideas from all their analysts and buy those stocks in a portfolio. And the portfolio manager will make sure that they don't have more than, say, 5% of the money in that portfolio in any one particular stock, and that they don't have more than, say, 20% of the entire portfolio in one particular sector. And they do this so they can manage risk as well. And all portfolio managers started as an analyst, and they became a PM. It's hard to become PM, though, because there's like usually 5 or 10 analysts and then 1 PM. And it gets really contentious. Like a lot of times what will happen is the only way you can make portfolio manager is if your portfolio manager gets fired. But usually if your portfolio manager loses money, a lot of times they will blame one of the analysts and the analyst gets fired. So it can be very contentious. Okay, so hopefully that explained portfolio management. Okay, what's my view on Babbel and Duolingo? I'm sorry, I don't know what those mean, but you made me think of that great album from Mumford & Sons for Babbel. All right, Riza's got a question. If I can go back to college and tell college Chris one piece of advice that current Chris knows, then what would you tell yourself besides taking more arts classes? Big thanks. Wow, what a great question. Well, Chris, don't do this as much. I'm not talking about very green smoothies. I'm just kidding. No, I have no regrets. You know what I probably would have told myself? Don't give a damn what other people think of you. Don't care. And I got to show you this chart again, okay? And I'm going to show you on the back of a napkin here, if I can visualize it. Wish I had a pen, but I don't. Okay. So, dear college Chris, here's a chart. And on the x-axis is your age. And on the y-axis is give a damn. Chris, when you're younger, like my kids right now, you're down here. You're young, and you don't give a damn what anyone thinks. When you're old man, like I am now, getting there, you don't care what people think. Like old people don't have problems with confidence. Little kids don't have problems with confidence. My kids can have a meltdown at a restaurant. Here's the iPad, watch it quick, don't have a meltdown. That sort of thing, okay? However, in between, you're here. When I was in my 20s in college, I care what people thought about me. Okay, I was insecure. And because of that, I really limited my full potential in life at that point because I spent a lot of time thinking, well, what other people think. If I lived down at this level here, I'd be happier because I wouldn't give a damn what people thought. And I'd probably be more successful too, living my life on my terms. And so the best entrepreneurs in the world, the best CEOs, they don't give a damn what people think of them. They never have. Some of them are rude, some of them are not. I'm not telling you to be rude or abrasive, but they live at this level forever. They just don't care. And I remember seeing Mark Benioff. I worked at One Market Plaza, one of the hedge funds I worked at years ago. And I remember seeing him, and he was in the same building as me with Salesforce.com headquarters. I remember seeing him walking in bare feet in the public lobby on the main floor, walking in the lab. And I thought, damn, that's so cool. He doesn't care. It's the best. But if you live your life at this level here and you don't care what people think, I promise you, you will be much more successful and fulfilled with your life because you're not chasing someone else's dream. You're living your life on your terms, college Chris. So live at this level. And that comes to everything. Asking people out on a date. Don't care what people think, right? Keep at it. I'm not giving dating advice. Job as well, getting a job, starting a company. I failed over and over and over again. And that is why I succeed. That's what Michael Jordan says. Be comfortable with failure and live on this level forever, college Chris. Hopefully that's a good answer to the question there. Thanks. Okay. Next question I've got is from Rohit. One second. Water. Rohit is saying 40 interviews. That's insane. I know. Did it involve quantitative and logical questions? No, I wouldn't say quantitative, right? And don't worry. For those of you that are joining a job for the first time or a new industry, don't worry, because it's not going to be hard when you start. In the first couple weeks anyway, it's just going to be gripping and grinning, and they're not going to give you high-level stuff to do. Don't worry. Don't worry. It'll all work out. But in the interviews, it didn't get too quantitative, but I knew what I didn't know. And I'll give you an example. Here's what they asked me. This is interesting. Back in 1998, wow, years ago. Okay, I was so nervous. I prepared so much. I prepared a list of a couple hundred questions they could ask me, and I recorded myself answering the questions. I was so ready, though, because I was insecure, I guess. So you can take my course, the complete job course, and all those questions are there as well. But one of the questions was this. Right? And what they do is there's a drill down tactic to see if you're BSing or not. They said, Chris, what markets do you follow in Europe? And I said, well, I look at the German markets. What is the name of the index in Germany? Well, it's the DAX. What is the name of one company that you are looking at investing in or monitoring on the DAX? Daimler Chrysler. What is the name of the CEO of Daimler Chrysler? Jürgen Schremp. How much money did Daimler Chrysler make last year? See how they keep drilling down? And at that point, I said, I don't know the answer, but you got to say this. You got to say, I don't know, but I'll find out. And that night, when you email and say, thank you very much for the interview and all that stuff, whatever, here's the answer to the question about how much money Daimler Chrysler made last year, that sort of thing. Okay. So there's that drill down tactic, but just say, I don't know, but always follow up with, I don't know, but I'll find out. It shows you're resourceful. And then from a quantitative perspective, they might ask you high level, how do you value a company? And anyway, you can take my course just to learn about that. Actually, you know what, dude? Don't take my course on that. I published a blog a week or two ago about how to ace your finance interview. And it's 17 or 18 minutes long. And I provide you with a framework on how to answer any question in a finance interview or any interview for that matter. So just listen to that, and hopefully it'll help you out a lot. Okay, next question is this. But they might ask you like questions about, like sometimes they don't care what the answer is. They just want to see how you think. Right? Microsoft for years, they would ask certain questions. And I know because I interviewed at Microsoft and it was awful. Oh my God, I got to tell you a story. You guys are going to laugh at me. Not with me, but at me, okay? I was dying to work at Microsoft. Bill Gates was my hero when I was a kid. Basically what I did was they came to McGill University, Microsoft, to interview. I don't know what I was doing, but it was 1994 or 93 actually in the fall. I graduated in 94. And I went to the interview. I showed up earlier, and I was wearing my best suit, double-breasted. I am that old, okay? Double-breasted suit. And I'm sitting in the interview room, waiting to interview, and a couple minutes go by, and the interviewer's not there. And then the garbage lady walked in, the janitor, with awful clothes and stuff, and she walked in, and I very politely picked up the garbage pail, which we call the poubelle in French, the poubelle, the garbage pail, and I gave it to her. And she looked at me, and she said, actually, I'm from Microsoft. I'm going to be interviewing you right now. And I didn't get that job. But anyway, just take that course I gave. And they'll ask logical questions like, why are construction hole covers round? And they don't care what your answer is. They just care what you think. And the reason why they're round is because of this. See if you can come up with the answer. So that construction workers can roll the manhole cover or construction hole cover, now it's called. And also so that it never falls through, right? So it can never fall through the hole, anyway, that sort of thing. And when I worked at a big hedge fund called Citadel, and they asked me, God, those interviews were tough, but I enjoyed them because they were challenging. But they asked me in that interview, one question, the guy's name was Peter LeBon. Smart guy, nice guy. And he asked me a question in the interview, and he said, how much does a 747 weigh? And I was like, oh my God, how am I going to answer this? So it doesn't matter what the answer is. It matters how you approach the answer. So I said this. I said, well, if we assume that one Toyota Camry weighs 1,000 pounds, for example, and a Toyota Camry is 5 feet wide, and the fuselage middle part, the big part of 747, is 20 feet wide. Then this is an example. Then that means that we need to have 4 Toyota Camrys. side by side. Okay, so that's 4,000 pounds. And a Toyota Camry is 12 feet long. And let's assume that a 747 is 120 feet long. Okay, I'm making this up, make it easier. So that means that we have to have 10 cars long by 4 cars wide. 10 times 4, 10 times 40 is 400. 400 times 1,000 is 400,000 pounds. Now we have to layer a couple cars on top of each other because the 747 is really heavy. And so we'll do another row exactly on top of it. So now we're at 800,000 pounds. And then another row that only has 2 cars across. So now we're at 1,000,000 pounds. Then we have luggage that I went through it like that, whatever. And it doesn't matter what the answer was, but all that matters is how you approach it. It's amazing how they get that bird in the sky. Eh? All right. Anyway, so, and those are fun questions. And if you're interviewing for a consulting job, then you have to do a case study as well. And so if you take my complete job course, whatever, I kind of help you with that. Or what you can do is this. Go to vaultreports.com. Everybody in this call, go to vaultreports.com. And you can pay $30 and download a PDF. That'll tell you everything you need to know about every big company. And the questions they might ask you as well at that company. Every battle is won before it's been fought. That's my cheesy quote of the day from Sun Tzu in The Art of War. Vaultreports.com. Use it, read it, love it. Okay. Next question is this. Hold on one second. Okay, so Akil is saying, I'm having a hard time researching numbers for my pitch deck because investors love real number. Okay, Google Trends aren't helping you. Okay, so clearly you took my business plan course because you mentioned that. Thank you. Okay, here's what you do. So when you're trying to come up with the size of the total addressable market of an industry, if you can't find it because that industry doesn't exist yet, here's what you do. And this is what I did in the complete business plan course. So Tony Shark is creating a virtual reality product. And he believes that his virtual reality products, and again, I put that sticker on top of the real logo so that whoever made this, you can't sue me, okay? It's okay. But Tony Shark's product, he believes, is going to replace the entire movie industry and the video game industry longer term. Okay, but the virtual reality industry doesn't really exist yet, hypothetically speaking. So the size of the total addressable market for Tony Shark represents is the size of the movie industry and the video game market combined. Okay, that's it. And Google, like when Google was first going public, or first trying to raise money from Sequoia, of course, and Andy Bechtolsheim, who I already talked about, I'm sure investors asked them, what's the size of your total addressable market? And instead of looking at the revenue for Yahoo at the time, or Alta Vista, I am dating myself there, which used to be my favorite search engine. But what they could have said at the time was, well, the size of our market is the size of the market we're going to disrupt in no longer term. Like the size of the radio advertising market, the size of the outdoor billboard market. And they can get that from a company called Lamar, ticker LAMR, that sort of thing. Okay, so they could get the entire size of different markets they intend to own or compete in longer term. And so that's what I would say. And hopefully I answered your question, Akil. If it doesn't, please let me know. Thanks. All right, next question. Well, thank you very much. Halfway through my course, appreciate that. Oh, Babbel and Duolingo are language learning apps. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it. Okay, next one is Rohit. It's got a question. Any advice for people who haven't found their passion yet? Yeah, just keep searching. Keep searching. And so here's how you find your passion. Okay, here's one way. How cool was that? How dope was that I showed Wolverine though? Isn't that neat? Okay. By the way, if this was a 10 out of 10, this would be worth a fortune, but it's only 9, so it's not worth that much. This is my from growing up. So the way to find your passion is this. Let me assume, pretend, hear me out here, humor me. Assume that you're given 30 days off of work and school. You can't do anything. You can't travel. You have to stay home or close to your home within, say, I don't know, a mile or so. What would you do with your time in those 30 days? What would you do? Whatever it is you do, that's your passion. Here's another way to think about it. Who's a rock star to you in business? You know, who is your Bono or your Mick Jagger or Freddie Mercury, whatever, or Adele or Madonna? Who are they to you in business? Who's your rock star? You know, is it the CEO of Starbucks? Is it maybe the author of the Harry Potter books? Who's a rock star to you? Who do you enjoy most? You know, who's inspired you and billions of other people, whatever. And whoever that person is, whatever industry it is, that's your passion. Okay, that's your passion. Anyway, those are just a couple of ideas of how to think about it. All right, next up, what are the comments in that? Oh, the contents in this drink? Just coffee? Yeah. So this is it's bulletproof coffee. And so what I do is I'm a biohacker. So I kind of everyone's body is different, right? And so I take different vitamins, different supplement stuff. I take this every day. It's called Daily Advantage. Anyway, and what I do is I didn't have time to make my shake this morning, but I usually have kale and ginger and protein powder. And if you go and watch, one of my vlogs is called How to Get Back in Your Genius Zone. And I go 30 minutes on how to make a shake, whatever. It was kind of fun. But this coffee is called Bulletproof Coffee. And I don't know if you've seen the movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper, who many people say I look identical to. Just kidding, not at all. But there's a movie with Bradley Cooper. And what happens is he takes this pill. Don't take pill. But he takes this pill. And it makes him a genius to the extent that he can inhale information really quickly. He's brilliant. He writes many books, that sort of thing. And I have that same feeling with Bulletproof Coffee. Okay, I'm not affiliated with this company at all, although it is Canadian, represents. But Bulletproof Coffee was created by this dude in Vancouver, BC, British Columbia. And he created coffee that doesn't have mold on it. Most coffee you drink, a lot of them that are preserved, has mold on it, which means you get a quick high and then a quick low. This coffee doesn't have mold on it. And he also, I put a little bit of, it's called MCT oil in it. Okay. And MCT oil, basically, it's like coconut oil. Right? It's for cognitive abilities. And if you're going to do that, do it in tiny doses because you will get a stomachache initially until you build a tolerance. Then there's one more thing I put in it, which is a tablespoon. Now you're going to think I'm crazy for sure. It's a tablespoon of organic grass-fed butter. And it actually tastes good. It's like it has cream in it, right? And then what you do is you stir it up, you drink it. And people have been doing this with butter in their coffee for hundreds of years. And this is my first meal of the day for the first couple hours. And it allows me to really inhale information quickly and have a lot more energy. Anyway, I love it. I love it. And I was just about to look at the time and I realized my watch is on backwards. Why did I do that? For those of you that have been on this call the entire time, it's usually because I have to remember something, which was to give you guys a coupon, which Wrigley has already posted here. Thank you. Okay. All right. So next question I've got is, how do you know when the next recession is coming? And do I use economic indicators or watch for things like inverted yield curve, etc.? Thanks. Okay. So that's a great question. So business is always cyclical. And if anybody tells you otherwise, don't believe them. A lot of people say this time it's different. It's never different. Okay. And I blogged on that. So third vlog I blogged from Franklin Templeton's headquarters. And I talked about that. But basically, what happens in every single business cycle, they usually last about 10 years. Things are bad, things are back to normal. Okay. Great, bad, normal. And it looks like sine and cosine. Hey, finally, you're using this in the real world, kind of, not really. And what happens is they're usually 10 years, okay? And the best time to invest, obviously, in stocks is when you're in a recession because no one else is buying. You always want to buy when you always, like Warren Buffett said, you always want to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. Because if everybody owns the same stock, who's the incremental investor? There's not many. And so the economic cycle is 10 years. And so right now, I think we're closer to the negative part of the cycle, only because we've been in the positive part of the cycle for so long now. And I can't call it. Nobody can call it. Otherwise, they would be trillionaires. But I would think that things will get worse. I'm a positive person longer term. And the positive thing about that recession, even when it comes, is I will be buying a lot of stocks then. So anyway, in terms of the inverted yield curve, and what that means is if you look at interest rates, so basically there's something called the yield curve. And I explained this, I think I explained this in my financial analyst course, whatever. But the yield curve is basically an indication of what the market is expecting interest rates to be longer term. And so interest rates are low right now, artificially low, although they're going up. Okay. You can see my bald spot there. I don't like that. Push that back there. Okay. Interest rates are low right now. And then what happens is the yield curve just charts what people are expecting interest rates to be longer term. Okay. And so it looks like this. Inverted yield curve would look like this, which would indicate that things are going to be bad in the future. That's how professional bond traders price bonds. They look at yield curves. But the bottom line of the answer is I think we're getting closer to a recession, only because we've been in good times for so long. So anyway, that's what I would say. But I can't predict it. Nobody can. And so Rohit's got a question saying, sorry, it's my sore throat thing. Of course, I talked. You couldn't hear me. That was my sore throat thing. Okay, but I'm fine. I feel good. All right. So Rohit's got a question. Pardon me. How will I answer? What is the most creative way to break a clock? Huh. That was asked in an Apple interview. Wow. The most creative way. Now, I've broken a lot of things in my life, but I'm just not creative. Oh my God, and I'm being put on the spot here too. I love it. I love being challenged. It's the most creative way to break a clock. And I used to always say, when people say, good job, Chris, you did well with that, I would always say, well, a broken clock is right twice a day. The most creative way to break a clock. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude, I'm blanking out here. I wouldn't have gotten a job at Apple. Now you can tell. Creative way to break a clock. I don't know. I pull out my lighter and I torch it right there, and then I pull out my bong. And I'm just kidding. I wouldn't get that job. A creative way. I probably. I don't know. I can't answer that. This is terribly embarrassing. I tie it to the back of my car during my wedding with my beer cans, and then just have it get dragged. I don't know. It's a great question though. I lost a couple of viewers there, so obviously I didn't get a job at Apple. That's a great question though. Sorry. Wow. I love it. I love it. It's like riddles. My kids love riddles. I love those things. All right. Akil, you can tell I'm not very creative. Okay. Akil is saying, how do you get, now that's going to bother me. I'm going to be up all night thinking about that. All right. How do you get a yes from I'm going to give you the answer in a couple minutes. I'm thinking, okay. On the watch thing. Akil's got a question. How do I get a yes from, okay. For the Apple interview, I'd say something kind of funny like this. I'd say, well, I would bring an Android handset because they just don't work that well. Something like that. Anyway, and for the time, tell the time app doesn't work that well, just like Androids in general. Something like that. I don't know. All right. Next question. I still wouldn't get the job though. Next question is from Akil. How do I get to a yes from a CEO via LinkedIn to talk about you for an hour coffee? Okay, yeah. Okay, so what you got to do is make sure the CEO has something in common with you. Okay, maybe they went to the same high school as you, or they're in the same, I don't know, organization you're in, whatever. That sort of thing, or from the same hometown. You got to find the common elements, otherwise they won't even respond. But a better way to meet every CEO on the planet is to watch my vlog on how to meet every CEO. Go to annual shareholder meetings and I'm not going to go into detail on this. I've done this in the past 3 webcasts, but go to annual shareholder meetings and you can meet CEOs always, and everybody can go to these things. Okay. So watch my blog on that, how to get a meeting with any CEO. And I promise you, like, you're going to find if you work in sales or you have a startup, all that matters is meeting CEOs anyway. because they're decision makers for a lot of products. So anyway, go to shareholder meetings. Same thing if you want a job. Go to shareholder meetings. Watch my blog on that. And I'll tell you exactly how to do it. Okay. It's like that movie, The Wedding Crashers with Owen Wilson, but it's easier. You're not crashing weddings. You're crashing annual meetings. It's free. Anybody can do it. There's no barriers. Nobody does that. I don't know why. That's a good thing though. You don't want competition. Okay. Next question from Rohit. Do they ask math questions like solving a calculus problems? Because I suck at math. I love you, man. I love it. No, they'll never ask you math questions. I don't think so, at least. I've never seen. I've interviewed in every type of company there is. No, they won't. They won't ask you math questions. Don't worry about that. But they want to know how you think. So in general, so when I answer that 747 question, there's no right answer, but just they want to know how you think like that. And a lot of case study interviews will ask questions like that too, like if you're interviewing at McKinsey, Boston Consulting Group, Bain, Monitor, etc. That sort of thing. Okay. And they just want to know how you think. And so you want to have a logical structure. So, and you want to use transition words too, like moving on to, in terms of next, lastly, the conclusion is, that sort of thing. And when you do that as well, to tie together fragmented logic in your answers, you're buying yourself time as well. Okay. It's kind of like I wrote the GMAT, and there's an essay part of the GMAT, and the essay doesn't have to be perfect, but it's got to have a structure to it. So here's how the essay would work. And this is 20 years ago, so I remember it. Opening paragraph is this. The argument of X is an interesting argument because of 1, 2, 3. However, there is a weakness of 4. And then the next 4 paragraphs would be, first paragraph number 1 is strength 1, strength 2, strength 3. And after that, weakness, which is number 4. And the conclusion is, despite the weakness of 4, the bottom line is that because of 1, 2, 3, I believe that, and then the argument is valid. Whatever it is, just have a framework like that. Okay. All right, next question is from David. Hey, David, how are you, man? Hey, Chris, great. How are you accelerating in the, thank you, on social media? I appreciate that. I'm just having fun with it. I'm making a lot of mistakes. So, oh, by the way, if anybody wants to vlog, I figured it out. Well, I've made a lot of mistakes. So I created a vlog. It's a 40-minute vlog. Just go to my vlog and do a search on it, how to vlog. And I tell you all the equipment you need and everything, okay? So that you can work smarter and not harder. Okay, great. Next question I've got is, oh, thank you. When are you reaching the same number of Udemy students as YouTube followers? Thanks. Wow, that's a hard one. So I've just started my YouTube channel basically, and I've got like 9,200, which is nothing, dude. Like my kids, they follow these vloggers. Like there's this one dude, PewDiePie, who I don't want kids to really watch, but whatever. He has 70 million followers, 70 million. And there's this other group, it's like a Middle Eastern musician group or something, but my son showed me last night, and they have about 70 million as well. And so my 9,200 subs it's a joke, but I'm having fun doing it, right? And no one really has a business daily vlog. So I'm doing it, and I'm sticking to it for 10 years because I said I'm going to my students. So anyway, it's I think I have 324,000 Udemy students right now. And I've sold in total across all platforms over 500,000 courses. It's been fun. But to get to, my God, to get to 70 million, that's crazy. Or to even get to 300,000. What happens in YouTube when you get, so I'm going to pass the 10,000 milestone, big deal, whatever, this year. But to get to, when you get to 100,000, which Phil Ebener is going to actually, he's the best teacher on Udemy, it's amazing. But when you get 100,000, what happens is YouTube sends you a plaque, and it's a big deal. People are like, oh, look, I have 100,000. And then we get to a million, it's another plaque as well, and whatever. So I want to get to 100,000 next year. I know that's too aggressive. I probably won't get there, but that's okay. And James Cameron, who did Titanic, and he made Titanic and Terminator and all these great movies, and Avatar, he said this, Canadian too. He said, if you set your goals so high and you fail, you're going to fail above everyone else's expectations anyway. So I'm going to get to 100,000 by next year, and the year after that, 1 million. Okay. Now I said it. Now I have to see if I can get to 10,000 by the year after that. So just joking there. It's called self-deprecating Canadianism. All right. Humbleness. All right. So next question I've got is Rohit. Do they ask you questions in interviews to check your confidence? Or why do they ask you questions? Yeah, so sometimes there's the pressure interview tactic you'll get. And I got this at Goldman, actually. There's a guy named Aaron Lieberman. God, I shouldn't be saying names. But he interviewed, and he asked me, why didn't you go to Harvard? Remember he said that. And I remember my answer was, well, I didn't get accepted. And he was trying to, it was a little bit more abrasive approach. And then I got to know him after I started there. And he was the managing director in charge of all the sales and trading at the time. Super nice guy, great guy. And a lot of times people in interviews, they'll try to push you certain ways. And don't get intimidated because it's an act. It's an act, okay? All right. Thank you, Rohit, appreciate that. Okay, and when you go to these interviews, you got nothing to lose. So just be yourself. Who cares about confidence anyway? Whether or not you're confident or not, you're right. So you can turn that switch. And again, just don't give a damn what anyone thinks. Okay. How do I look today, by the way? Okay, just kidding. All right. Another question: as a retail investor in the stock market, how do I use the economic calendar to my advantage? Oh, interesting. Do I need regular check for new updates, or are there just a couple of important events to look for? Okay, great. So, all right, so here's what you can do. So if you take my course, the complete financial analyst course, I start off with the macro, and I talk about how to analyze data from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and then the WB, the World Bank. So I talk about it in that perspective. So the most important things to look at, if you care about near-term drivers, are a couple things. The interest rate. And so in the United States, it's the Federal Reserve chairperson who will come out, I think, every third Friday and read the minutes from the release the minutes from the FOMC meeting, okay, which is the Federal Open Market Committee. And they will kind of give you certain language in it, and the media is all over it anyway, to tell you whether or not interest rates are going to go up or down or unchanged at the next meeting. Okay, that's one. So interest rates. And over in Europe, it's the bank, the central bank, ECB, European Central Bank. Okay, in Canada, it's the Bank of Canada or the Minister of Finance. So countries that don't have a Federal Reserve chairperson, which is most countries outside of the U.S., it's usually the Bank of or the Minister of. Okay, like in Japan, the Minister of Finance, that sort of thing. Okay? So you watch what that body says about interest rates. Interest rates. Number one, we cover interest rates. Next up, we look at jobless claims. Okay, and so what happens is governments usually release at least once a month the number of new people filing for unemployment. Watch that as well. That's important. Another one, which is usually quarterly, which is the quarterly GDP result. Okay, how fast the economy growing? So companies have revenue, economies have GDP. So GDP is the revenue for the whole country. So look for that GDP growth. And if GDP growth is negative for, I think, 2 quarters in a row, then that's a recession. If it's more than that, then it's a depression, which is rare. It doesn't really happen. Okay, so I would watch for that as well. And those are the important indicators. Now, you can also look at retail stores, like I'll show you what most retail stores are growing at year over year. And obviously you want to see growth. That sort of thing. So those cover all the major topics that you can think about. Don't get lost in weeds too much when it comes to economic statistics. I want you to be more of a bottoms-up investor and focus on investing in one company for the long term, regardless of where we are in the economic cycle, that sort of thing. Yeah. All right. All right. Next question is from Centec. How are you, Centec? First time seeing the call. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. So Centec saying that Android answer about the watch could certainly it could surely create an interest in hiring you because the answer is contextual. Thank you, and I appreciate that. So here's what I would have also said in the way I answered that question, and I clearly butchered it, and Apple wouldn't have hired me. Okay, but here's what I would have said is this: whenever I can't think of something, I make fun of myself as it's just who I am, self-deprecation, whatever. It is what it is. I would have said something along the lines of, but that being said, a broken clock is right twice a day. Something like that. Because, when a clock gets jammed, whatever. That's what I would have said. I would have thrown humor into it as well and just made fun of myself. That's right. Okay, good. Okay, so Akil is saying, will a value investor worry about GFC like the 2007, 2008? I'm embarrassed. I don't know what GFC is. So while I search for it, the period that you're referring to was when we had the Great Recession. What does GFC stand for? Oh, Global Financial Crisis. Sorry, I should have known that. I lived it. GFC. Okay. So are value investors worried about another global financial crisis? I don't think that in our lifetimes we're going to get another global crisis like that. I mean, it was such a one-off to the extent that bank machines were within 24 hours of not working. Okay. And so, sorry, just got an alert. So bank machines were within 24 hours not working. And your kids and your great-grandkids, your great-great-grandkids, whatever, one day, if you live that long, are going to ask you, what was it like living and working or going to school during the Great Recession, or as you called the GFC in 2007, 8, 9? It was, dude, it was a one-off. And Ben Bernanke, who worked for in the Treasury Department, he created these programs to rescue a lot of banks. And we got lucky because Ben Bernanke did his PhD at Princeton University in depressionary economic studies. He studied the Great Depression in a lot of detail. And because of that, he was able to help the US economy, at least, which is about a third or a little bit less of the global economy. He was able to help the US economy from stopping going into another Great Depression. So I don't think that something like that is going to happen again in our lifetimes. It was a black swan event, and Black Swan was a book written by the guy that made this book as well. Read that; it's a good book, actually. It's just a rare event, Black Swan, whatever. It was a black swan event. I don't think it's going to occur again in our lifetime. So that's my humble thought process on that. This time it's different. I'm just kidding. It's never, every economic cycle occurs as is, but I don't think we're going to see something that extreme again in our lifetimes as a GFC. Thanks. I'm learning. I know what GFC stands for. Okay. Thought it was something like great fried chicken, like KFC or something. I don't know. Okay. That's why KFC is called KFC. They want to de-emphasize the word fried. And the best chicken wings I ever had was McDonald's in Hong Kong. It was great. Okay. Next up, if the music company is T-Series, it's not Middle Eastern, it's India. Maybe you're referring to those T's I was talking about. And I know that was Sanskrit or Hindi. And I screwed that one up. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so Akil has got a question. I'm about to start investing in stocks. I do have the book, The Intelligent Investor, meaning this one here. Should I start reading it? Any other tips? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd read it for sure. Just understand that it is very old school oriented, but human nature, doesn't change over, 80 years. This thing was made like 80 years ago. It's so interesting for me to look at it too, because I circled a lot of things. But when you read this book, I recommend doing the Kindle version. What I love about Kindle books is you can actually see where other people highlighted stuff, like 1,223 other people highlighted this part here, just to see what parts of the book had a prophetic impact on them. So yeah, I say read it. If you could do it in the car as well, listen to it, that'd be great as well. But for the exhibits, you gotta look in the book because they're financial exhibits. Okay, yeah. And if I think of other books, I'll let you know as well. You also want to go and read all of Warren Buffett's annual shareholder meeting essays, right? And so what he does is he creates this essay. It's maybe this long, page or two every year for his ahead of the Berkshire Hathaway, which is his company, ahead of the Berkshire Hathaway's annual shareholder meeting. So, and anyone can go to that one, just like anybody can go to any shareholder meeting. So I would read those as well. Okay, great. Next up, I've got, and if I've skipped your question, just repaste it in here again, please. So I got a ton of questions here. All right, so great mindset to grow this fast, which YouTubers do I think are good to pick and collaborate with? So, there's a guy named Casey Neistat, I think his name is, and I really like him. He's got over 10 million followers. And my kids, like, they don't watch TV, they watch YouTube, and they inspire me, just like my students inspire me. And the older generation doesn't get it, that this is the future. Like when I vlog outdoors, whatever, I have like 1 subscriber, it doesn't matter. It's always younger people that kind of come up to me, like they get it. They get it. Whereas older people are like, what the hell are you doing? It's, ridiculous. Oh, I had a police officer pull me over recently because I was vlogging, right? And they said, we just received calls about you vlogging. I said, this is my vlog. And I had to show my ID. And Willem, if you're on the call, I showed my McLovin ID, my fake one, the Hawaii one, and he had a good laugh as well. Anyway, but Casey Neistat is the guy to follow because Casey is, he's successful, unlike me with vlogging, and he's got over 10 million viewers, and he's very, very honest and self-deprecating, and he is so honest that I love it. Remember I was saying before how in an interview you want to be, like Stan the Man, homage to him, just personable and yourself and vulnerable, whatever, show some weaknesses, turn weaknesses into strengths. That's what Casey is, and he's so likable because of that. And it's anyway, I like him. He wears glasses all the time, and the reason he wears glasses is because sorry. The reason he wears glasses is because he doesn't want the camera to know that he's looking away. Sometimes he looks away when he's speaking to the camera. Anyway, so I would check out his if you can. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Avinash. Thank you. So Akil's got a question. Why do investors pour in even though some startups don't have proper revenue and profits for years and decades, like Uber and Amazon? Okay, that's a great question. Okay, so why do investors invest in companies that are not profitable? Because they will be profitable one day. They think they will be. And there's 2 types of investors, okay? On one end of the spectrum, you've got value investors, okay? People like Warren Buffett that buy things that are really, really cheap, okay? And on the other end of the spectrum, you've got growth investors, okay? And what happens is value investors buy cheap stuff, growth investors buy expensive stuff. Because growth investors know that these companies are growing really, really fast. And if they were profitable right away, then they wouldn't be growing as quickly and they wouldn't want to invest in them anymore. Only value investors would. And so I'll give you an example. And I don't mind investing in companies that are not profitable. I actually like it. I prefer it because I want them to grow quickly and they can be profitable later. So if Amazon wanted to, they could basically, they could fire all their salespeople and immediately become very profitable. But you know what? If they did that, they wouldn't be growing. Revenue would not be growing. And so there's a different philosophy. It's like religion too. It gets animated, man. It gets contentious. Value investors like cheap stuff. Growth investors like, expensive stuff. Most younger people that are in schools are value investors because they learn that you want to buy when the price to earnings ratio is low or the price to book ratio is low. And then once you leave university, a lot of times people become growth investors because they think longer term. They understand that they want these companies to grow now and make money later. If you build it, they will come. And so either a growth investor or a value investor, there's no in between. And it's deadly because every value stock or every growth stock eventually becomes a value stock because of the law of large numbers. They can't grow anymore. And that transition period from growth to value takes about a decade. And the stock is stuck in purgatory, investment purgatory, no man's land. And what happens is private equity investors like KKR will come in and buy the company that's in transition, turn it around, maybe fire a board member, and push it to become value or growth. For example, eBay. eBay was a wonderful growth stock for years. And then what happened was they bought PayPal, and then growth slowed a lot. And it was problematic because people didn't want to buy it. Growth investors didn't want to buy it because it wasn't really growing, but they kind of like the PayPal asset. Value investors didn't want to buy it because it really wasn't cheap enough. And so Carl Icahn came in. He got a board seat. He turned the company around. And he spun the company out in 2 divisions, broke it up. The core eBay, which value-ish investors like more. And then PayPal, which the growth investors like more. And it unlocked shareholder value because the market cap of this plus market cap of this was way, way, way bigger than the market cap of the whole company. as is. So anyway, hopefully that answers the question you have about why people like to invest in companies that are not profitable. And in venture capital, we never invest in companies that are profitable. Like the dumbest thing that an investor can tell you, okay, and a big red flag for you. Say you start a tech company and an investor looks at you and says, are you going to be cash flow this year, cash flow positive and profitable this year or next year? That's the wrong kind of investor because they're not long-term focused. You want somebody to be long-term focused and make sure they understand that you need a lot of money to grow your company. But if you build it, they will come, the customers, longer term, if you invest a lot. And so you got to understand if your investors are long-term and growth focused like you are, if you're starting a tech company, or are they value focused? Because they're value focused, they're not going to invest in your company. You're just wasting your time and their time. Okay. So, and a lot of times companies that go public, like tech stocks that go public, most of the time they're not profitable for the first 1 or 2 years anyway. And what happens is eventually they become profitable. But anyway, so that's kind of a long-winded answer to tell you that there are certain investors that want to invest in growth stocks and certain investors that want to invest in value stocks. And the next question I've got is as a follow-up here. Hold on a second here. Why does Snapchat go public or exit? To prove, was it to prove Facebook and Instagram wrong? No. So what happens is venture capital firms. So here's what happened with Snapchat. At first, when venture capital firms met with them, right, they're like, "Oh my God, this is the dumbest thing in the world. Why would you want to take a? Why would I want to take a picture of my kids, my memories, and then lose that forever? Well, I don't get it, right? Nobody got it." And then Snapchat came back to them and said, "So we've got 6 million subscribers. We're growing." And the venture capitals then said, "Oh my God, that's the best business model ever." So all they look at is the number of subscribers. Okay, they don't look at revenue. They figure that, grow today, monetize it later. And then what happened was venture capitalists invested, and this is generic enough of an answer to apply to every company ever. Okay, that VCs invested. Venture capital firms will invest in a company, and then after a couple of years, maybe 5 years or 10 years, whatever, eventually venture capitalists will say, "Hey man, you guys are pretty big now, and I kind of want to make money off this investment. And my investors in my venture capital fund want to make money too. So I'm on the board and I want you to go public now, please." And so at some point, the other board members and the CEO and founders of the company might say, "Yeah, that makes sense. I got a lot of employees and they own stock options and I think they want to get paid as well or they're going to quit. And I kind of want to buy a G6 too." I'm kidding about that part, a G5. So what will happen is that company will go public, and that company won't be profitable for a year or two anyway after they go public. And then the analysts come in and say, "When are you going to get to profitability?" And other investors will want that as well. So what happens is when companies' revenue growth is accelerating, it's usually private. And the second revenue growth is still positive but no longer accelerating. That's when the venture capitalists call investment bankers and say, "Take this public. This is a stock market company now." So again, venture capitalists love investing in companies where revenue growth is accelerating. They don't care about profitability right away. And then once revenue growth is still positive but decelerating, that's when the venture capitalists call the investment bankers and say, "Hey, take this thing public." That's how it works. Okay. Okay, so okay. So next question I got is from Centec. Thank you, Chris. Actually, I was trying to watch you live for many days, but I fell asleep. Dude, I love you, man. Dude, and this goes for everybody in the call. If you're ever having problems sleeping, I want you to watch a replay of this call, okay? I want to help you fall asleep and live your life on your terms at the same time. So I love it. I know that's not what you meant. It's late. And I'm sorry about that. Sorry it's late in some parts of the world. That's why this call goes on forever. Okay. So I'm reading your question now. Let me put you on mute. Okay. It's midnight in India right now, but I'm happy that I'm watching you. Thank you. God bless you, Santak. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I know it's not what you meant, but seriously, if anyone's having problems sleeping, you're probably really sleepy if you're on this call. From what we're in the 4th hour, whatever it is now. I don't even know what hour it is, but I appreciate it. Okay, next one I've got. And again, if I've skipped your question, just paste it again, please. And this call will never, ever, 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 ever end until I've answered all questions. And when there's no more answers left or viewers left, then I'll wrap up the call. Okay. All right, great. So we're now into our 5th hour. Let's do this, man. Come on. Let's go all day. I'll try and outlast you. Are you going to try and compete with me? Just kidding. All right. All right. So next one is this. If we know the next recession is likely coming soon, how can we hedge our risks as a retail investor? Interesting. What would you do to anticipate a bear market? So a bear market is when the stock market is down 20% or more. They say, well, we're now in bear market territory. Otherwise, when the market's up a lot, it's called bull market. I don't know why bull and bear. Okay, so what would I do to hedge our risks? Okay, so just have a very diversified, long-term focused portfolio. Okay, and you can learn about that in my complete personal finance course, where I teach you everything on how to have a very diversified portfolio. And if you're very diversified, you won't have to worry about your collective net worth, your portfolio value of all your different asset classes materially going down in recessions. Yes, they will go down. I promise you they will, because the value of everything goes down in recessions. But if you wanted to, and I never give individual stock advice or bonds or whatever it is, but I'll speak for myself. When I'm worried sometimes about inflation, right? And inflation means when the prices of things go up a lot and governments raise interest rates when that happen. And when interest rates go up a lot, people don't buy as many stocks because they can, put their money in the bank and make high interest rates. But when I'm worried about interest rates going up, which basically means that the stock market is going to go down, can go down, what I do is I tips, okay? And they say tips are for waiters. Separate comment there. But tips are Treasury inflation protected securities. And it's just a way for me to invest in U.S. government bonds and be okay and not negatively impacted by inflation, because these are Treasury inflation protected securities. And so if inflation goes up a lot, so will these securities. And the great thing about them, and every time you invest in bonds, whatever, it's all relative. The last company on the planet that will go bankrupt, in my humble opinion, is the U.S. government, or one of the last ones. I'm not going to categorize it that way. Canada will last longer than anyone else. I'm not biased. And so that's why I look at Treasury inflation protected securities. That's just me, though. Okay, so and you can look at government bonds, which are lower risk anyway. If you're really worried about some sort of macroeconomic decline or contraction in the global economy, okay, because usually governments are lower risk investments in most countries, at least. Okay. Or you can buy corporate bonds too, in AAA rated bonds. And the way bonds work is it goes AAA, AA, A, and everything below that goes BBB, BB, all the way down to whatever. I only want you to invest in A or AAA when it comes to bonds. Okay. All right. Next question I've got here. Somebody, Avi Pro saying, hey, I'm older and I'm all around YouTube. Oh, I love it, dude. Awesome. Just mess with you. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. But it's so funny because like my kids are playing around with Twitch now. Twitch is an amazing company that allows you to stream video games. My older kids are doing it a bit. And Amazon bought it for only $400 million. It was a great acquisition. And it's so interesting watching my kids consume media and create content. And of course, I'm really careful about giving out names and stuff, but or public information for them. But they watch Twitch. It's like a TV channel for them. And all they do is they watch these video gamers like this guy Ninja. This guy Ninja, dude, he makes millions from playing Fortnite. And he had a course on Udemy, actually. It's still up there. You can do a search on Ninja. You'll find it. And he makes an absolute fortune. But anyway, Twitch is kind of a big deal. And I think that within a couple decades, some video gamers are going to make more money than all major professional athletes. It's true. MLG, Major League Gaming. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. All right. Next up, David says, oh, hold on a second. Sorry. Akil's got a question. Said, does the bear market worry value investors and long-term investors? It worries everybody, but it worries growth investors more, because what happens is whenever there's an economic decline, right, when GDP or the revenue for a country goes negative, what happens is the first stocks to get murdered or really underperform are the expensive speculative ones with no earnings. And value stocks outperform. And so growth investors get more worried than value investors. And so during the Great Recession of 2008, in my hedge fund, I did well. It was fine. We were short a lot of stuff, whatever. We were okay that year, relatively speaking, right? It's awful. And then Bernard Madoff caused, I'm not going to go there, but he caused redemptions everywhere. And we should have known because his name was Madoff, you know. But I remember back in 08, I bought stocks I thought would go down less. I had to buy some stocks because I managed, pardon me, I managed money for other people in my hedge fund. And so I bought Campbell's Soup because, you know, people would eat more Campbell's Soup or more soup in general during recessions. I bought Walmart, ticker WNT, because I thought, well, people are still going to probably more likely want to shop at Walmart during recessions. Anyway, that sort of thing. You buy really defensive stocks. So I would say growth investors get more worried than value investors. All right, next question from David. Yeah, I enjoy watching Casey Neistat as well. Awesome. You should make a video again. I'd love to. I'd love to. Thank you for all the time. All the best, and see you in the next stream. Thanks. I appreciate that, David. Thanks. Yeah, he's amazing. I actually use him as kind of a model. Like I look at his videos and the transitions he has. It's really entertaining. The problem is sometimes I just don't have enough time. That's my problem. I got to fix it, right? With my daily schedule. And so you'll notice that over the past week or two, I've actually just thrown in some videos from other courses. Just I haven't had time because I'm working on this complete business plan course, which is done. And I also have a contraption now set up in my car. So when I drive to the gym, I vlog as well. It's always one take, whatever, and it's fun. It's fun. That's me trying to be more productive. Okay, next question I've got is, why did Warren Buffett give up on IBM? Because Warren Buffett found out that IBM stands for industry's biggest mistake. It's true. I'm just kidding. It actually, I don't know, but probably because execution, because revenue growth went negative. Probably. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Okay. And the opposite with Apple. Well, Apple is still executing. They're still doing well. And Apple's, it's not expensive. It's cheap stock just because, I mean, it's so big. Everybody owns it. So that's probably what he saw there. I don't know what he's thinking at times, though. But if you want to know what Warren Buffett thinks on how to pick stocks, then you can read this book here. Okay. And when he came, so Warren Buffett guest lectured in our class, and his wife was there too. God bless her. She's passed away. But she was teasing him that day because on their honeymoon, Warren Buffett brought this book. He read this on their honeymoon. It's kind of, yeah. I should have got him to sign it. Damn it. What was I thinking? All right. Next question I've got here is, thanks for all the replies, Chris. Oh, my pleasure, man. Just wanted to ask, what is the first or most important financial news website you will check first thing in the morning? Thanks. So I don't check any financial website. I just think longer term. But if you want, you could set up a portfolio on Yahoo Finance. Go to finance.yahoo.com. And at finance.yahoo.com, I speak fast sometimes, sorry. Set up a portfolio. And then what you can do is you can look at the news for every single stock in your portfolio right there. And at 1 o'clock California time, which is 4 p.m. New York time, you can hit refresh, 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 and you can see a press release for when your company's released news. It's usually right after 4 p.m. New York time, meaning when they release earnings, that sort of thing. The press releases, they're called 8Ks if you go to sec.gov, which is Geek Finance Talk for a press release. And you get access to it at the exact same time as the big investors on Wall Street. It's a wonderful thing. It's called Regulation FD, which is fair disclosure. And so that's what you do, is keep hitting refresh at 1 p.m. Okay, that's what I would recommend. So, but in terms of first in the morning, what I would do is, and I canceled Bloomberg. I spent thousands of dollars on Bloomberg and whatever. You can get it all free on Yahoo Finance. And I explain how to in my course, the Complete Financial Analyst course. And so first thing in the morning, what I would do is I would just go to my portfolio in Yahoo Finance and just look at the news and hit refresh every now and then until the market opened at 9:30, whatever. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. And if it's a huge macro event, I got Wall Street Journal auto alerts. I just get an email. But I try to stay away from that now. I just think longer term, because the more that you focus on the day-to-day little news events, the more you get fooled by randomness. Okay, sparkle. So anyway, just think longer term if you can. That's what I highly recommend. And in my course, the Complete Financial Analyst Training and Investing course, I explain in 22 hours, whatever, how to do all this in much more detail and how to create a portfolio from scratch. I can create one in Excel, which is so much fun. Okay. But if you want news in general, you can go to WSJ.com, Wall Street Journal, and Financial Times as well. I like the FT. It's based out of England because it's more global. But all right, now I'm going to provide you all with a tip because we're in our 5th hour and we'll go into our 6th hour soon. Marathon, eh? It's a marathon, not a sprint. I'm going to provide you all a tip that's going to save you a lot of money. Ready? You're going to love this. You're going to love this. Okay. Do you ever go to a website and you start reading an article and you really get into it after a paragraph or two, and then you get a pop-up that blocks you, or it says to read more, subscribe now, and you're like, oh man, really? I have to pay you like $10 a month just so I can read an article? It's ridiculous. Here's what you do. I'm going to regret saying this, but I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes to add value to you and save you money. I want you to copy that headline in that article, okay? Then I want you to open a new window, browser window, and I want you to go to Google, and I want you to paste that article name into Google and search, and you'll be able to click on the result and read the whole article. Why? Why does this happen? Because for SEO reasons, meaning search engine optimization, if these big media companies did not allow their articles to be indexed by Google, then nobody would see them in search results. I'm sure I pissed off a lot of people right there, but I want you to try that, okay? So again, copy the article title and then go to Google and paste it. If it doesn't work, then I want you to open a browser. It usually works. Open a browser in private mode, okay? And try it that way. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right, next question. When should a company consider issuing debt instead of equity? Which is cheaper? Okay. So for all of you and for me, when you start your company, I don't want you to use debt at all. Why? Because if you're late on that debt payment by 1 day even, the bank can take away your house and everything you own. Banks are chicken. They don't take risks. And in this business plan course, I provide you with links to the top 5 banks in your country and every country on the planet when you go into this section. But I want you to be careful with that. If you're going to get a bank loan for your business, please register your company. Please hire a local lawyer, wherever you are, a local lawyer, and register your company as a limited liability corporation or whatever legal structure is best for you. I'm not a lawyer. Don't take my advice ever for lawyer stuff, right? Get a lawyer to register your company as a separate entity so that if you get sued for whatever dumb reason, and when you start making a lot of money, and you will, people are going to come after you. They always do. And they're bloodsuckers. It sucks. Lawyers will come after you. And they can't take your personal assets away because they can just basically sue the entity, the legal entity, not you personally. So you can protect your family and your standard of living. So, but if you're going to get a loan, then register first. And usually what happens is when interest rates are really, really low, more people get loans. And that's why the government cuts interest rates when things are not going well, because they want to kickstart the economy. It's like a shotgun. And what happens is the Federal Reserve in the United States, or the Bank of Canada in Canada, or Minister of Finance in a lot of countries, or the ECB, meaning the European Central Bank, they have a gun. Okay, it's a metaphor. And they have a couple number of bullets in the gun. And if the economy's not doing well, they'll jumpstart the economy by cutting interest rates. That's one bullet. Cut interest rates again. Rinse, lather, repeat over and over again until the economy improves. And then when the economy is doing really, really well, the government raises interest rates slowly so that they can have more bullets in their gun to jumpstart the economy when they have to. But when interest rates are low, of course, loans are easier to get, or the interest rates are lower. But I still want you to only use equity investors, meaning rich people or venture capitalists to invest in your company longer term. And I explain how to get them in the complete business plan course. Okay. And if you network enough, you can raise money. I've done it lots of times for a lot of my companies I've started. You just got to network a lot. And I've shared with you all of my tips for free. Just go to harounventures.com and download my networking book and read it cover to cover. And I promise you, you'll get what you want. You'll get what you want. So what is that there? Oh, it's the sun from the door. Let the door open a bit. See, that's my sheet in the back. The door's open a little bit because it's hot in here because all these lights, but not too wide because of the stupid smoke you smell in California everywhere now. Really sad. Okay. Thanks, Avi Pro. Appreciate it. Thanks, Antec. God bless you. Thanks. All right. Scrolling down. Akil has got a question. How do you get the wisdom, knowledge, wiser decision-making power of dope CEOs like Jobs, the guy who split eBay into two, Ray Kroc, Howard Schultz? I mean, they are just too dope. I love it. And I know what dope means. It means cool. My kids say it. That's why I use dope sometimes, but it's like my dad saying groovy when I was like 12. I get it. Okay, I won't do that anymore, I promise. By the way, do you know why people do that? I researched it. I search everything online. I'm always curious about everything. I watch movies and I have to search online why people do things. But the reason that this occurs is because drug dealers, this is true. Drug dealers, when the police are coming, the popo, 5-0s, I know, I'm embarrassing myself here, but they're like, hey, look over there, and they'll exhale the smoke there. Maybe not drug dealers, just whatever. That's why they do that dabbing. Is that dope? Okay. So how do you get the wisdom of Ray Kroc, who's the founder of McDonald's, or not the founder, but he's the guy that made money off of it. I think it just takes time building a company. So the best private equity investor on the planet, and the guy that basically invented the industry, is a guy named Henry Kravis. And he started KKR. Okay, the other K and the other R are just his cousins, whatever. Started the company with him. And Henry Kravis, actually, he went to my business school, Columbia Business School. And he was a straight C student, but he knew how to network like crazy. And he came and he presented to us. And I was so excited. Oh my God, Henry Kravis is coming. He was the brilliant mind behind Barbarians at the Gate and taking Nabisco private in '89. Nabisco is the National Biscuit Company. I can't wait for him to tell me how to do it. And all he did was he talked about charity and giving away your time, not just your money, your time for 2 hours or whatever it was. And I respected it for that. It was awesome. It was awesome. But the way that Henry Kravis did it was, I mean, he networked a lot, right? And obviously he was very long-term focused, very long-term greedy, like all the best investors are. But he networked a lot. He got to know a lot of people. And he was just very passionate about what he was doing. And you mentioned Howard Schultz there too. So who might be running for, or Schultz, who might be Howard Schultz, the guy that used to write accounting books. But Howard Schultz, who is the founder of Starbucks, he's very passionate about what he does. To be able to make us all pay $4 for a cup of coffee, you got to be passionate about what you're doing. And you sell an experience. You don't just sell a product. Pretty funny, but and he's running for president, or will be soon, I think. But he's just passionate, so just very long-term focus, very passionate. And when it comes to Ray Kroc, I hate to say this, but Michael Douglas did a really good job of Ray Kroc in the movie The Founder. You can watch it if you want to know the history. Ray Kroc was very cutthroat, and that's one way to become successful, is to walk all over people. But I don't recommend it anyway. So. That's one of the ways he did it. But the genius of Ray Kroc was that he looked at McDonald's like it was a real estate holding company. Most people don't realize this. The brilliance of McDonald's is real estate. The real estate they own all the property. They own a lot of it. But McDonald's is an amazing case study And retail investors look at McDonald's and they're always like, dude, I want you guys to grow year over year, same store sales. And that's all retail investors care about. Retail, not meaning individual investors like you and me, but people that invest in retail stocks. Year over year growth of each store, organic growth. And that's why McDonald's did things like offered coffee, which Wall Street loved. Then growth slowed a lot. And Wall Street's like, come on, man, grow. And so what McDonald's did was they said, okay, breakfast is later than 11 o'clock. So my kid does not freak out at 11:01 when I go there. And they don't make exceptions too at 11:01. I tried. Don't try and bribe them. It doesn't work. And then what happened was growth slowed again. They're like, oh God, how do we grow year over year again? How do we make same store sales grow? SSS. And so what they did was they opened 24 hours. And so that means that people, now that drugs are legal in California, these druggies love it after midnight. I don't do that stuff, but whatever. I can't retract what I say, unfortunately, but anyway. All right, next question is, oh, thank you for that comment. Appreciate that. Do value investors worry about inflation? I mean, they do, but they're so long-term focused, and sometimes they just don't think about it too much. Like I mentioned before, Warren Buffett, whenever he invests in a company, and Warren Buffett is the quintessential value investor, Warren Buffett will tell himself, I don't care if the stock market is closed for 10 years. I'm going to invest in this company. And so he's not as concerned about inflation, but of course, everybody kind of worries about it a little bit. So, yeah. All right. Next is from Tim. Hey, Tim, what's going on, dude? Hey, Chris, thank you for your work. My pleasure. Thank you. I'm accepting an offer after a tough year, and your business classes and interview courses helped a ton. Oh, awesome, dude. Congratulations. You just made my day. This is what I want to hear. I want to help. Good stuff, man. Awesome. And I'm sorry that it was a tough year for you. But you know what, man? And this goes for everybody. You're going to look back in hindsight many years from now, and it's hard for me to explain this, but you're going to look back and say, I'm glad that happened. Career-wise, I'm glad that happened to me in my career, that bad thing. Perception becomes reality, because what happens is years later, it might be because you weren't passionate about what you're doing, or that company you worked at was full of sharks, not Tony Shark, but real sharks. And you weren't happy there. You weren't happy. You weren't passionate about it. You were miserable. You were aging. You hated it. You're young again now. You know, you found your true passion. So I can't explain it to you. Maybe it's a little prophetic, but I remember at the time I got fired once years ago. I was like, I don't understand. I made the company money. I don't get it. The whole division got torched, whatever, or a lot of them at least. And I remember I went to church and I was like, God, why did this happen to me? And I'm so grateful now in hindsight, because it pushed me down a different path. And you'll get this later in life. You'll understand. Ask your parents or grandparents, and you'll see. You'll see. You got to figure out what your passion is, your raison d'être. What was the reason you were put on this earth? So that's great, though, Tim. Great that helped you. Thank you. All right, Smart Chris. I tried that hack for a Boston Globe article. That trick didn't work. Okay. Send me the article name. Okay, send it to me in here, and when I catch up, I'm gonna try and see if I can crack it. Okay, this is fun for me. Okay, yeah, try it. Or what you can do is you can. No, I'm not going to go there. I was going to tell you how to download software so you can browse from anywhere in the world. It's fine. All right. Private mode didn't work either. Okay, so I'll try this then. I want you to try. If you try it on your computer, it might be because the IP address tracked you. I want you to go onto your handheld here. Okay, and then just try that. Yeah. So sorry, a lot of calls. Squirrel. So, but try it on here, and make sure you're not on your Wi-Fi network. Okay, go on mobile, go on wherever your telco company is, and try it there. And let me know if it doesn't work. Okay, and go in private mode if you can, your browser there too, because sometimes what happens is if you use Chrome, it tells your phone what your bookmarks are and stuff. Okay. All right. And we'll keep this going, but just come back to me because I want to help you out. Okay, Chris, any tips on how to make reading financial statements less boring? Well, they've legalized marijuana now, and no, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I don't do that. So here's what I want you to do. Take my course if you want on, wow, okay, PewDiePie just sent this. See that? This video is blocked in your country. I wonder if that's clickbait to get me to click it or not. It's interesting. Anyway, I almost forgot what I was saying. So make financial statements less boring. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to look for trends, okay? It can be really boring just looking at numbers, but it's really fun looking at trends. And just like they say, every picture tells a story. Every financial statement tells a story too. And so what I want you to do is I want you to highlight revenue, okay, for all the different rows or all the different columns for all the years or quarters, whatever. And I want you to chart it, okay? Time on this axis, revenue growth on this axis, and look for the rate of change. It's fun when you find trends. The trend is your friend. And one data point doesn't make a trend, but a couple does. And it can really tell you a lot of things. I want you to also look at gross margin trends, which means, don't hang up on me, everybody, but it means revenue minus the cost of goods sold divided by revenue. Look at the growth. If you take my course, the complete business plan course, I've inserted what are called spark lines to help you read income statement, the balance sheet, the cash flow statement, and look at trends. I created it for you. All you do is enter in the data. It's fun. It's fun to look at trends. Otherwise, I hear you, man. It can be really, really boring, right? But once you understand the mathematical relationships in finance and accounting, like assets equals liabilities plus equity, that sort of, once you understand it, don't memorize it, it becomes fun. It becomes fun reading the numbers and looking at trends. It's like a little puzzle. It's like when you're playing Uncharted Part 4 and you're looking at little puzzles and whatnot, or Spider-Man, when you go into Dr. Octopus's lab and you're trying to do, though, that's what I'm doing now with my kids, right? On the PS4, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Math is fun. If you understand mathematical formulas, ask yourself always, why is this the case? Right? What I can do is this. If for finance nerds, you'll love this. The return on equity is net income over equity. And I can break up net income over equity into 3 separate formulas together. The asset turnover, equity returns, and then also profit margins. And it's called the DuPont model. If you care about this stuff, do a search on DuPont model and ROE, return on equity. I'll move on though, because I know not everyone cares about that. Okay, cool. All right, so Gil's got a question. Business movies, recommendation, like other people's money, jobs, the founder, etc. Okay, great. Yeah. So I love, one of my goals in life, and I said this in one of my vlogs, so I have to do it, is I want to, this is crazy, and people, you're going to think I'm an idiot, but I want to get an Academy Award for a business documentary one day. And so I'm starting my courses, I'm starting to talk about real events, like why Jeff Bezos is good at what he does, how does a certain company market their brand, that sort of thing. So I think that if I make it edutaining and more fun to learn about real business life examples, kind of like Harvard Business School does with the case study methodologies, where they don't teach you theory, they teach you real life practical stuff, then, whatever. I mean, Kobe got an award, I could do it, right? I don't know, we'll see. But other movies that are somewhat interesting, and I want to get into that sector one day. It just sounds so fun. And I'm taking a course now called, I think it's called Masterclass. I signed up for it, and I'm watching now how to direct like Ron Howard and how to make music like Hans Zimmer does. Germany, thank you for giving us Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer is brilliant. And I put his music last night in my vlog, 2 of his songs, one from Interstellar and the other one from Inception. So anyway, other movies that are fun to watch, they'll teach you about business. Wall Street with Michael Douglas. Now, I vlogged 2 weeks ago, a really controversial vlog, how I said that the 2008 crisis was created because of Gordon Gekko from that movie. And watch that vlog if you care on why. So that's a good one. Probably the best finance movie and business movie, and I suggest everybody on this vlog watch it, please. You have to pay for it. Okay, you can do it over YouTube, I think. It was an HBO film called Too Big to Fail. Too Big to Fail. And it explains in layman's terms, easy to understand terms, and entertaining way, what really happened in 2008. And the cast is amazing. You got Topher Grace, the first Spider-Man guys in it. You've got Paul Giamatti from that TV show Billions, which you should watch as well. It's a little bit out there, but it's real. He is Ben Bernanke, Paul Giamatti. So anyway, watch that. It's called Too Big to Fail. It'll explain in great detail what really happened, and it's entertaining and it's dumbed down so I can understand it. So I would do that. Other business movies, I think you got to watch The Founder with Ray Kroc, McDonald's. I don't agree with his tactics, but I think it's interesting. And it's good to understand how a lot of times we think business models are what they are because of a certain driver, but they're not, and they're successful because of something else. And so with the movie The Founder, which talks about the history of McDonald's, the real genius of that business model was the real estate they owned, not only the product. So you can check that out if you want to. Just gonna pop a couple Advils. All right. Okay, so other movies, as I think of them, I'll mention them. I like all business movies, though. But I recommend watching, there's a Warren Buffett biography that was made for HBO, which is superb. Just watch that. You'll enjoy that one. I'm trying to think who else is there. Somebody's going to make a great movie about Rockefeller one day. I wonder why that hasn't been out there. God, Spielberg would do a great job of that movie. He should do it. Yeah, I can't think of any off the top of my head right now. But as I do think of them, I'll enter it in here. Okay, I'm reading the next question. All right. For those of you that work out in the gym, drink coconut water at the same time and watch your energy level stay high the whole time. It's cool. Potassium, I think, is why. And other reasons too. All right. So next question is, you have said if founders are leaving or quitting, then the business is not a good investment. Why is that the case? Okay, yeah. So what happens is, business is about people first, and then ideas second. Ideas are commodities, but execution is not. Mark Cuban said that. And so the brilliance of a business model, and the reason that any business has been successful, is because of execution, because of the brilliant founder usually. And what happens is the reason that Amazon is so successful is because Jeff Bezos is long-term focused and he's brilliant and he takes a lot of risks. Pardon me. Like when Amazon, we forget about this pretty quickly, but Amazon made one of these things, and it was cool because you can go like this and you can kind of see that the icons follow you, kind of like Mona Lisa, the eyes always follow you. And it was a failure. It was awful. It was an absolute catastrophe. But they took risks. And somebody who's not the founder, if they took a risk like that, the board might fire them. And so what happens is the founders usually have the love and admiration of the board. And John Doerr, who I talked to a couple of times, I used to go to the Kleiner Perkins holiday party out here. I didn't get invited this year. I don't know why. But John Doerr, who I talked to at last year or the year before his holiday party, he's the most senior guy, whatever, at Kleiner Perkins. He invested in Amazon, and he has not sold a share since he first invested. Kleiner backed them, and his return on investment is literally over 5,000%. They back people, not ideas. They back founders, not companies. They back people, not business models. That's why my business planning course, in part 4 of that course, we spent a lot of time early on, right after the executive summary, on the management section and how to create a board of advisors free. So anyway, a lot of these venture capital firms, they know that a successful business is all about execution, and they will back the same CEO over and over and over again, especially the PayPal Mafia, which we talked about earlier in this course. So it's all about the people first. And when a founder leaves the company, what happens is usually, not always, but usually that company doesn't take risks anymore, because all you're focused on as an executive or is climbing the corporate ladder. And if you take a risk and you fail, you're done. If you take a risk and you're successful, you're not going to get paid anyway, as much as you should get paid, because it would disrupt the whole compensation structure. That is why. That is why. Okay. Okay. Oh, thanks, Samarth. Let me know if it works, Samarth. Okay. All right. Next question. Recently, Walmart acquired Flipkart. The second question let's say, yeah, cool, thank you. Acquired Flipkart, an Indian e-tailer, for $16 billion US. But now the founder is leaving. What's your view on this? And also explain why the acquirer wants founders on board. Okay. What usually happens is this. When a company gets acquired, the founder and all the senior executives have to stay on board for usually a minimum of 1 year. And then after a year, they'll leave because they can't freaking take the bureaucracy of working for somebody else. And when you start your own company, I've started a company years ago and failed. And I had to go back to work for someone else with my tail between my legs. It was, I felt humiliated. I hated it. But I told myself, F it. I'm a risk taker. I'm going to try again. And I kept trying. Eventually, I made it. Did well. But I failed. But when you start a company and you have the freedom of calling the shots yourself, and that's what I want to empower you with through this business plan course. When you're running your own thing, it is such a high to not have to deal with any BS politics of anybody else. It is a meritocracy. You eat what you kill, literally, right? It's scary, but I love that fear, the fear of the unknown, starting your own company, disrupting an entire industry, an entire eco space, inspiring billions of people, whatever it is, changing the world, and everybody can do it. Now, take that feeling that I just explained to you, throw it away, and go back and work for somebody else. And while you're working for somebody else, understand that it's not a meritocracy. It's how you play the politics. That's how much it sucks. That's why founders quit after a year. And usually there's that golden handcuff. If they quit before a year, they get less money in the acquisition. So most of them leave so they can start another company, rinse, lather, repeat, right? They're serial entrepreneurs. Yeah, usually you don't want the founder to leave. And the smartest companies let the founders do whatever they want, right? Like at Facebook, the founder of Instagram was there for ages, for years. I used to go there and I would see him every now and then. And it was a separate company within Facebook. And Zuckerberg was smart because he let that company run itself on its own, right? They didn't destroy that brand. Like, you don't see Instagram as part of Facebook. You wouldn't even know it's the same company, right? If they had tried to embed it within, the Facebook ecosystem, I'm sure that they would have tarnished that brand or ruined it. So anyway, kind of a long-winded answer. But founders are independent thinkers. They're rebels, and I respect them because they live their life on their terms, and I want you to do the same as well. So, okay. Next I've got here is besides the price earnings ratio, which financial ratios do you think are most important? So the best way to value companies, I think PE is the best, but there's other ways. And so what I usually do is I usually use 2, 3, or 4 different ways to value a company, and then I take the average of all 3 or 4, whatever, to find what I think the right target price should be. Because there's going to be a margin for error. Because one of those 2, 3, or 4 ways to value a company is going to be way, way, way off. And by taking an average of all of those, you minimize that error a little bit. So, and you never know which methodology is going to be wrong. So price earnings ratio is my favorite because it's easy and I can look at the earnings growth rate and value company on a PEG basis. Another way I like to look at is price to revenue, because a lot of companies aren't profitable. So you look at price to revenue. The other way is, I don't like this way, but I do it sometimes because the market wants it, is discounted cash flow, DCF, which basically means you find out how much money the company can make forever and you discount it into today's terms. That's DCF. And the reason I don't like it is because there's so many independent variables. Hear me out on this. So if I told you X plus 1 is 2, what is X? Of course, it's 1. If I told you that X plus Q plus W plus P plus A plus B plus C equals 6, what is X? Exactly. No idea. Garbage in, garbage out. And so the more independent variables you have in any model or any formula or any financial analysis forecast, the larger your error might be. And when it comes to discounted cash flow analysis, there's independent variables to calculate your beta, the cost of capital, the cost of equity, the cost of debt. And here's the big issue with it. A lot of times, 95% of the value of a company that you get in DCF, discount cash flow, is based on the terminal value, meaning between years 11 and infinity. And that's discounted today. So it doesn't matter what you model for year 1 to 10, because year 11 to infinity is 95% of the value you just calculated. That's why I'm not a DCF. Okay. All right, next question. But hopefully that answers your question. But I like PE best because you can look at PEG ratio, meaning price earnings to growth. If it's got a price earnings to growth ratio of 1 or below, it's a buy. Way above 2, it's a sell, that sort of thing. Of course, look at fundamentals and the management team first, though. Okay. And then if you take my complete financial analyst course, I go into a lot more detail there. Okay, how effective are SIPs? I started one a year ago. I like to take big drinks. Like I find when I sip, it's good, but I go in like that a lot more. Okay, next question. I'm sorry. I don't know what a sip is. That's called dad humor, which means rated G, okay? And not funny. I try. Okay, I'm going to do a search now, just like I searched on GFC. SIP. Okay, what is SIP? SIP, Session Initiation Protocol. I don't know. SIP tea room in San Francisco here. I don't know what it means. So just please let me know what it stands for. And I'll let you know without the dad humor this time, I promise. Thanks. Sorry about that. If you were, if I was working on Wall Street and you were a customer, I would make something up right now. I'm just kidding, I wouldn't. I don't know. All right, next question is from Akil. How do I know if a certain risk in your business is worth it? We got to look at risk and return. And it's, so in my complete business plan course, the first 12 sections are qualitative. And then we move into the model section, which is part 13, which is quantitative. And when you have to, whenever you analyze a business model and decide to invest in it or start a company, don't just look at qualitative. That's what most people do. I want you to quantify it as well. Look at the financial model. By the time you get to part 13 of that course, if you're still awake, what happens is you'll quantify whether or not the business makes sense or not. And you'll be able to look at the revenue model and your earnings forecast many years out, and you'll understand based on that model if your business model is viable from a risk reward perspective. And you'll also understand if your margin structure makes sense. Like, can you charge more or less than your competition does, et cetera. And you'll be able to have different scenario analysis. Like this analysis is like if a certain input price went up a lot, put in your model, what would happen to your earnings? If you had certain returns, and I have a line item for returns as well, what would happen to your revenue and earnings? So the best way to assess your risk reward is to first of all understand the qualitative aspect of your business model, which is steps 1 to 12 of my course. And then the quantitative aspect of it, which is step 13 of the course, where I help you model and forecast your financial statements. Right at that point, when you quantify it, that's when you'll know if, from a risk reward perspective, if your business model makes sense or not. Thanks. Okay. All right. Thanks, Avi Pro. Totally. See, Avi Pro and I go way back. We both understand that it's all about management, right? Management team is what's important. You know what's crazy, dude, is I went to business school. Like, business schools don't teach you about how to manage or how to look for good managers, to invest in good people, right? They teach you, oh, let's build out a financial statement. Oh, let's value the company based on DCF. The first thing we should look at is management team. I want to save you time before you invest in any company. Look at the management team first. And if you like the management team, then do more research, that sort of thing. I cut my own hair. You can tell. I made this a little bit longer so you can not see that little bald spot. Not working. All right. I've been cutting my own hair for 10, 15 years now. I used to go to the barber and they used to say, what number? And I would say 3 and they go, ring. And then they charged me, $20. And I bought shears from Costco for literally $20. And I just did it myself. Anyway, I saved a lot of money. I calculated if I cut my own hair, I did this in my complete personal finance course. If I cut my own hair every week for the next 30 years, I close to, I think it was 100 grand or something like that, depending on your cost of capital. All right, next question is from Akil. How do you not get fired by your own board that you founded? Yeah, it's the most heartbreaking thing, dude. It's like a lot of people when they start companies, and if your parents started a company, you'll know what I'm talking about. That company is like one of their children, right? Not as important as you, but it's like one of their children. And if their children cut off communication with their parents, it feels like that. That's what it feels like when a board fires a founder. It is heartbreaking. Like it ruined Steve Jobs for a while, but in a good way, because Steve Jobs, with frustration, came the ability for him to reinvent himself. And he started a company called Next, N-E-X-T. And I know financially it didn't work out that great, but it is why Apple is Apple today, because what happened was after he rejoined Apple in 97 or whatever it was, what they did was they bought Next, that company he made, which is now the kernel and core of all Mac computers and all Mac operating systems on every type of device. And it's robust and it doesn't crash as often. You'll notice that you get as many security issues on Macs as you do on Windows, that sort of thing. So anyway, but if you're gonna raise money from other people, you're gonna get, and you do it multiple times, you're gonna get diluted, and eventually you're gonna own less than 50% of the company. So technically, yes, the board can fire you, but if the board is smart, they'll know not to fire the founders of a company ever. They would know. And that's why venture capital firms like Sequoia, if you go to sequoiacap.com, look at all the companies they profile there on the homepage. They don't mention the name of the company first. They have big pictures of the founders first. Peter Thiel's company, his venture capital firm, is called Founders Fund. And he believes in investing in founders. That's why it's called Founders Fund. Same thing with Andreessen Horowitz, which is A16Z.com, because in between Andreessen and Horowitz is 16 letters. Right. So anyway, but if you partner with the wrong people, they could take it away from you. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. But sometimes if you want to take your business to the next level and make it a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, you have to raise a lot of money. And when you raise a lot of money, you give up ownership, of course, in your company. And most CEOs, most founders, by the time the company goes public, they own less than 20% of the company anyway. But you know what? Instead of the company being worth this much and they own 100% of it, it's worth this much and they own less than 20% of it. So they're worth a lot more. So it's a risk that they don't mind taking. For me, at my point in my life right now, I don't ever want to raise money from equity. I just don't want to give up control. I just like doing what I'm doing. And I don't have pesky board members coming in saying, Chris, why are you spending all this time every Thursday helping out these students? Can't you charge them for that call? Why don't you just make more, like that sort of thing? Right. So just know it's a lifestyle decision as well. If you want to be truly independent, you start your own company, but you don't take it public. But if you want to change the world, then you might need to take it public. Anyway, I'm rambling there. Sorry. Hopefully that answers your question. All right. I got a question. Can you talk about funding? Self-funding is GoFundMe. Is there a way? So what you can do is I made I have a course on how to raise money. Don't take it. Just go to my blog. I published a blog. I actually gave a presentation to every year. There's a great business school in Paris called HEC, which is French for HEC. And every year they come to San Francisco and they ask me to present to them, which is fun. And this year I recorded it because I had to come up with a vlog for that day. I don't know what to vlog about. Recorded it, and it's fun. And you can go and check it out. Just look at my vlog, and it'll tell you exactly how to raise money and what kind of presentation to put together, that sort of thing. But basically, a lot of it comes down to networking, which I've talked about at length as well. In addition to watching that vlog, which is about an hour, you can also read my free networking book. Go to harounventures.com, and you can download the book there. It's 200 pages, more than that actually, and there's a couple hours of videos as well. So yeah. Okay, can I talk about yeah. All right. Can I talk about, hold on a second. Can you talk about funding? Oh, I read that one. That was a senior moment. Okay, next one's from Akil. How do you convince anyone with anything? What research points should I consider? I'm not trying to, you mean course recommendation on the stock market? Okay, there's two questions here. I'm not sure I understand it. So in terms of course recommendation on the stock market, I mean, I created my course. It's called the Complete Financial Analyst course. It'll tell you everything you need to know about the stock market and Wall Street and finance, everything. Okay. And how do I convince people of it? Yeah, let me know what you're talking about, or what question you mean in the first one there, in terms of convincing anybody on anything. But I'll answer it generically. Whenever you're pitching a product to somebody else, I want you to think to yourself, would I also have my parents buy this? And you have to disclose risks as well. So anyway, that's what I would say. And all you guys, your reputation. Oh, here we go. SIP stands for Systematic Investment Plan. It's basically a kind of mutual fund unit sold in India, designed for retail investors with monthly investments starting as low as 500 rupees. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. I mean, I like the concept of automatic bank account withdrawals. I love that. And I've been doing that for years. And every company I've worked at, I've had automatic withdrawals. Out of sight, out of mind. And what happens is it automatically goes into an investment account where I buy ETFs, not mutual funds. So no, I like it. I think it's a great idea. I don't recommend investments in particular, but generally speaking, oh my God, I'm talking like a lawyer. I hate that. But generally speaking, I like automatic withdrawals from my bank account. Go and invest on a monthly basis. I love that. For every paycheck, you should do it automatically. And if you work in a big company, I want you to please call human resources or somebody that works in HR and get the employee handbook, or find out what benefits your company has, because I promise you there's benefits you're not using. I'm trying to save you money here. A lot of things, like if you have kids, there's little benefits. You want to take courses. A lot of times, you know, like Udemy for Business, for example, like stop buying my courses if your company you work at has UFB, Udemy for Business, because you can get all that stuff for free in your company, that sort of thing. Talk to HR. Thanks, Avi Pro, about the hair. Appreciate it. I usually leave this part a little bit longer, but I messed up last night. All right. All right, so I got a question now on, hold on a second. All right, question on, okay, so Sentak is talking about SIP now. The fund manager takes blue chip stocks and makes a pool, and small investors can subscribe to blue chip stocks collectively, which they can't do individually. Focus risk is eliminated by portfolio. If it's a general diversified portfolio, then that's great. But, and this is a big but, please, please, please understand the fee structure. Okay, that's why I love ETFs, because ETFs, which you can buy from companies like Schwab, talk to Chuck, Charles Schwab, and then Vanguard. ETFs are very, very low fee instruments. And the fee is usually less than 0.5% per year. And the reason, excuse me, another reason I don't like mutual funds is because there's so many hidden fees. It's ridiculous. And so I urge you, please, to understand the whole fee structure of SIPs. So there might be hidden fees, and I don't know what they are, but I want you to call whatever company is issuing this, or go to the website and download the financial disclosure documents that the lawyer in India had created on these SIPs. And I want you to understand what the fees are, because what you might be able to do is replicate that in a portfolio by buying individual stocks. And so like individual components of the Sensex, for example. So anyway, just an idea, but understand the fee structure, because a lot of times they kind of get you on fees and you just don't realize it. And I don't understand the tax structure in India, but in the United States, for example, if you own a stock for more than a year, you pay much less tax, because the government in the United States and many governments in different countries, they're trying to encourage you to be patient, long-term investor. Everybody wins as long-term focused. And so understand the tax structure for SIPs as well. Is the capital gains tax less in India if you own something and make a profit from it for more than a year or less than a year? Understand that. Understand every single fee there is in a SIP. And this is generic enough an answer for everybody in this call in every country for investing in any type of financial product. There are always hidden fees. They have to disclose them by law. Understand what all those hidden fees are. Okay, not just the commission that they get from on a yearly basis from you, but the transaction fees as well. Understand all the fees, okay? And a lot of times people ask me, Chris, I want to invest in stocks, but I don't know what company to use. Here's what I recommend. So if you take my my complete personal finance course, if you go to the settings dashboard, I automatically, and you don't have to take the course for this, but I'm just helping out here logistically how to do this. In the settings tab, I list the top 5 banks. And I did this in my complete business plan course as well. The top 5 banks in your country and contact details for it. I want you to call each of those banks in your country and ask them if they have a brokerage firm affiliated with the bank. And big banks usually do. And what you can do is then compare all 5 of those brokerage services to see which one has the lowest rates, that sort of thing. And anyway, so a little bit off topic there. So please let me know if anybody has any additional questions. I don't see any questions right now. And so usually I end the call when there's no more questions. So come on, somebody type a question, please. Any other questions, type them now. Or if you're about to type a question, just enter in just the letter A, and I'll know that you're typing something. Okay. Otherwise, what I'll do is I'll wrap up the call. So any other questions? No other questions? All right, I guess we're wrapping the call up then. Oh, here's another one. Good. Okay, enter your questions now. Let's keep this going. Come on. All right, Akil's got a question. Convincing. I meant selling them with your decision, having them agree with you, even though it's got risk. Let me open the door again. It's getting hot. All right. There we go. Good. All right, David, take your time, Dave. I know you're typing now. This goes for everybody. All right. So how do you sell? Okay. So, of course. No, thank you. So whenever I look at a founder of a company and I'm interviewing them and considering investing, I want them to make me excited about that company. I want them to sell with their heart, because ultimately they're going to have to sell with their heart to sell to customers. And if their customers don't get excited about their product or their vision or their service, and if I can't get excited, then it's probably not going to be worthwhile. Probably not going to be a worthwhile investment. Ignore that. Sorry about that. So people invest in you first and your product second. And a lot of the time, I got to give you an example. So I was on the board and I was helping select investments on a fintech board for Plug and Play Tech Center, which is it's a big angel investment venture capital firm, whatever, here in the Valley in Sunnyvale, California. And they have a building that's 130,000 square feet or so, where a lot of startups go. And you guys have probably heard of it. It's franchised all over the world. And Plug and Play Tech Center's CEO, founder, really, really smart guy, great guy. He actually had me come in and help select companies to invest in. And so what would happen was these founders and these startups would all present to us for 10 minutes, and then they'd leave the room, and then we would talk about the business model and whether or not we think it might be worth investing. And 10 minutes is nothing, I get it, but they look at a ton of different companies. And I remember I would always talk about the business model, and I was wrong. And they corrected me and said, no, you got to look at the people. And there's like, I'll never forget that basically they would say that there's something about this CEO that makes me excited about the company. I don't know what it is, but there's something about this person, and they would look to invest. I know that sounds very elusive, but I just want you to be able to understand that whether you're starting a company or raising money or selling a product, to your point, your question here, I want you to sell with your heart. I want you to just sell and enjoy the whole sales process and make people believe and know, because it's true, that you don't have a job, you have a passion, you love what you're doing, it's fun. And if you want more help on how to present, you can take my course called the Complete Presentation Course. And it's 16 hours. And I take it very seriously because one speech can change your life. One speech can change your life. So anyway, those are my humble thoughts there. All right, let's see what we got next here. Do patents for a certain thing apply worldwide or just countrywide? Great question. Okay. So again, I'm not a lawyer, but I published a blog a week or two ago on how to understand patents, copyright, trademarks, and term sheets. And there's something called the Madrid Protocol. So what happened was in the late 1980s, most large countries in the world got together and they created the Madrid Protocol, which honors each other's copyrights. So my books or courses, whatever, although I copyright in the United States, kind of, accepted worldwide in many countries as being copyrighted. But again, speak to a lawyer. I am not a lawyer. I have to put that disclosure out there a million times. And so there might be a similar process when it comes to patents as well. If you're in America, go to LegalZoom.com and set up a call with a lawyer. It'll cost you $30 for a half-hour lawyer with a patent lawyer, and they might be able to help you out. And I looked into doing this. I don't have patents because patents basically is a legal thing to copyright how you do something. I have copyrights though, which basically makes it like I own that book or software code, whatever. And I have trademarks, which means I own the brand of an entire MBA one course, for example. And so what happens is you have to get international lawyers to help you to see if it makes sense. And I've done it in many regions of the world. The one exception that lawyers can't help you with is the United Kingdom. And it's fascinating because of Brexit. There's just no precedent, so to speak, yet. But anyway, speak with a real lawyer, not me, as they will help you out with the international stuff. For trademarks, there's the Madrid Protocol, and with patents, I'm sure it exists. Patents are expensive. Careful with that, yeah. But again, speak to a real lawyer. I'm not. Okay. Okay. Next question. Do I agree with Ken Fisher on the distaste for annuities, specifically variable annuities? I don't have a strong opinion on that, but as with all investments, just make sure that you understand what the fee structure is. Like if it's an insurance-based annuity or whatever it is, or fixed rate annuity or variable, whatever it is, just understand the fee structure, understand it. Because a lot of times with these complex financial instruments, they're gonna screw us over somehow with fees. Understand the fees and call customer service. And if customer service can't explain it to you, then ask really nicely, can I speak to your manager, please? Just because you want more details or whatever, somebody else, not to get them in trouble. You know what I'm talking about. Just to understand the fee structure, okay? Because a lot of times you're paying 3, 4, 5% in fees. You just don't realize, okay? And there's tax implications too. When you file taxes, a lot of times these companies have to give you tax documents based on how much money you made or lost from that year in the variable annuity or whatever it is you're investing in. You need to understand whether or not they turn that portfolio over in less than a year or greater than a year, because there are tax implications. Talk to a tax lawyer as well if you'd like there. Thanks. Okay. Hi, Chris. Hey, Dave. You mentioned your reasons for liking ETFs over mutual funds. What are the reasons why some people choose mutual funds over ETFs? Thank you. Oh, my pleasure. So mutual funds advertise a lot. And they create this perception that they all do extraordinarily well compared to you and I investing our own money through ETFs. So it's the marketing department. And that's another reason why mutual funds are a ripoff, because the overhead's ridiculous. They hire these high-priced MBA graduates, whatever, no disrespect to, yeah, maybe a little bit of disrespect, sorry. But they hire these high-priced employees. They have these beautiful buildings, and they basically have these massive marketing and advertising campaigns. And because of that, they're able to convince the general public that mutual funds are the best things to slice bread. Read the disclosures, though. Read the disclosures. The informed investor reads disclosures and finds out what the cost structure is. And most mutual funds underperform the S&P 500. So just please do your research before investing in any mutual fund. They have to, by law, give you a prospectus, which is just a financial document which discloses risks. And they're painful to read at times, but you got to do it. Or just call up customer service and say, what are the fees? And keep asking the same question over and over and over again if they're not clear. And then explain it back to them. You'll say, so all calls are recorded anyway, so they're going to be careful. Right? So explain it back to them. Say, so if I'm understanding this right, the fee structure is this. For every $100 I invest in your company, you take 4% every year as follows. One is commission, another is yada, 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 whatever. Just understand it that way, okay? So I explain it back to them. Okay, so next question I've got is on Forex trading in and out of the US. I don't have any thoughts on that. So I don't recommend exchanging or trading currencies, just because what happens is you get fooled by randomness, and macro events will cause, kind of nice, that glitter, huh? Macro events will cause currencies to go up or down. It's just too hard to call them. It's impossible. It's hard. It's hard. So I don't recommend trading currencies. That's just me, though. Okay. Great. Excellent. Well, looks like there's no more questions. So I'm going to wrap this up. I just want to thank you very much for your time. We have new people on the call today, and I hope you can join us next week. And please take my course, the Complete Business Plan course, and ask me as many questions as you want every Thursday at this time forever. So please take it. I want to help you build your business model. I want to help you take your career to the next level. I want to help you to empower the empowerers and to learn, earn, and return, and to start your own company and to live your life on your terms. Thanks again for your time, and I'll see you next week.